10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menolak.
mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Week 5, Day 2 of MPL Malaysia shall open up with the clash between two titanic terrors, TODAK and TEAM HAQ, threatening each other's throats. Followed up by RSGMY against SUHAZ eSports, and then Team LUNATIX against Red eSports to close out what will be an amazing game of just awesome games that we have to watch out for. A day of intense MLBB, a day that everyone will need to keep their eyes wide open here. On the English desk, we will be your host for today. My name is Sadafa, alongside with LaFell.
Thank you very much, Stava. And yeah, looking at the games today, especially in the opening match, that will set a tone for today because Team HAQ going up against Team TODAK. This is a revenge match where before this, TODAK, they definitely won against Team HAQ, but it's not a clean win. It is a comeback situation where in the second game, Team HAQ nearly closed it out, making it 2-0. But then all of a sudden, TODAK, with an amazing split push coming in from Rival, they actually managed to win the game. So for today, I am hoping for the opening game to really set a tone for the entire day.
I think it really is going to be a big opening match here on week 5, day number 2. As you mentioned, TODAK against Team HAQ. This is going to be a series that everyone is keeping an eye on here. Especially, I think a lot of us are going to have to say, expect the unexpected. These two teams are having a lot of their arsenal to bring to the table.
Look at that, Chiku is on the desk, but here it is. Okay, we're gonna talk about it a little bit more once the players actually walk on stage. But I saw a little bit of the routines and behind the scenes, especially for Team HAQ. It looks like they're very relaxed. They're dancing around, making sure that they have fun with the game. But like I said, there are surprises for today, especially for Team TODAK. So without further ado, let's actually introduce both teams onto the stage. Team HAQ.
Starting things off, we have none other than Team HAQ. After 4 weeks of the MPL, Gary is so far considered one of the best junglers of the season, and the team has been performing incredibly and very consistently since the season has began.
The Bombay Team HAQ forever. Right now, Team HAQ, they're doing, I would say, an amazing run in the group stages. And I feel like every single team here, whether they're in their group or the opposite group, they're showing big respects for Team HAQ because they're doing it on stage. But even off stage, their fans are very, very loud. TODAK is coming in, and like I said, there is a big surprise because if you guys look at the lineup, Moon is not there. So for this game going up against Team HAQ, the revenge match, it is going to be Chiku playing in the mid lane.
Funny how you say Team HAQ will have loud fans, because if we're talking about an awesome following, it is going to be none other than TODAK. They have been an MPL staple here for many, many seasons, and they want to prove their strength, prove their capabilities here on the stage of MPL Season 10.
I love it when both of these teams are playing against each other because again, it's a play on the stage and a play off stage. And now we're focusing on the stage. We have to look at both the coaches as well as the analysts for both these teams. And Moon is not going to be playing today, but he's still going to be there as an analyst to make sure that he still gives his insights on the team based on the draft and the things that they've done right and wrong in the game. So let's introduce Coach Azim as well as Moon for a side of TODAK. And Coach Hobbs is going to be alone on stage. But at this point, it looks like him alone is still enough to make sure that Team HAQ gets an amazing draft going into the game.
Indeed, sometimes quantity will not necessarily beat quality. So let's see what will happen here today in the clash of these two massive teams. Starting things off, looking at the team head-to-head, as you highlighted previously, LaFell, TODAK, they have won their first meeting against Team HAQ.
Yeah, but looking at the total damage dealt, if we look here, TODAK is going up into 3 million territory in terms of total damage dealt. But Team HAQ, they're very close. If today they make it, it's going to be a milestone of being the first team to actually hit 4 million total damage dealt.
It's pretty understandable that Team HAQ would have this much total damage dealt. After all, they are a very chaotic team, very aggressive team. They like to make plays across the map. They like to pick people off, and that's why you can see their average KDA is going to be much higher compared to that of TODAK, as well as their game win rate.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the first Lord rate, Team HAQ 65%, and TODAK 40%. Even though we've been looking at TODAK, they're very much focused on the objectives, the turrets. In terms of the Lord, it looks like they're trying to get the Lord in a comebackable way. The first Lord, they usually just let it go. But when it comes to a Luminous Lord, when it comes to an Evolved Lord, then they will fight back. So if we're just looking based on the stats, not going inside the game yet, not looking at the drops and everything, we may be able to see where Team HAQ is going to do quite well in the early stages of the game, and then they're going to get all the objectives. Late game, that's when TODAK is going to come online, which I think you have a lot to say because you've done the the power scaling. But
Yes.
let's look at the keys to victory.
Yep, starting things off, we gotta pay attention to the mid lane domination from both these teams. We already know about the Min-Man combo from Team HAQ. Man especially loves to gain that mid lane domination so that he can rotate around with Min. Since Moon is not going to be playing for the side of TODAK here, we are wondering, will Chiku be playing the mid lane? And if so, will he be able to match up in a role he is unfamiliar with?
Yeah, goal lane contribution as well. I feel like in this situation, Momo is an amazing gold laner, but Panda, he's very active throughout the map. If I'm not mistaken, he has one of the highest gold per minute rankings in the league. And composition strength, I feel like this is more towards Toda, because even if they win off their macro plays. Not necessarily they win because of the draft. So honestly, in terms of the keys to victory, it really favors Team HAQ. And on the side of Team Toda, they really need to show off something different, especially the mid lane domination. How will Chiku play in the mid lane?
But I think it is quite interesting that composition strength is a key to victory here. Before we move on with that though, let's see what you guys at home are thinking. It does look like TODAK has quite an overwhelming fan base today.
Oh, Toda, they've been racking up the fans for years now, right? Compared to Team HAQ. But here's the thing, even though on paper right now, or I would say online, the presence is mostly towards Toda, but here in Quill City Mall, a beautiful Saturday by the way, we got a lot of Team HAQ, how should I say this? What do we want to call the Team HAQ fans? Because they're really on this Black Panther train. I don't know. For now, we're just gonna call them the Team HAQ fans. You know, they're very loud. No matter how loud the Toda fans can be, I feel like Team HAQ, they can at least match it.
Yeah. Especially for those of you who have had the chance to actually come to the live venue, Team HAQ has just been overwhelming just in the overall presence their fan base has. Yes, like you mentioned, while it doesn't look like the online votes are skewing towards them very much, sometimes all that really matters is the sound of your live fan base, the audience that is here with you right now, standing in front of the stage, supporting and watching your every move. These teams, they don't want to disappoint the people who have come out all this way to show their support.
Team HAQ going up against Team Toda. The draft is going to start very, very soon. So the few things that I do want to talk about, yes, we see Toda Langar, quite obviously a Toda fan. Now we gotta look at the draft, because now that Chiku is going to be playing in the mid lane, will it really influence the draft coming in from Team HAQ? Because they might not have planned for Chiku to play there. So will they actually target ban Chiku? Because again, that's gonna be very hard to do when you have absolutely no idea what kind of hero he wants to use.
Yeah, that is going to be the most exciting sort of renegade factor coming out of TODAK today. Exactly what Chiku is going to be doing. Is he going to be playing in the mid lane? Are they going to be seeing a complete shift in the style that TODAK wants to draft their lineup? And speaking of lineup, like we highlighted earlier, having team composition as a key to victory is very rare, because usually when you see two teams go up, there are weaknesses on either side that you can take advantage of. But because Team HAQ and TODAK are so consistent, so strong overall in the league, that their power levels are pretty equally matched, in which case team composition becomes that much more important to prioritize, and that's why we have to pay really close attention to this drafting phase.
I love that Team HAQ, just because they banned out DG first as a first ban. Every other ban after this is going to be heavily influenced because of that DG ban, because we see Toda quickly taking away the Atlas just because how strong Min is on the Atlas. But now certain heroes like the Akai is going to get higher in terms of priority, because not a lot of heroes can actually contest against the Akai in the jungle phase, as well as during the team fights, now that you don't have the time journey to actually cancel out all those crowd controls. And oh, the Cho's gonna get banned.
Wow, that is actually directly respecting the Chiku there. They are anticipating he's gonna be playing this, and it is understandable, because when you put Chiku in basically any position, he can play the Cho. If he's playing mid, he can play the Cho. If he's roam, he can play the Cho.
Yeah.
And you can see that Chiku, he's very satisfied with that. I am surprised that they decided to let the Ling through, considering how dangerous it is.
Buff rifle tudung putih. Okay, who's wearing a white? I don't know how to say tudung in English, but Headscarf, yes, a white headscarf. Thank you very much for the production team. But yeah, we're going to go back and talk about the draft because before this, TODAK Moon actually used the Chill in the mid lane. So they feel like, all right, in terms of the draft, they might still go for the same thing. So yeah, liking the Chill ban, liking the Masha ban, Team HAQ. Gary is more of a damage type of jungler. So are they still going to prioritize the Akai or they're just going to let it go?
But then there's also the Valentina, who has been let
Oh,
through the
yeah!
bracket. Man is easily the best Valentina player in the entire league. And there is no way Team HAQ is letting that go. They snatch it up straight away, which means heroes like the Akai, like the Ling, like the Faramis are going to be let through to TODAK. They pick it up, as well as the Paquito.
I gotta say, I kind of feel like I just want one specific stat, which is how many times does Man actually get the Valentina? Because I feel like throughout this entire season, he probably has the most amount of time actually playing the Valentina. But yeah, TODAK, I like the Faramis as well as the Paquito pick. The Paquito pick is a strong pick overall, but it's a good takeaway from Gary, almost making sure that he picks up the Ling because that is one of his signature heroes as well.
Yeah, understandable here, and TODAK wants to keep their options as flexible as possible right now when they're up against a Valentina. Not to mention that Paquito overall doesn't have an ultimate that is worth stealing, so he's a safe choice.
But the cool altar, man.
Yeah, the cold altar is what I'm worried about. We have seen Team HAQ play Valentina into that before, and I'm excited to see it again. Team HAQ gonna be completing their first phase, locking in the Esme as well as the Akai.
Now I'm looking for a Dyrop, but looks like they're not gonna. Oh yeah, they're gonna be
okay.
picking it up. So TODAK right now, they have Dyrop as well as the Paquito, and it's good because both these fighters can be flexed either way. It can be a jungler, it can also be an EXP laner. So I'm liking the draft from Team HAQ as well as TODAK. TODAK has a lot of answers, while Team HAQ, they have a lot of problems.
This is gonna be very
as in problems for TODAK. So I don't want to say that the draft is bad. I'm not saying the draft is bad.
I get what you mean. Yeah, they have a lot of problems to deal with this lineup TODAK is playing. It's a very fighting heavy lineup, which is exactly what you want when you're playing with the Cult Altar. And just to make sure that TODAK won't be punished for their big group up, their big team fights, they ban out the Claude, one of Panda's most comfortable marksman heroes. Obviously, the Blazing Duet would be very strong against a Faramis comp in the late game as well. So Team HAQ, they need to now start resolving some of these problems before it's too late.
I want to see if the Beatrix is going to be a focus for this ban because no one has picked up the gold laner as of yet. And we've heard backstage that Panda is not entirely comfortable on the Beatrix, and as I said that the Beatrix has been banned, now giving it over to Momo. But Momo, I would say his hero pool in the gold lane is quite big as well.
Yeah, Momo is definitely quite comfortable there, but I'm wondering what would be the best choice for him right now. I think something like the Popol and Koopa would definitely work against Team HAQ. Solid lockdown for the Akai and all that you don't want to steal from the Valentina. That's probably what TODAK want to lean towards. Whereas Team HAQ, I'm kind of leaning towards the Iritel in terms of a marksman pick because if TODAK is going to group up, the heavy crossbow will deal a lot of AoE.
Yeah, a lot of AoE damage, making sure that Cult Altar is actually finished off very, very early. And yeah, maybe they want to focus on just winning the lane. So something like Iritel, which so far I've seen has always win the lane here in the MPL. Other than that, like you said, Popol and Koopa, Clint, Brody, I feel like these four marksmen are going to be a very, very safe pick. Yesterday we saw Melissa, but I'm hoping we don't see that today because it really didn't show up in terms of damage. Carry has been banned out. So TODAK, I think they can wait a little bit, so they're going to be picking up the mid lane. LUNATIX is going to get picked up, and this is one of those heroes where Chiku has used before, albeit it was in the jungle, but it's not that different, right? Playing in the mid lane in the jungle.
The terror of TODAK's lineup right now is you literally have no idea where any of these heroes are going to go. You have zero idea. You think Faramis should be roam, right? No, we cannot guarantee that. LUNATIX should be mid, right? No, we cannot guarantee it. TODAK,
this could be a goldly LUNATIX for all we care.
They're being as confusing as you could possibly be during the draft.
This is signature TODAK. Like, if anyone were to ask what is their identity, people will always say the Langar style, but this confusion style of draft is there as well. And the Natalia has been picked, and the Khalid has been picked as well. So the Khalid is going to go on to the EXP lane. So Akai and Natalia, which one is the jungle, which one is the roamer? It should be a Natalia jungle, right?
I'm actually more leaning towards a Kai jungle because just based off of player preferences, I feel like Min would be more comfortable on the Natalia. Also, there is no marksman on Team HAQ, so it looks like Panda might be playing the Esme in the gold lane, and TODAK finished with Brody.
Here's the thing. I really want to say this very, very quickly. All right, they're changing. They're changing good. Okay, Team HAQ, they used the Esmeralda before on Panda, but this is the second game when they were facing against TODAK, and TODAK got a comeback. And looks like Rival's gonna be playing the Lunox jungle. And wait.
Chiku gold.
Wait. Or a Brody mid.
Oh my god, right? I have no idea. Even after seeing the whole draft, we have no idea. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are excited because this is going to be an interesting game to watch. Team HAQ, they're going for a no marksman lineup. Let's see if that works out for them against the late game split pushing of TODAK, who has gone for a heavy fighting style. And we're still no idea where most of these heroes are actually going to be playing here as we prepare to enter the land of Dawn. I'm excited. I hope all of you are as well.
This is not a hall, man. This is already a stadium.
Yep.
I hope like we amplify their sounds. We can hear them singing in the background. That's amazing. And this is going to be a Brody mid lane. And Min is going to be the one using the Natalia, and it is a Gary on the Akai in the jungle. So yeah, let's slow it down. Let's actually look where everyone is. So Rival is going to be using the Lunox in the jungle. Chiku guys is going to be a mid Brody, and Momo as well as Formies. It's kind of a double fighter setup. So it's actually the same thing between both Team HAQ as well as TODAK in terms of the lanes in the gold as well as the EXP.
I have no idea what I'm looking at right now on this minimap. It's like we have two EXP lanes. There's no gold lane here.
This is the old meta.
Oh, Chiku dropping real low here. First blood going over to Min on the Natalia.
Min, he has shown up quite a lot on this Natalia before. We always look at Min as a very tanky kind of roamer, making sure that he gets multiple setups, like the AoE setups, right? But now, being a single target assassin and the first kill, making sure that he secures it onto Chiku guys, that's actually going to be very, very good because Chiku guys is not going to have a lot of practice, at least on the stage, as a mid laner. So adding that added pressure is just gonna make sure that his shot calling is not gonna be ideal.
I'm also very curious about Rival on the jungle Lunox. Yes, jungle Lunox, TODAK stable, but it's a Chiku pick as now Gary coming in. Heavy spin forcing flicker from Momo. Gets pinned against the wall, secures the kill over to Panda.
So far, the early game is going over to Team HAQ. However, looking at the draft, that really should be the case. They should win all of the lanes. But Rival, we did not see it, but he managed to secure the turtle. So at least one objective for them. Gary tries to steal the purple buff here, but looks like Team TODAK, they're not going to stand down. Who's going to secure the buff? I'm not sure. Gary tries to run away, and the co-alter has been used. Going to be pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, and Panda secures a kill onto Chiku, guys. Yumski's low. Min takes him down. Rival with the Chaos Assault. Almost takes it. He manages to take out Panda. Min and Mon, they have to run away. Mon is there making sure that Min stays alive, and Momo is not going to overextend and make sure that he dies himself. Min, are you really going for it? You should not, man. You should not.
Yeah, that would not be the best idea here, but we are already seeing the absolute chaos unfolding on the land of Dawn between these two teams, and I don't think anyone expects any less. Both sides just throwing their bodies at one another. We could see that Team HAQ actually did successfully steal the purple buff away, but that was at the cost of both Gary and Panda. So that trade didn't end up being very worth it because we have to recall TODAK has much better consistent damage compared to Team HAQ with this Brody and Lunox.
Yeah, right now Team TODAK, they're focusing on the objectives. They're trying to get as many gold plating as they can. Lola goes in, tries to clear the minions, but Chiku guys doing a lot of damage. But Lola able to survive the quicksand guard. Will they continue this assault? Looks like no, and I'm liking this. It's 3 minutes into the game, but already a lot of fights going on.
The problem with Team HAQ's lineup right now is that they have a lot of burst damage. They have two heroes with high and dry execute combos, and their consistent DPS output is not going to match up to TODAK. They cannot afford to take overly long trades. Looking at the emblems, nothing too strange overall. Demon Slayer on both sides for the first time in quite a while.
I do want to talk about the emblem on the Khalid. Using an assassin emblem, you kind of want to get the first blood. You kind of want to get a lot of kills just because you have that extra penetration, as well as him having the execute. But so far, he's not winning his lane. Yumski goes in. They're going for Panda. Panda tries to run away. The Cult Altar has been used, but it looks like they're going to focus on the gold plating. Min coming from behind. Focusing on to Chico Guys, but in the front, Chico Guys right now, he's taking a lot of damage. No one is doing it, but he got a kill on to Min. A good return kill. Panda as well as mine. There's nothing that they can do. They can't chase, and now the Cult Altar is gone. They can't win this follow-up team fight.
That was surprisingly slow reaction. Man, that's not a good idea! What are you doing? Walks into all the members of TODAK.
We just talked about it. The Cult Altar is finished. They should not take the fight. Formies and Lola, they have their own fight here in the purple buff. Formy is taking a lot of damage. He has to get away, he has to run away. It's a good thing that he actually survived that, because I thought he was going to die.
Yeah, that was quite close. Min was coming in, but he dashed over the wall just in time. Good awareness from Formaze. Again, this is the strength of Formaze as an EXP laner. He knows exactly his limits and how much space he can buy. Yumski now gonna get caught out by Min, as well as Gary jumping in, but they don't have enough damage to finish him off. Darkening coming out from Rival, but he's up against 3. Cult Altar comes out, pins Rival against the wall. Gary gets the kill. Here comes Formaze from the side. Pops the Cult Altar. Formaze, though, stuck on the side. 4 people, has to flicker away.
Very uncoordinated by Toda, because Yumskis was there probably just to open up the map to see what is going on. Formaze going up against Min.
Oh!
Man, you really want to go up against Formaze. This is an EXP laner. He loves the 1v1. Formaze trying to search for Min. Min is joking around. And looks like Formaze is not going to figure out where he is. Mon is here. The Valentina, a 1v1 between the Dire as well as the Valentina. But Lola is here with an easy execute. Secures the kill for himself. But in the mid lane, Gary's taking the brunt of damage against 3 members of Toda. They're focusing on the turret. The heavy spin has been used just to push him away. The Cult Altar has been used. Panda, don't re-engage, Panda. Don't do that, my man.
I feel like Gary hesitated a little bit too long to pop the heavy spin. He thought that he could wait until the tower was just low enough, waiting for Panda to come in. But now they want to contest the turtle. They do actually steal it away. Cult Altar keeps Team HAQ alive. Khalid gets a tower in the top lane. Panda now chasing them down. Falling Star Moon onto 2 people in the back line. Comes out the Brilliance. Panda getting pulled back into the rest of TODAK. He's dropping real low. Torn apart memories. Finishes the job. Now Gary is out of position. Double kill. Going over the Rival. Min looking for the back line, but he can't find it. Chiku on top of one. Gets the kill on the Valentina. Lola gets pulled back away from Chiku. And now he is stuck. Quick side guard, not going to do anything, but Chiku gets picked off by Min, who is now stuck under 3 members of TODAK. They finish him off.
What an amazing play from Yusuke as a roamer Faramis. The way that he tried to save Chico, that was amazing. What amazing plays coming in for both sides of the team, Team HAQ as well as Toda. Now, good thing we have the itemization, because I want to look at the damage coming out from Toda. Look at Rival. He had his Clock of Destiny, but now he actually has the Genius Wand, so more damage is going to get pushed out by this Lunox. And the Brody just having the Hunter Strike, he dealt way more damage. I could have sworn I thought he had a Blade of Despair.
Yeah, all things considered, Team HAQ should have had the advantage with their initiation in that last fight. But again, this is the problem. TODAK has way better consistent DPS. Team HAQ cannot afford to take extended fights. And because of this obvious weakness, it allows Chiku as well as Rival to just do so much damage over extended periods of time that Team HAQ doesn't have any way of countering.
Yeah, and another thing is, they gotta engage, but they gotta wait on Gary for the engagements, or Panda, or Lola. But as of right now, it's not really happening so much. Before this, they always wait on Min to get the initial start of a fight. But as a Natalia, you don't do that all the time. There are moments where, yeah, the Natalia can go in first and then everyone follows up. But it's going to be very difficult, especially when the co-alter is there. And look at that, speaking of co-alter, Yumski, he pulls Lola back. Lola taking a lot of damage. Chico finally finishing off the kill. Formace is in the co-alter form. Co-alter is used by both teams. And the killing spree is going over to Rival. Rival's going to get focused on Min securing the kill. Shut down for him. Formace is looking for Panda. Panda has to run for his life. Gary is out of the team fight, but Chico doesn't want him to go away. A lot of fights is going around. Yumski chasing after me. Roamer on Roamer violence, but a lot of kills has been secured by Team TODAK. Fights all over the map, but the thing is the same. TODAK won them all.
This is exactly what TODAK is looking for right now, and a huge problem for Team HAQ. They have fallen off their power spike, not working for them. TODAK in full control. They will be able to secure this. Lord Min waiting for his opportunity, but there's no way he's going to be able to contest this objective away from them.
This is a very uncomfortable situation for Team HAQ. Rarely do we see them losing the early to the mid stages of the game. So now we got to look at how they're going to come back, because looking at their lineup, there's not a lot of wave clear potential for them. The itemization for Mon as well, he has the Clock of Destiny, which unfortunately does mean he needs a little bit more item for him to scale up. And then the Enchanted Talisman is good, so he can spam the skills. He can terrify the entire team of TODAK, but he has to get a very good initial setup, because look at the Khalid. He's focusing on damage. He can't tank a lot. And as we saw just now, Chiku's damage is more than enough to take down Lola.
Yeah, Chiku is quite terrifying right now, and he's comfortable enough to just walk up and chunk out this mid tower against Team HAQ as well. Right now, you can see TODAK syncing up all their waves. The macro play is immaculate, taking out basically every external tower at once and making sure they can do as much structural damage as possible as the fight now unfolds.
Yeah, Formace is going to get pushed back. They focus on to Rival, but Rival actually survived that initial stun. Formace taking a lot of damage, but the Cold Altar has been used. Team TODAK, are they going to actually focus on the fight? Yes, they are. Chico guys, half HP. Has to run away. Rival has been taken down by Panda, and Team HAQ, they're going to go for it. Team HAQ, they managed to get one kill off of that, and Formace, he only focused on the turret. A bad initiation by TODAK, but at least they weren't punished that heavily.
In fact, I think that's TODAK. TODAK is quite comfortable with that. They got what they were looking for. Obviously, losing Rival is not ideal, but they take out every external tower. The damage dealt Chiku on the mid lane, Brody.
Maybe this is his maybe this is his calling, you know? He has tried every single role. The gold, roam, jungle, EXP. Okay, EXP, I think he played EXP before. He even became an analyst. Maybe the mid lane is where he really should be.
Maybe so, right? Because when you have to recall, Chiku has a shot caller effect. As a player, he has so much experience and knowledge about the game that when he is playing with TODAK, he is the one telling everyone what they should be doing in addition to playing his own game. So we know that he likes playing in the gold lane. He likes playing marksman. But when he's in the gold lane, he is not able to exert a lot of influence across the rest of the map. So playing a marksman in the mid lane, where he has the best knowledge of what is happening on every corner of the Land of Dawn, this could actually be exactly what TODAK's looking for.
And right now, the Brody already finished his Blade of Despair, so this is the perfect mix of brains and bronze, where he is able to use both of his special skills on display at the maximum. So Team HAQ, they kind of have to play TODAK's game, where they kind of have to win this macro play, and Min got found out. That's going to be a big oof for Team HAQ.
This is really bad for Team HAQ right now. They have a lineup that requires them to pick people off before they even start fighting, and they're not strong enough to do that. TODAK, they're just zoning the rest of Team HAQ out with only 2 members, and they know they're in the driver's seat. Lord is down, fight begins.
Yeah, Yumski tries to pull him away, but Co-Alter has been used by both sides. Rivals going in, kill spree going over for Yumski. Lola tries to actually go on 1v4. It's not going to be enough. Momo secures the kill. Rival is doing a lot of damage in the previous team fight, and now Chiku is back in the fray. Formace goes for Gary. Gary is super low. He has to go back, but the Winger in front. Vardy secures the kill. And right now, TODAK, they're going to focus on the crystal. And they're going to secure game number 1.
Team HAQ finds themselves helpless in the clutches of TODAK. The swordfishes strike again, piercing through the hearts and souls of the enemy team and rendering them helpless to do anything about it.
This is a learning experience, not just for Team HAQ, but us as casters and the fans here overall. They just witnessed what Team TODAK will look like if Chiku is in the mid. And it's very, very terrifying. But looking at the game, let's calm down a bit and let's talk about the draft. Do you think with this no marksman draft coming in from Team HAQ, was that part of the problem? Because I think it's quite risky having a Natalia as a roam as well, where you kind of have to win the early game. And if you don't, it's going to look bad. It's going to be looking bad after that.
Basically, the problem with Team HAQ's lineup overall is that they put a limiter on themselves. They put a timer on their entire lineup. They have to win the early game or they completely fall off. They have no marksman. They have no consistent damage. Even Valentina as the mage doesn't do a lot of consistent DPS because of her long cooldowns. As a result, if you're not able to pick people off quickly with the Natalia, with the Khalid, it's very easy for TODAK to come in with the steamroll, the 5v5 alongside the Cult Altar.
Yeah, after this, we're going to look at the itemization where we will really be picking off one by one of what Team HAQ could have improved on. Because even talking about the Valentina, whose ult do you want to take? It's the Cult Altar. And the Cult Altar is a very defensive ult. It's not an offensive ult, so it's not going to help you in terms of the damage. It's going to help you survive a little bit longer in the game. And looking at the itemization over here, I want to focus on Lola, especially on this Khalid, where looking at his emblem itself, you already know it's going to be a very aggressive Khalid. You want to win that 1v1. You want to make sure you secure the first blood and try to snowball your lane off of that. Looking at the itemization as well, it's further proof of that, right? You have the Blade of Heptases as well as the Malefic Roar. But if you can't deal the damage, then effectively it is like a marksman that's been bursted out earlier in the team fight. Without you, the damage is not going to be there.
I feel like the reason that Team HAQ ended up going with this Khalid pick on Lola here is because they had already locked in Esmeralda earlier, and the moment they saw the Deroff, they knew we cannot afford to lose the EXP lane, so they shifted Esmeralda to the gold lane instead. But we still have to remember, despite Khalid usually being a lane dominator, Deroff is the same. And if you take the trades, the wrong Formays can very easily win out that lane against Lola as well, rendering the Khalid basically useless the entire game.
We got to talk about the difference in players. Well, Formies is an absolute god on the EXP lane. And again, looking at this kind of situation, I feel like Team HAQ, they have to move around their priorities, because personally for me, I feel like Esmeralda is such a power pick on the second pick. On the third phase, on the first phase, the third pick. Once you pick that, then you can ban out the Deroff. And right now, we're gonna look at the MVP of this game, presented by McDelivery. Is gonna go over to Yumski. 94% kill participation, 3-1 and 14 game KDA, and he clearly deserves it. All of those Shadow Stampedes were beautiful.
We really cannot understate the impact that Yumski had on this Fairness this entire game, because part of the reason as well why TODAK were able to steamroll Team HAQ so effectively is because of how well Yumski was providing information and zoning out the rest of Team HAQ. You have to note, Team HAQ, they don't really have a primary initiator. They're relying heavily on Gary to do that with the Akai, and Min is the one discovering information. And usually, when he's on the Natalia, he's very comfortable with doing that. So the fact that Yumski was able to deny information away from a Natalia and constantly save people during fights, that is incredible.
Yeah, let's look at the highlight as brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series. Look at the domination coming in from Team TODAK, and I feel like this is the problem. If Team HAQ actually snowballs their lead, that would have been very, very good. But the mistake here in the purple buff area, where they really try to further extend their dominance in the early game. But Rival, I feel like this is the surprise factor. They probably did not expect Rival to be that good on the Lunox, making sure that they actually fail their initiation. And then after that, one by one, we see individual mistakes coming in from Team HAQ.
I'm just really impressed overall. After all, this Lunox jungle was always a Chiku power pick. Literally, he's the only man that can play this. And now it seems like he's imparted this knowledge onto his protege here. Now we have to be aware of that as well. Besides that, Momo, usually gold laner, now playing on the Paquito, doing a pretty good job as well. This is TODAK at its peak. This is the flexibility of this team at its finest.
In an interview before, even TODAK themselves has said one of the best qualities about this entire roster is just that the capability of every single player playing different roles, especially coming in from Momo, where Momo, he has played similarly to Chiku. Momo has played EXP, Gold, and Jungle, and I feel like there might be a game. Maybe it's not on the tournament, but I've seen in training where Momo has tried to use the roam position. So even Momo himself is very, very consistent in whatever lane he goes to. I even remember before his debut, he's playing in the EXP lane, bringing the heroes like the Bellarics, the Uranuses. So he is super solid. Momo is super solid.
Yeah. Every single player on TODAK just seems super solid. It feels like every time you have a player join TODAK, their ultimate goal is, we're gonna make it so you can play everything, you know, that just adds so much strength to their draft. We already talked about it. One of the keys to victory in this series is going to be that composition, that lineup that they're able to successfully draft for themselves. And when you have the strength of every single member of your team basically being a Swiss Army knife, it's so difficult to draft against it. You could see how panicked Team HAQ were in that draft. They had to quickly pivot in so many ways, and that put them in such a desperate state.
Yeah, final point of TODAK before we move on to the draft. They have said themselves that they really pride on their individuality in terms of you can use every single thing. Looking at the damage recap from the game just now, the damage coming in from TODAK, 27,000 from Rival, a little bit lower than I expected. But Chiku, guys, 52,000, way more than I anticipated, because Brody is strong, sure, but rarely do we see that Brody just outskills everyone in the game.
I like the way that Chiku itemized overall as well, because usually when you play Brody as a marksman, you want to go for that BOD as quick as possible to truly maximize on his damage. But since he knows he's playing on the mid lane, he's not going to have nearly as much farm. He's aware that Brody does a lot of damage early with the combination of his skill 1 and ultimate. He goes for the first item, Hunter Strike, instead to truly maximize on his ganking potential alongside the Faramis and take control of the early game, which against this Team HAQ lineup, he should have had no right winning.
Looking at Gary, 15,000 damage was he was able to put out in the entire game, the lowest on his team. So now I want to talk about the comfort, because Gary, he is a damage-oriented jungler. He likes the heroes like the Bling, the Fanny, the Paquitos. So we saw in the early stages of the game, TODAK took the Paquito away from Team HAQ. However, we did see they picked up the Akai relatively early, not picking up the Ling, and then the Ling was later banned out in the second stage of the draft. So I want to see if they're gonna change the hero for Gary.
I think what the problem mainly was is, again, the way that TODAK was drafting. They specifically made it difficult to predict what they were going for, which meant that Team HAQ had to pick the strongest and safest heroes they could. That's why they started with Valentina, Akai, and Esmeralda. Heroes that normally should be able to handle themselves no matter the situation. And then TODAK just continues to put question marks on them. And then when they figure it out, it's too late.
Yeah, I kind of do want to ask you this. Do you think Team HAQ just overthought their draft? Because rarely do we see TODAK actually winning the draft, but in this one, it really looked like TODAK got in the hits of Team HAQ.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that Team HAQ overtanked that a little bit too much because they played too safe early on. Sometimes you just gotta play to your strengths no matter what. And speaking of strengths, Gary right now, we are looking at his jungler stats overall for the season, and he is among the best junglers in the league right now. 3.8 average KDA.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Gary, in terms of stats, is actually the very best right now jungler in the entire MPL Season 10 roster. Looking at the KDA 3.8, I would say it's fairly average, and in terms of turtle rate, 43% is quite good still. But the thing that sets Gary apart is his just base mechanical skills, especially on those very fast-moving assassins where he can outplay just about anybody. I even remember a situation where he was 1v2ing, even though he really should not be winning the 1v2. So let's look whether Gary can actually get a hero that he can deal a lot of damage on, because we're going to go into the draft for game number 2, and TODAK is going to be their first pick.
Now, the sides have now switched as we enter the draft for game number 2. TODAK going to have first pick, Team HAQ having second pick. Hopefully that will provide them a little bit of an advantage here, because as we know from previous seasons, TODAK is the master of the red side draft. They love being on this side because it allows them to have so much counter play. Hopefully Team HAQ will be able to turn those tables around against him.
However, when TODAK is the first pick, what is going to be their priority? Because as of this season, in week number 5, a lot of good first picks goes over to heroes like the Akai. Diggy hasn't been first pick a lot. However, I kind of feel like Diggy is one of those heroes that could be first pickable. Masha has been banned. Team HAQ, will they ban out the 1-1 going up against TODAK? I kind of feel like it's pretty easy ban to do. So yeah, 1-1, Valentina, Fanny, and Masha. Mama, Naufal masuk TV. Oh, he's saying that, Mom, I'm on TV. Oh, what a cute little kid. TODAK Langa by 1 all roll. And TODAK, as of right now, in terms of the draft, not changing a lot. And Team HAQ, their draft so far has been pretty predictable.
Yeah, they actually do still man out the Atlas. So despite being in an advantageous situation, TODAK still respecting Min's signature pick very heavily at this point. Team HAQ now have a choice to make. There's so many good heroes that are still available right now, all of which TODAK in their hands is going to be absolutely terrifying. I think it is better for them to just kind of open up the draft, allow themselves more opportunities to pick things up here in the second pick. But there are still going to be heroes that are very dangerous in the wrong hands. I wonder if Ling needs to be prioritized. Am I missing anything here?
Honestly, I kind of want them. They're gonna ban the Cho again. That is okay, because in my head, the thing that Team HAQ has to ban out is someone like the Akai or the Cho, because they want to reduce the amount of crowd control that TODAK can do, so that Gary on the lane, or the Paquito, he can do whatever he wants, because these heroes are very susceptible to lockdowns, right? So the Cho has been banned out. TODAK right now having the Faramis, I kind of feel like Chico can use the Faramis as well. So Team HAQ, even whatever hero that they choose, they still have to be careful of a roamer like a Ruby or a Franco. And Yumski, his average kill participation 62%, which is quite high for Team TODAK.
Yeah, 62% kill participation, a very respectable amount. We know that Yums is always going to be there to set things up for TODAK. And while he may not necessarily need to be in every single fight, when he is around, the sort of impact that he can create is usually quite massive, even against a roamer as accomplished as Min. So now, looking, Team HAQ, they will indeed draft up the Ruby here. I definitely like that. I think that is probably one of the best roam picks they could pick up against the Faramis. And this time, they want to have the flexibility of the Paquito as well.
Yeah, right now, Team HAQ, this is exactly what I was talking about. You want to prioritize either making sure that these types of heroes are banned out or they use it themselves. So if the opportunity arises, Lola, you're going to be on Paquito duty. Let Gary actually use someone like the Ling. But like you said, the flexibility is there just because Gary is an amazing Paquito player. So, or they could really just put on the Alpha.
The Alpha.
100% win rate, man, on Gary. 100% win rate. Stats don't lie.
I actually do kind of like the Alpha here with what Team HAQ has, but TODAK, they're going to be finishing off their first phase with the Lunax again, and the Benedetta most likely going into the hands of Formaze.
Rival is making it very difficult for any other rookies to really be in the conversation of best rookie of the season, because this guy has been really showing up, and Formaze on the Benedetta, 100% win rate. He has not lost yet, even going up against a Phoveus.
Yeah, no one can really argue with this statistic, because as you mentioned, he was able to win against a Phoveus in a 1v1, a hero that should easily counter him by all means. So Team HAQ, how are they going to close out this first phase? They need to be able to prioritize something that may get banned out by TODAK. Oh,
they're gonna try it again.
Gonna try it again.
Here's the thing, right? This is the exact match where Team HAQ, Lola himself used the Phobias going up against Formies on the Benedetta, and Formies won the 1v1 against Lola. So will we see the same thing? Will Formies be able to say like, yeah, you actually countered the hero, but you're not able to counter me? But at the same time, this is a revenge match for Lola. He has something to prove here.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Lola wants to show that he has what it takes to be able to match up against the mechanical prowess of Formaze himself. Now, with the second phase of bans going on, Esme has been banned out by Team HAQ, understandable since they do have the Phobias already drafted on their side. TODAK continuing to ban out Claude against Panda, and from what we can see, Phobias is most likely going to be the EXP lane, so most likely Gary will be on the Paquito.
So far, I'm liking the bans from Team HAQ. Very, very well telegraphed. They have a lot of crowd control. Draw the Digi, draw the Esmeralda, because again, going up against a team like TODAK, you can't really anticipate what hero is going to go where. And TODAK themselves, they banned out the Melissa. We talked about this before the game actually starts, but Faramis... Okay, we didn't see the full message, but anyways, the Melissa has been banned out. They know something that we do not know.
That's interesting. Why would you ban out the Melissa at this point? It might imply that TODAK wants to go for something like the Popol and Koopa, because Melissa does somewhat counter Popol and Koopa in lane, but would they really reveal their hand that way? Part of me is wondering whether or not this is actually a little bit of a troll ban from TODAK to put a question in Team HAQ's head. It's like, we're not actually afraid of this hero, but...
To be fair, yesterday on the desk, Sunfrost himself said that a lot of teams are picking up the Melissa. So even though yesterday SUHAZ did not show a good showing with the Melissa on the gold lane, he said that there is still potential. A lot of teams are experimenting on it, and however, in terms of the experiments, one thing has been said, which is damage is not there. I don't know if they have a different build to make sure the damage is good, but thought that they're going to clean up the draft by having a Beatrix as well as a Yuzong. Are we going to see this Beatrix being mid and then we're just going to have a double fighter side lane again?
I'm pretty sure this is going to be Beatrix mid again. This is a new meta from TODAK. Double fighter side lane, marksman mid, and I am all for it.
This is a callback, man. This is like what, season 4, season 5 MPL kind of strat. Now it's season 10. It's like an anniversary, man. It's like, let's go back and see what worked before and see if it works again. And it looks like, yeah, it works again.
Well, now the question is, Team HAQ, they are still missing a marksman themselves. If they want to match the consist... Oh?
This.
No way. They're actually doing it, the Mad Lads.
So TODAK can't say that they're the only team that's brought Mia onto the MPL stage. Look at the crowd. Even one guy, he's holding his head. It's like, what's going on? What's going on? What kind of drama are we watching? But the team showed up. It's not a troll draft. This might work.
This is MPL. MPL is going on right now, and I am loving it. The fans are loving it. If you guys are not here at the live venue, make sure to pick some tickets up yourself because you are missing out on all this fun. And now as we prepare to enter Game 2 of our first series of the day, TODAK once again having double fighter, potential marksman mid, Lunox jungle, Team HAQ debuting Mia for the first time in Season 10, and multiple fighters on their team comp. They want to fight hard. Will TODAK be able to respond? Only time will tell as we enter the land of dawn.
Here's the thing, if Panda wins on this Mia, he has every right to say he is the king of the gold lane. And looking at the mid lane, looks like TODAK, they are winning in terms of the trade. So everything is looking as it should be. Momo is on the Yuzong going 1v1 on the Mia in the gold lane.
That's going to be an interesting matchup there. Obviously, Yuzong is a lane bully, but if Panda can keep his distance, he actually has quite a lot of consistent damage to go up against Momo. Once again, on a fighter hero, definitely hasn't gotten a chance to play this very much, so I imagine that he's having a good time.
This is more or less a very comfort kind of composition for Team HAQ. The only thing that is a little bit out of their comfort is the Mia. I kind of feel like they should have practiced this Mia quite a bit to actually bring it. And Formies. We talked about the 1v1, guys. Formies. This hero was designed to counter the Beretta, and then he won in 1v1.
Not even letting him hit that level 4 yet. For me, is just terrifying people with this. Even chasing down Min under his tier 2. He is threatening 1v2 before he even has his ultimate.
Where was this Formies before? Formies has risen up, and right now Chico guy is taking quite a bit of damage from Gary. He has to use his flicker. He was able to run away, but I gotta say, man, Formies, I don't know where you've been, but welcome back right now. You as an EXP laner, you're very terrifying. You're an absolute monster.
Formaze took a long enough vacation, and now he's back, and he is ready to show people why they should fear him. Panda now trying to bait out a fight against Mo. I do feel like a lot of Team HAQ are revealing themselves right now. Not sure if Momo was able to catch them out, but they want this gank to succeed. They are sacrificing the turtle. They're sacrificing map pressure.
Yeah, right now Momo using the black dragon form to get him harm's way, but looks like he wants to go in. Yumskis is here. Can anyone actually get pulled? Looks like the only one getting pulled is Momo. He's taking quite a lot of damage, but Panda, it does not have enough in the tank to actually take down this dragon.
I feel like that was a bad decision from Team HAQ there. Trying to group up against a Yuzong when he absolutely wants to fight those situations is already going to be a difficult gank. They're giving up so much map pressure, giving away the first turtle of the game in exchange for that, and they get nothing in return. TODAK now easily have the gold lead.
Honestly, right now, it does look like TODAK has gotten into the heads of Team HAQ. They're making uncharacteristic rotations here. Because again, like you said, he has level 4. What are the chances of you actually killing off the Yuzong? Very, very low. They really should just focus. I mean, I don't know. Can you focus on the Benedetta with Formies playing as crazy as he is? I don't know, man.
Exactly. That is the strength of this composition because Team HAQ literally cannot gank any lane. Yuzong is hard to gank. Benedetta is hard to gank. You want to gank the Beatrix, but he's constantly being protected by Yums in the mid lane, and easily either of the side laners can come to back him up.
And look at that, taking a lot of damage. Yumski, he's going to go down. Gary dealing a lot of damage. But Formies is there. Formies wants to kill. He manages to kill off Gary. And another kill going over to Rival onto Min. Rival taking quite a lot of damage. Chico guys with the Wesker. Does he actually want to go for it? He has the flicker, but he's not going to commit.
Formaze is just showing off right now, jumping into the entire team there. Chico, he's playing really aggressive here, walking right up the Mon. Yoon's coming in, but they won't be able to catch up. Team HAQ, they were actually able to trade out for TODAK's jungler there, but they still ended up losing an extra person. And when the turtle is coming back up, that is not ideal for them.
Yeah, but looking at this, you know, Rival having 1 kill, 1 assist is not the end of the world, especially he's going to scale up way harder once he has his 3 items. Panda, he has to run away, taking a lot of damage from Chico guys. The Wesker shot! Wesker shot finishes him off! Chico guys got a kill onto Panda, and looks like the fight is going to continue on the turtle side. The turtle's going to be secured by Rival. Yumski gets the kill! Formis is chasing after everyone. Lola is in the middle of the team fight. He has no mana. Can he actually do anything? Formis is looking at Min as well as Lola. This Benedetta is a problem for Team HAQ.
TODAK are just dismantling the entire lineup coming out of Team HAQ right now. They have no idea how to position because Formaze is everywhere all the time. Panda gets taken out in a 1v1 against Momo, and now the goal lead has expanded to nearly 3,000 for TODAK 5 minutes into the game.
5 minutes and already 8 kills of the game. TODAK is winning all of the lanes just by pure mechanics over here. Looking at the itemization, only Chico as well as LUNATIX, only both of them having 1 core item built. But looking at the damage, it's already enough. This is insane.
Oh, Min coming in, gets the hook on the 2 people. Chico executed double kill to Gary as they pick up Momo as well.
Right now, TODAK, they gotta relax. They do this almost all of the time, having a big lead and then getting 1 big throw as well. They gotta be careful because look at their power spike. In terms of the team fights as well as the side pressure, they're looking very good. They gotta play around Yumski, they gotta play around Formaze, and looks like Gary was able to secure. Yumski goes in, and looks like Min wants to fight it out. Coulter has been finished, but look at this. Chico guys going in. Will they continue to fight? Yes, they will. Rival with the Chaos Assault, focusing on to Min. Yumski pulling everyone back. Gary is alone. 1v4, double kill for Rival. Lola as well as Mun running away. Mo's not letting that happen. The Black Dragon form. Fortis chasing up the Mun, and he manages to get the kill. Killing spree for Fortis.
TODAK are just flexing on the competition right now, and it is devastating to watch as a Team HAQ fan. They are just controlling the entire map, taking control of all these fights, despite an amazing initiation by Min. The Cult Altar turns it around in an instant. Chiku flickering forward just to finish off Panda, ensuring the enemy marksman can do nothing. The gold ranking completely in TODAK's favor.
Yeah, Formi is having the most gold in this game. I gotta say, man, this Benedetta, after this, it has to be respected because 3-0-2, and Team HAQ is not just the Phoveus. They also have the Ruby. They also have the Paquito. What else can they do? What other heroes can they have to shut down this Benedetta?
TODAK just seems to have the ingredients to victory right now, and this Benedetta is holding the world on their shoulders. Forme is absolutely insane. We have to note, he doesn't even have damage items. He's building a tank build, and he's causing so much havoc in these fights. Team HAQ, they want to be able to pick people up, but the positioning, the engage from TODAK is not allowing them to do anything.
I don't know, man. I think I gotta learn what I should do with the Benedetta, and right now Min is gonna get pulled back. He's taking a lot of damage from Rival. Killing spree onto him. Momo, Black Dragon form, chasing out Mun, chasing out Panda, chasing out Lola away from the turret, and a free tier 2 turret for TODAK. They have full control of the map.
You know, Team HAQ are in dire straits when Min himself cannot open up the map. Getting picked off like the Cold Altar. They're looking for the engage. Lola gets pulled back. Demonic Force comes out. His Formaze is in the back line. Rival gets the kill on the Panda. Formaze is gonna get dropped off. Is he alive after all of that? No. Finally, the shutdown. The Virus pass and picks off Mun, and now Gary comes in to get the shutdown onto Rival. Lola picks up the double kill.
Right now, Chiku just finished his Blade of Despair, so the damage coming in from this Beatrix is going to be way more. Team TODAK, that was a mistake, but they still managed to get the mid-tier 2 turret. And look at the damage from Chiku, guys. Again, 30,000 damage. He's doing the most right now. And ladies and gentlemen, you guys got to give a petition to Team TODAK. Let Chiku play the mid, man. This is a different kind of TODAK.
It feels like Chiku is just playing at a completely different level right now. The marksman mid working in ways that no one could have anticipated, and this is exactly the type of gameplay we expect from them. This is them at the purest performance. You love it, I love it. It is so fun to watch, but Team HAQ now, they actually did get a small opportunity to be able to open up the map in their favor again after taking an even trade in front of their base. They need to contest this Lord to make sure that they stay structurally sound.
We gotta talk about the timer here because Team HAQ at 18 minutes, I feel like that's gonna be their strongest because their main win condition is the Mia. And the Mia, once she has full items, she can basically just stand still and dish out the most amount of damage because right now, already having the Wind Talker as well as the Berserker Fury, you have damage but you don't have the survivability. You need at least one type of sustained item, but the Black Dragon form onto Min. Min forces out his, and Lola goes in. Why did you go in, Lola? That was a mistake. Now Formi's counter engages, focusing on him in. There's no way for you to go. He manages to pull 3 people into the turret, but that's not going to be enough. Or maybe it is. Gary doing a lot of damage with his jab, with his knockout punch. Thought that was a huge mistake.
My goodness, Gary out of nowhere. That was the play that Team HAQ were looking for. The 3-man knockout strike setting up for 3 kills in trade for 2. Lola, he got caught out of position really early there, but he was expecting to be able to escape with the Demonic Force. He was not expecting to be pinned down for that long. Despite that, TODAK put themselves out of position, so the network gap has reduced. continues, and Gary has a killing spree.
Well, looks like Formace is not going to take this going down. He manages to get a kill onto Mon, and looks like he's looking for Gary. Formace, he is very, very bloodthirsty on this Benedetta. But again, TODAK, your guys are making a lot of mistakes. Panda is doing a lot of damage. Min can actually control your movement. And Gary, he can do both. He has the crowd control. He has the damage. Every single time that they want to engage, they got to make sure that the altar is up so that they can actually survive the initial engagement from TODAK.
This is just... This is a game of the ages right now here. I have no idea what I am watching, but I am loving every second of it. The AI winning prediction now is 74% in favor of TODAK, which all things considered is not that bad considering that Team HAQ have been behind the entire game. Their chances of victory are still there, but they need to hope for TODAK to make more mistakes.
Nah, I feel like the winning prediction is looking at Panda. Panda, if he can do the works, he can get this win. TODAK, they're just focusing on the turrets. They made sure that for Team HAQ, only 3 turrets are available in the map, and it's all their inhibited turrets.
Ooh, this is dangerous right now, but Formace by himself is literally able to distract the entire Team HAQ team. They need to secure this purple buff. They cannot afford to give too much over to TODAK. They will get it, but right now with 45 seconds left until the next Lord comes out, you can see that TODAK is constantly pressuring the lanes, not allowing Team HAQ to extend their map control.
Yeah, and we can definitely see in terms of numbers how TODAK actually botched their Lord push, because they actually lost some gold in that push and only 3,900 tower damage. That's not what you want to see whenever you actually secure a Lord for yourself. Team HAQ, their damage is enough. But like I said, it's all about survivability. Right now, no one on Team HAQ has hit level 15 just yet, so there is still time left. The only thing that they have to do is they actually have to make sure that TODAK can't end the game until Panda is online.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming out from the snipe again. You can see Chiku using Renner in order to scout out these bushes, make sure that they are not caught out, aiming for the places where people are most likely to hide. Now Gary engaging onto Yums. He wants to pick him off before Altar makes him use it. Momo coming in, Black Dragon form, gonna find 2, but the Bombic Force jumping into the backline, gets one Petrify onto Panda. Out of position though, gets pulled in. Panda drops down, he's picked up. Formace jumps into the backline. Chiku executes him in with a shotgun to the face. Lola has to make a quick retreat.
That was a big moment where they actually got Panda. Once Panda is out of the game, they can do whatever they want, and what they want right now is the mid inhibitor. They actually secured it for themselves. Formace has to be careful. The damage coming in from Chiku guys is a lot, and Rival secures the Lord. This might be the game winning push. Chiku guys on the west coast shot. He got done. Gary got the kill, chasing after Momo. Momo can't do anything. Double kill for this Paquito. Rival is finally here, doing a lot of damage, but to the minions, not to the heroes. Lola goes in. The call altar has been used. Panda is there. Come on, Panda. This is your moment to shine. What can you do? Move pulls it too. Yum's case is down. Rival uses brilliance, focusing on to Panda. Panda got the kill, and Panda got the double kill. TODAK waited so long in the area of Team HAQ.
Team HAQ somehow are able to turn that around again, thanks to Gary finding the perfect pickoffs at the perfect time, extending the fight for so long that Panda, who was picked off so much earlier, was actually able to respawn and rejoin the fight. Yes, Team HAQ, they lose out in terms of structural damage, but they are keeping themselves in this game.
Right now, I want to look back at the items. I want to make sure, is everyone here having their core items available for the next fight, because the Lord is going to spawn in around 100 seconds. Looking at the Mia, already has the wind of nature, and really focusing on the damage. I feel like the final item, it really should be a SUHAZ Claw, because once you have the wind of nature and then you have the SUHAZ Claw, you can actually heal a lot of the damage that is being pushed out by TODAK, because okay, so right now damage is all good. It's all good. Now I'm just looking at mid. Can he protect? And looks like no. Panda is going full damage. Malefic Roar, not a SUHAZ Claw.
Yeah, Panda has to go for full damage at this point. He needs to be able to take out the entire team of TODAK. He is going to be Team HAQ's primary source of DPS. And for that reason as well, they need to be able to protect him because Panda has such a big target on his back right now. TODAK can so easily dive on this Mia. He obviously has not been having the best game. 3, 5, and 4 is his KDA. So Panda needs to be able to position himself a bit more effectively to keep himself alive.
Oh, the Black Dragon form has been used. Panda has been found out. He has to run away. Momo is on top of Panda. Panda is down. Momo secures the kill. Chico guys untouched. Killed off Lola, Min, Man, Gary. They're running for their own base. And now Team Toda marching in with 3 minions still alive. Shut down for Gary. Double kill for Chico guys. The minion is not there anymore. Triple kill. Toda, will you try to end the game right now? The minions is not there. Man, can you actually protect your base? The minion is so far away. Man is trying to pull them out. Man gets a kill on Momo. But that's it. That's game. Wipe out. Game number 2 going over to Toda.
A good, valiant final attempt, but today is going to be Todak's day as they secured a clean victory against Team HAQ, playing at their full potential with Chiku in the mid lane. This is the Todak that all the fans have been waiting for.
Toda is sending a message. They want to say their win against Team HAQ before, that was not a fluke. But this time, it's very convincing. Game number 1, amazing. Game number 2, phenomenal. Chiku, Formies really showed up in this game. Panda was their key to victory on the Mia, but Momo always scouts him out. What an intense match by both these titans. Let's go on to the stage to hear the interview with Team Toda.
Misi untuk membalas dendam digagalkan oleh pasukan Toda. Prestasi yang cemerlang ditunjukkan oleh mereka bersama saya Syamilo selaku host anda. Jadi saya akan dekat tengah-tengah sebab kita nak buat interview. Jadi kita akan ada dengan rival. Terlebih dahulu kita akan pass mic dekat Chiku dulu. Kita nak tanya Chiku. Right. Okay. Saya masih rasa macam bahang kat sini. Okay, Chiku, saya nak tanya kenapa awak tak nak main mesh dekat mid Kenapa guna marksman?
Sebab strategi lah sebenarnya. Malas nak main mesh. Takut lain jadi dia.
Dia malas nak main mesh. Takut kiranya marksman tu lagi jago lah. Okay, right. Siap. Kita akan tanya. Sebab tadi nampak tadi Formes yang paling macam tu kan. Okay, kita bagi mic dengan Formes pula. Right. Formes guys. Right. Okay, awak bukan sahaja counter phobias, tapi awak counter team HAQ. Apa tips nak jadi jago macam awak? Macam mana nak jadi jago macam awak? Awak bukan setakat
nak jago, kena ada buff dulu baru jago.
Wah, okay, ada buff lah, kena ada buff dulu lah. Buff purple ke buff lain? Buff lain, alright. Itu dia guys. Kena ada buff dulu, okay. Right, itu dia daripada pasukan Toda. Kita tahu yang mereka tunjukkan prestasi yang sangat cemerlang. Jadi kita akan tanya orang baru lah. Kita bagi rival lah. Okay, apa ucapan untuk penonton-penonton yang datang kat sini dan yang menonton kat rumah? Cakap. Ucapan.
Okay, kepada peminat Toda dan Team HAQ, terima kasih sebab datang, dan yang sampai kat rumah, terima kasih. Okay, itu saja. Alright, terima kasih kepada pasukan Toda. Sampai di situ saja kita interview bersama dengan mereka. Banyak konten yang boleh anda klip. Jadi kita akan saksikan dekat mic check terlebih dahulu apa yang dibuangkan oleh mereka. Kita saksikan. Aku datang. Beri tidak. Tarik. Nice. Nak aku, tolong aku. Nice. Masuk je.
Mati! Bye-bye! Bye-bye!
Gaduh. Tuh. Nice. Boleh.
Apa dek? Mana dek? Woi!
Nice. Gas.
Nice! Mana dek? Mana suaranya dek? Mana suaranya?
Kelas. Nice.
Tutor dek!
Kelas. Nice. Woi, tutor gang, woi.
Tutor dek! Tutor dek! Mati dek! Mati lagi panda! Mati lagi!
Kita tak ada skill. Jauh. Mana lagi?
Aku datang! Datang dek! Lari dek! Wah, dek! Gitu dek! Main dek! Dek!
Tak. Sini sikit, masukkan. Nice! Jerit.
Mana suaranya?
Look at the energy from Team Toda. They're like, manade. In case you guys don't know what it means, like, where are you, man? And it looks like even hearing their mic check, they already established Panda is the guy that they're chasing for. And it really translates into the game.
It's quite rare to see Team TODAK so spirited in their mic check. You can definitely feel like there's a brand new sort of energy here, and they're using it to completely oppress their opponents. Maybe not the most healthy use of it, but hey, it works for entertainment and it works in terms of results. That was an amazing performance from TODAK. Probably some of the best gameplay we have seen from them the entire season.
Yeah, if they keep this up, then the M4 run is looking very good. A lot of Toda fans will be very, very happy to see what they did today, because I feel like no one anticipated for the game to be a 2-0. Looking at the itemization over here, where again, we were looking at Mia, because Mia having the Inspire is a lifesteal in itself, but once that's on cooldown, once the Wind of Nature is on cooldown, there's nothing that he can do, especially with the Yuzong Black Dragon forming himself all the way in. Only one damage item, and that's the War Axe. Other than that, it's just a lot of armor on this Yuzong.
Besides that as well, Formaze also only has that one War Axe as his damage item, and these two fighters were completely tearing up the map against Team HAQ. Formaze constantly jumping the backline, Momo constantly jumping the backline. It's understandable that Panda could never find a good position to start dealing out damage as the Mia, simply because TODAK had all eyes on him from the very beginning.
I gotta say, man, Toda, they experiment a lot with the draft, with their rotations. I kind of feel like this is the best. Just keep it up, man. Just really refine what they've done here today, and they're really gonna show up throughout the entire regular season going up against into the playoff. And Team HAQ, I kind of just want to focus on the matchup between the Phobias as well as the Vendetta. How did it really happen? Because again, it was a level 2 fight and the Vendetta got the first blood. That's insane, man. That's pure mechanics.
Yeah, that is definitely a lot to do with mechanics, but we do also have to remember Phobius before he hits that level 4 is actually quite weak in lane against most other fighters. And when you have Formaze on the Benedetta, he already does quite a lot of damage thanks to the recent buff to his skill 1. Plus, he has the Execute, so it is understandable that he's going to have much better damage potential in comparison to Lola, not to mention, unfortunately, better mechanics as well. So it becomes a very easy win for that EXP lane.
And looking at Carry's itemization as well, he's really focusing on the damage, and it really shows in the later stages of the fight, because with the build of a Hunter Strike, a Blade of Despair, and a Bloodless Axe, you're really focusing on trying to fight as long as you can, because the more you hit, the more spell vamp that you're gonna get. But we gotta look whether the damage, is it enough or not? Because looking at the damage stats for both these teams, Gary definitely did a lot, 54,000. But Chiku, guys, 77,000. Really showing up in the mid lane, getting the rich guy as well as the carry for himself.
I think we have to note, Chiku did the most damage and at the highest GPM on a marksman in the mid lane. He did not have the advantage of extra gold from the gold lane. He did not have the advantage of extra EXP from the EXP lane, nor the safety of the jungle. He is literally in the most vulnerable point of the map, and he had the highest farm compared to his side laners.
I would say it really did pull off the side laners. Like, props to Forbius as well as Momo. They're taking a lot of attention away from Chiku, making sure that he can actually farm in the mid, and we definitely saw quite a few attempts to gank Chiku in the mid lane. If Yumski is not there, Chiku, guys, can actually take care of himself. He jukes everything around, and then when he has to, he's just gonna flicker away, and then he survives. So props to him, being in arguably the most dangerous spot on the map and making it look easy. He was dancing around like a butterfly.
Yeah, he was so confident. You could see that he was very comfortable no matter whatever situation he found himself in. So let's find out who's going to be the MVP after an excellent
Let's
performance.
go.
And who else could it be but Formaze, again showing us exactly what the full potential of this hero is.
He got the MVP of the game. He has a 100% win rate on this Benedetta. What else can you ask for? You want to ask for kill participation? 70%. Game KDA, 5, 1, and 11. Damage per minute, 2,800. with just one damage item, with just one War Axe, he did 2,800 damage per minute. That's insane.
We also have to note that he's only about like 50 GPM behind Chiku.
Oh,
so that's kind of
God.
insane already. We have to note, Formace, he was diving into full 5-man team fights the entire game. And the one death he had was when he dived into their base alone while the rest of his team was fighting around the tier 2. Those are the conditions you need to actually catch out this man on this hero. I don't know. I feel like you have to respect this hero so much now when you're playing against TODAK.
Yeah, and to really show what happened in the game, let's look at the highlight that's brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, where this series overall is great. But again, look at Formace, Rival, as well as Momo, almost making it look like the Phobius as well as the Ruby is really non-factor in the game. Sure, Min got a lot of good setups with his Ruby, but again, it's the way that both Momo and Formace really using their anti-crowd control skills to engage. It's just amazing. The Black Dragon form as well as the Eye for an Eye.
Yeah, one of the issues overall with Team HAQ is that they are a team that requires team fight initiation. They need to be the ones in control of the team fight tempo. And when they're able to catch out their opponent, you can see they actually have pretty good fighting prowess. Gary getting a lot of good pickoffs there in this late game was the reason that they were able to survive for as long as they did. But because of TODAK's positioning, because of Formace and Momo buying so much time, because of Yumski constantly keeping track of where his teammates are, popping the Cult Altar at the perfect time to flip the fight, Team HAQ had no way of gaining these advantages that they rely on.
Dude, I gotta make it a challenge, man, for all the other EXP laners. Like, try to go up against Formace Vendetta. I kind of want to see what has to be done to actually shut down this Vendetta. But right now, we gotta look at where Toda is after a 2-0 victory, and they're comfortable at the second spot. Team HAQ is still number 1 with 16 points. However, Toda has one more game, and if they get another 2-0, now they can be comfortable in the first spot in Group A.
Yeah, you can look at the points overall, and it is very even across the top 3 of Group A in comparison to Group B, where there does seem to be a pretty notable domination by Orange Esports. Despite their loss, Team HAQ, as you mentioned, still sitting at the top of Group A, but their positioning is now becoming a lot more threatened due to the fact that they do have more games compared to TODAK right now.
I gotta say, Toda, they have the highest game win rate in Group A, because even though they're second spot, 65%, and Team HAQ, the second highest, is 63%. So Toda overall, even though yes, they have suffered a few surprising losses in the season, but they made sure that they still stay consistent. 65%. That's very, very impressive. So Group A is super duper competitive.
Yeah, things are definitely ramping up now. We do have to remember this is week 5 of the regular season. There are only 8 weeks in total, so we are in the second stretch. Teams need to really start buckling down. You're seeing a lot more focus, a lot more discipline, because they know every single point is going to matter, and that means that they need to pay attention to the keys to victory as well.
Mid lane domination, I love this talking point. Out of all of the keys to victory, this is the one that we really got to discuss. Chico, guys, playing the marksmen in the mid is doing a lot of work. Looking at the KDA in the first game, 4-3-10, and then the second game, 8-3-4. I kind of want to look at the damage, because for both games, Chico, guys, was topping the damage charts, and that, if that doesn't spell domination, I don't know what else, man.
It's really quite a thing to think about, right? Because Chiku on his mid lane is playing marksman against Man, a very accomplished mid laner on heroes like Valentina and Julian, and he is winning. He has the mid lane control. That is crazy. And then we had talked about gold lane contribution, but in reality, it's not really the gold lane. It's the second EXP lane. Momo doing a really good job as well.
Oh, he did phenomenal, especially game number 2, the Black Dragon form on the way, all the way to Panda. I feel like that is a big thorn in Team HAQ's side. Speaking of which, composition strength, I kind of have to say, game number 1, TODAK really won the draft just because they really confused Team HAQ of what they were really trying to do. And in game number 2, I would say it's a little bit more balanced. It's just that for Team HAQ, their win condition is definitely the Mia, and the Mia was not able to do anything against TODAK. But to be fair, TODAK was the reason why the Mia could not do anything.
I do feel like Team HAQ at Game 2 needed to put a little bit more priority into securing Panda's hero early, because the moment that TODAK banned out those marksmen, it became very difficult for him to get a comfort pick that could deal with this heavy dive composition that TODAK was fielding. I do feel like, yes, Game 2's draft was a little bit more balanced than Game number 1, but it still ended up losing. TODAK, they have always been traditionally strong in the draft due to the flexibility. Now they just look even stronger.
I gotta say, is this a possible weakness for Team HAQ, where we saw that Panda's Claude has been banned out and he looked a little bit less proactive as compared to when he has the Claude? I feel like a lot of teams will be paying attention on this trend, and if it does happen, then Team HAQ, they gotta diversify in terms of what they're really trying to do in the game, because now you can't really hope on the late game scaling of Panda's Claude.
It does feel like Panda loses a little bit of his confidence and overall gameplay style when he doesn't have access to the Claude, because the battle mirror image allows him to play so aggressively in comparison. But before we continue, let's have a look once again at the heat map from Yumski from the side of TODAK. This is going to be his movements across the map displayed in heat map form across the first to 6th minute of the game.
Yeah, I want everyone to pay attention. This is between minute 1 to minute 6, and look at the way that he rotates. He actually doesn't pay a lot of attention. He never visited 4 mazes lane. He never went to the EXP lane, and because this is a double fighter composition, we saw little emphasis on the gold lane as well. He's really paying attention all across mid, making sure that Chico guys does not die, does not get dived on by Team HAQ. And then after that, he's really going towards the purple buff of Team HAQ, because we can see it is really bright. I'm not gonna say the color. It's really bright in terms of where he is. It's on the mid, it's in the river, and it's on the purple side of the buff for Team HAQ.
Now, it's not particularly unusual for the roamer to stick next to the marksman to make sure that they play safely and can farm up well, and that's why we see it in the gold lane quite often. But one of the strengths of having the marksman in the mid lane like this is that while the roamer can constantly stick to Chiku and ensure that he is safe, he can actually much more easily roam to both sides of the map and assist. It's just that in this case, he doesn't need to, because they were doing so well.
Yeah, other than that, looking at Chiku from minute 2 on to minute 7, still a lot of... It's very heavy in mid, but he actually rotates quite a lot, especially around the gold lane. Looking at where his positioning, he really favors any kind of bushes, because he's especially bright in the bush section of the map, making sure that he actually pushes people away. Because looking at the map, if I split the map in half, he actually travels quite a lot on Team HAQ's side of the map, and I feel like this is more on pushing them away from their turrets, making sure that it is an easy secure for Team TODAK on making sure that all of the turrets they can get by themselves. And again, EXP lead, he did not have to visit at all. This is the presence of 4 Ms.
Yep. Now, I think a lot of people are going to watch this series and wonder, why don't we just play marksman in the mid lane from now on? And the big answer to that question is that, one thing, it is going to be less safe. And another thing is that you expect mid laners to roam and help out other lanes, to help gank. When you see a marksman in the mid lane, it's a very difficult thing for them to actually roam to other lanes and assist. But for Chiku, that was never a problem. You could see him constantly roaming to Momo's lane, the gold lane, helping secure kills onto Panda and putting pressure. And usually this is dangerous because the enemy roamer can catch you out at any time. But because Yums was doing such a good job of zoning out Min, keeping an eye on him, and both side lanes were already winning in terms of pressure, it made it so that Min had to constantly assist his team members instead of hunting down Chiku.
Although I gotta say, man, looking at Chiku as well as Yumski in terms of their hit map, Chiku is more proactive. So this does suggest, even in certain situations, if Yumski is not there, he's still gonna roam either ways, which does kind of show, it's kind of amazing how he can move around the map and no one is interrupting him. right? We don't see him getting caught out. So him moving across the map actually is very impressive because, I don't know, maybe he's some kind of ninja, man.
Yeah, he feels like a ninja. Chiku gives off the impression of being this sort of criminal mastermind.
Yeah.
He knows exactly where everyone is, what is happening on the map. We already saw it previously. He was always the shot caller. Now he's in the mid lane. He's making those decisions for himself. And I think a lot of it comes down as well to the fact that they were getting support from their fans. You have to remember, they need you.
Yes, all of our players always love whenever they see amazing comments from you guys. That's why we're gonna give everyone here, if you guys see your name, if you guys see your comments, you guys are gonna get exclusive prizes from MPL. And for those of you who have not had the privilege to see MPL memes, make sure you guys scan the QR code to actually join the Facebook group, because I gotta say, they upload very, very fast. Like, after this game, I feel like the moment we go back into our rooms, we can see certain memes coming up from this game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of things people are gonna come up with this series specifically, because that was just a really fun series to watch. So if you guys aren't aware that this is a thing, the QR code will be coming up after the next series. So you guys make sure don't go anywhere too soon. There's still more ML to come.
Yes, now we gotta guess who this is. And we gotta make this good, because if this is good, we're going on SUHAZ TikTok. Now let's see. These are the clues. They like watching drama. Heroes, Carita, Eve, and Louis. And they were born in Pulau Pinang. So it's between Min and Man.
Oh, you're aware of this?
Why do I always make it easy? Yeah. Moon is from Selangor, and Min and Man, they're from Pulau Pinang. Min is a roamer, Man is a mid laner. So wow.
But if it is Min and Man, we can't use appearance as a factor.
Oh yeah, we can. That's why they don't even bother.
They don't even bother. It's just, this is a childhood photo. Even if you tell us this is either Min or Man, we still have to be like, but they look the same.
It would be funny if the answer is Man, but the picture is Min. like even they actually swapped it around. I was like, oh well. Can you really blame us though?
Honestly though, they could like reveal the answer and say whichever one it is, and we still would have no idea who the one in the picture actually is, right? Only they know.
Yeah, so right now let's actually reveal, is it gonna be mine? And yes, it's gonna be mine. The code is, oh, now they showed the glow up from as a kid and now growing up. 7BUJ7SBM3 at mWlegends.com/EN/code exchange.
But is this picture really mine?
I have no idea. They say look at the hair. I always confuse my left and right, man. I can't do this. I can't do this.
But the picture could be flipped.
Yeah, the picture could be flipped. Yeah,
it could be flipped, and then the hair doesn't actually matter.
It's okay. Looking at this picture, I'm making sure that it stays in my mind, so that at least after this, when we go out, man, because you think it's awkward now. Imagine meeting them face to face, right? But now we gotta talk about what is the game after this. It's gonna be between RSG going up against SUHAZ eSports, where again, SUHAZ eSports, it's gonna be very difficult for them to actually go up against RSG, because the difference in point right now is RSG has 9 points and SUHAZ eSports has 1.
Yep, this is going to be another spicy series here, because as you highlighted, stakes are really high for SUHAZ eSports right now. They are in a bad situation, whereas RSG, although their position in the group isn't too good, it does look like their performance has been on the rise ever since the return of Link Eza as their jungler, so they're gonna want to continue boosting their stocks here.
I gotta say, if SUHAZ eSports can win the draft, then they potentially could do something, because that's what they did against TODAK. So that is something that we really have to keep in mind. But either ways, all the games, right? I hope every single game is of the same quality of what we saw just now. TODAK going against Team HAQ. We are going on a break. We will be back at 3 p.m. Make sure you guys actually lock it down. 3 p.m. We're going to come back. It's going to be RSG going up against SUHAZ eSports. My name is Ophel. This is Safa. We're going to go for a quick break. We'll be with you guys after this.
adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
The tremors from our opening Clash of Titans is still felt here at MPL MY. Will SUHAZ thrive in the waves, or will RSG put them to sleep with the fishes? Welcome back. My name is Stafa, alongside with Lafel on the English desk, bringing you all of the MPL action.
I hope I don't jinx it, Stafa, but I gotta say, man, I've partnered with a lot of people here on the MPL, be it Malaysia, the Malay side or the English side. I gotta say, man, every time I cast with you, the games are explosive. I kind of hope I don't jinx it. I hope this trend continues because I don't know, man. Something about casting with you, the games are just gonna be a little bit extra.
You know, I'm definitely sensing a little bit of that as well. You know, it's not even planned. It just kind of happens. And well, honestly, I'm just hoping we get to see more of that because exciting gameplay is always great to watch, great to experience, and we want to see more of it. This is going to be our second series of the day. It is RSGMY going up against SUHAZ eSports.
I'm actually looking forward to SUHAZ because now they're at a point where there's like nothing to lose, really. So I like that they're starting to actually put a little bit more in terms of their unique hero pool. Especially we saw yesterday, the Melissa was used in the gold lane. Can't actually bring anything new today. I'm looking forward to it. And right now, let's introduce both teams to come up on stage.
SUHAZ eSports.
Starting things off, we've got SUHAZ eSports. Their position in the league right now is looking pretty difficult, but that is not going to put them down. They want to earn those points right now to regain their standing in Season 10.
It's not about falling down, it's about getting back up. And that's what we want to see because honestly, looking at the players, they still look very happy. They still look very energetic. And that's what I want to see translated into the game itself because no matter what position you are in, I want to see their very best. And going up against RSG, that is the minimum that they have to put out.
RSGMY.
Speaking of RSG, here they are, and you can hear the fans cheer as they walk up on stage, looking better than ever with the reintroduction of Link Eza back into jungle position. Will they be able to maintain their streak?
I would have to say, in terms of audience presence, RSG has been looking very good, especially for this season in particular. Their fans are very, very vocal, and it really shows in how they perform in game. I was able to talk to Hawk before the game starts, and he looks very confident. He looks like he's gonna do quite a lot in this game. A lot of responsibility is on this young man's shoulder.
Yep, we do have to remember, lots of new players debuting on the MPL stage today. And SUHAZ are just an entire lineup of newbies, lots of inexperience there. So hopefully their coaches, their analysts will be able to make up for the difference as they now walk up on stage. These are the brains behind the draft. Lexia and Kuja for RSG, Rexpin and Ryzen for SUHAZ.
I'm really looking forward for the draft because Rexpin, he was able to get an almost impossible draft against TODAK where he was able to get a Digi as well as a Faramis. However, RSG, the Faramis is a signature pick for Izanami. So I really feel like that hero in particular is going to be focused in terms of pick or ban. And not going to lie, I kind of feel like it's mostly going to be banned.
Well, let's have a look in their history, of course. RSG and SUHAZ, they've already met up once before with RSG taking the victory there. They're winning out in basically every single statistic, the win rate, KDA, tower rate, lord rate, but it is SUHAZ who have done more damage.
I like this. That just shows that SUHAZ, even though they have not gotten a lot of wins, but they always try. And I feel like most of the damage here is from Abumon, the gold laner for SUHAZ eSports, especially when he got his hands on the Irithel, where during that time, the Irithel was still in a position that it's being tested here on stage. Is it going to be meta in MPL? And SUHAZ eSports really made a point that says the outstanding damage from Irithel is really something that they should focus on. So yes, the Irrital is good, but I still want to see some form of experimentation here from SUHAZ. But, you know, since I'm talking about Irrital, I kind of want that to be the constant and everything else to change.
I personally do want to see a little bit more Irrital because I feel like considering the strength of the hero, we're really not seeing a lot of presence from it in the gold lane. So yeah, here is hoping. But obviously, we know that SUHAZ eSports, their position right now in the league is looking a little bit not so good, let's say. Only having a 7% win rate is not at all ideal. And now that we're already in the second half of the regular season, they need every point that they can get. Whereas RSG are looking more aggressive, more consistent than ever. They want to fight and they are going to bring that to SUHAZ.
Yes, even though they've been very, very consistent, we gotta look at what both teams have to achieve in order to actually secure the win. They gotta be disciplined in their team fights, objectives, gotta be controlled very, very well, and stay in the lead. I feel like this is more so towards SUHAZ eSports, where sometimes there are games where they actually got a substantial lead in the early or mid stages of the game. But then their decision making going into the late game, it gets a little bit flustered, so they start making individual mistakes. So I kind of feel like all three keys to victory are very, very important. But for SUHAZ, staying in the lead is something that they really have to make sure they don't let go of.
For an inexperienced team, the easiest way to secure victory in the game is to have a lead starting right out of the gate. And that is why making sure that they have that early game advantage is very important. But the same can be said for RSG as well. Linkeza, obviously the snowball jungle. If he doesn't farm the jungle, he is going to farm you. And that is kind of terrifying overall, which is why both these teams need to have discipline in their team fighting. They can't just throw bodies at each other. It cannot be just complete chaos, because that just makes it so 50-50.
Yeah, and based on our audiences, I feel like this is not going to be a surprise to anyone. That's a very rare sight. I saw Izanami laugh. Usually he's super serious. Yeah, so like right now RSG is saying Bantai. So for those of you that don't know what Bantai means, it basically means like beat them up. And looking, okay, what does this say? Don't farm. Wait, I feel like I'm not getting the whole text, because I feel like don't farm is such a weird thing to put on your hand.
In this case, it is on City Nursana's hand from what we could see, and he is of course the EXP laner, so it is understandable that yes, you need farm, but don't just focus on farming. EXP lane, you need to be able to create space, you need to distract people. That's how the meta is shifting, especially in this match where both teams want to fight and fight. So we will find out exactly how this develops, because now we will be entering the draft phase for our second series of the day. SUHAZ will have first pick, RSG second.
Yeah, so just want to see City Nursana, are you going to focusing on the farm, or you're actually going to rotate quite a lot in the map? So SUHAZ eSports will be the first pick, and they have banned out the Mashab. Quite a pretty safe first ban here. RSG MOI, they themselves have banned out the Fermis just because they understand the strength of this hero. I want to see if Diggy is gonna be prioritized by either SUHAZ or RSG, not Diamond. Whoever this player is, they want 10,000 diamond, and he even put ID. Don't put your entire ID, man. Come on, chillax.
Not sure if that is the best idea, but you know, if someone is watching, hey, maybe they can give this player some diamonds. You know, if you want to show him a little bit of support.
I don't know, man. Call me crazy. I kind of feel like the player should have a bunch of diamonds already. Any more, and this is just pure flexing at that point.
I mean, why not, right? Flexing is part of the game. You gotta be able to intimidate your opponent. If you already have all the skins in the game, the way you flex is by having a higher diamond count. You know?
It's like, even if you lose, like, I lost, but I got more diamonds. So who are you? Checkmate. SUHAZ eSports going back into the pick and ban. SUHAZ, they have banned out the Masha, the Fanny, as well as the Valentina. Again, I think we talked about this before, but it's kind of showing a a little bit of weakness for SUHAZ because they have an opportunity to get the Fanny first. They don't want it, so their jungler can't use the Fanny. And it looks like Jenny, as the mid laner, can't use the Valentina as well. So even if they are the first pick, they are not able to really abuse the first pick potential to secure a very strong pick for themselves. The Digi is up, so I want to see if they're going to prioritize on the Digi or not.
For once in my life, I actually don't really agree with this 1-1 ban from RSGMI simply because SUHAZ has never really shown that they can play it to a proper degree of mastery. In this case, I think they're better off banning heroes like the Akai, like the Ling, heroes that we have seen SUHAZ play before and are tickets for them to achieve victory. I'm sure RSG wouldn't mind picking up the 1-1 for themselves if they wanted to.
Yeah, especially being how aggressive Lolios is in lane, which is something that I do want to highlight. Abumon as well as Lolios, they're very oppressive in their own lane. They really want to win and try to snowball off of their own advantage. So I want to see in terms of the gold lane matchup, how they're going to play it with each other. Speaking of which, Beatrix is up. Do they want to prioritize that? The Digi is up. The Julian is up as well. But no, the Digi is still in play. But SUHAZ, they're gonna pick up the Akai. Will RSG respond? And yeah, Digi has been picked up. Like, this is why I say the Digi should be picked on early, you know?
I'm just honestly looking at Digi, 16 picks, 36 bans. It really does bring you back to the old days of the feeding Digi strategy where everyone hated having this owl on the map. He's back, but in actually proper form now.
Yeah,
legitimately a threat in terms of DPS output and utility from that time journey. How will RSG follow it up?
Honestly, I have a love-hate relationship with the Digi and Hawk on this. Digi has got a 60-70% win rate, which is pretty good. He's only picked it up 3 times. However, I do have to say that the Digi is a recent addition to the meta. So I like this Digi. Like I said, I have a love-hate relationship. The hate part is more personal than in-game.
No, I totally agree with you there. Yeah. I actually kind of feel the same way.
Right.
I think most people are going to feel the same way.
Right.
You look at him, you think, this is the most unintimidating hero you could ever see, and then he's just the bane of everyone's existence overall. But,
oh, wow.
Wow.
Lolius, the highest damage per minute in the league, 5,766. This is going to be a tough match for Abumon.
Yeah.
I'm saying it up front. It's going to be very difficult for Abumon to face a Beatrix and a Digi lane.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Lolios, we know that he can be quite aggressive as a gold laner, and Beatrix is one of those heroes that can really enable aggression simply because of how much damage he can dish out throughout the entire game. SUHAZ, they're going to respond by picking up 2 very solid hero picks, the Esmeralda as well as the Julian, going to get locked in at this point. And I think it is a good idea right now to keep their options a little bit open and be more flexible in their draft, because since we already know SUHAZ eSports are going to be less experienced as compared to RSG, they need to have as many possibilities as they can, but they are going to lose out in that EXP lane matchup too.
Here's the thing, RSG MY, they're giving a draft 101. This is how you want to play a second pick. No matter what the first pick opponent picks, you gotta counter it. They pick the Akai, they counter with the Digi. They pick up the Julian, which again, Julian doesn't work the best against Digi as well because you want to use your enhanced chain and it's just gonna be cancelled out. Esmeralda countering the Digi, but then the Dyrov countering the Esmeralda. So right now, RSGMY, they're just winning on all fronts. This is a very good start. And like you said, if you're a newer team, you want a good advantage going into the game. But now, looks like RSGMY, they have the bigger advantage.
And they're even keeping their bases open by banning out the Claude as well. We can see here, Sidney Norsana, he actually has a very high average damage taken per game. That is over 100,000 damage taken every single game. That is a very good job being done. As the EXP laner, unfortunately, it's just not creating enough space for his team due to various factors. Sometimes he ends up dying by himself, sometimes the team isn't quick enough to follow up, and we definitely need to see some of that coordination coming out from SUHAZ.
Oh, and Estes ban. I actually like that, just because the Estes can do pretty well against the Digi, because you can just wait until the time journey is over and then you can just re-engage. Looking at the bans here, SUHAZ eSports, they already banned out the Balman. I kind of want them to ban the Karina as well, because the thing about Ling Eza is, I'm saying this in the most respectful way possible, but he likes to use a hero that doesn't really rely a lot on the mechanics, giving space for his brain to actually think about his own jungle rotation and what lanes to prioritize over. So yeah, okay, looks like they're gonna ban out the Eve, RGMY. If they pick up a Karina, it's gonna be quite good for them, especially if they can bait out the heavy spin early.
Though, honestly speaking, I'm actually okay with SUHAZ not banning out the Karina here because their heroes are actually able to deal with it somewhat. Not exactly the squishiest targets for them, and they are still able to draft to deal with it. So banning out something like Eve, I also personally don't really agree with because they have ways. Like, I like that they didn't ban Karina, but I don't like that they banned Eve because it's so easy for them to cancel real-world manipulation with what they have.
Yeah, unfortunately at this point, what else could they have banned, right? Because looking at their draft, if RSGMY did not already pick the Beatrix, it would be a good carry ban. But other than that, it's like, what are your choices? Is it the jungle or the mid? And it's hard because Izanami, it kind of feels like a loss if you're trying to ban out his heroes just because he has a lot of options. And same thing can be said for Lingeza. That's why I'm like, you know, pick your poison. Might as well just ban out the Karina. But SUHAZ Sport, they're going to finish off their draft with a Matilda. And the Melissa, they're trying it out again. 0% win rate. But this is what I like from them. They are able to experiment just because they have nothing left to lose.
Okay, so from what I can see of SUHAZ eSports' completed draft here is, this is actually quite respectable, it's strong, has a lot of fighting potential. Melissa, we still haven't quite seen the full power of this hero yet, but in lane specifically, is actually not a bad matchup against Beatrix because just throwing muddles ahead of you does a lot of safe poke damage, especially against the sniper, so that could allow Agumon to have a better lane overall. RSG, they're gonna be closing out their draft with the Paquito. Looks like that's going in the hands of Lingeza as well.
The good and bad of RSGMY. A lot of damage. I'm loving it, but not a lot of defenses. I mean, sure, the Paquito can be very, very tanky once he has his Bloodless Axe. The dire of kind of a situation where you want to kill the enemy first before they can actually do anything to you. And from SUHAZ Sports, the thing that I'm actually worried about is they have enough damage. It really depends on the Julian as well as the Melissa to have enough DPM to deal with RSGMY. So looking at the draft, I can definitely see very clear win conditions for both sides of the teams.
Yeah, I think it's pretty balanced drafts overall. We look at SUHAZ, they have a bulky front line, lots of setup with the heavy spin as well as Matilda to be able to save people from difficult situations, while RSG are going full out dive composition. They have no bulky front line because they are fully depending on the shields from Time Journey to just carry all of these fighters all the way into the line of SUHAZ eSports. Let's find out if that will be successful as we enter the land of Dawn.
We're starting out with something interesting here. Ikimon is actually following City Norsana. So Agumon, at least for the early stage of the game, he's gonna solo his way in the gold lane. And City Norsana already taking a lot of damage from HYHY. Will this already be a first blood? No, but he has to be careful. That's a level 1 Dire and you're already taking that much damage.
Yeah, that is the danger of the Dire versus Esmeralda sort of composition here. Dealing with that lane matchup is very difficult. Understandable why Ikimon would join him if he wants to be able to cut off the wave, and that is understandable as well because he wants to hit that level 2 and doesn't want to have to contest against HYHY to get it, so he takes that risk to actually reach the point where he has both of his abilities available.
Ikimon is being very proactive in the map, and Hawk has found his position. He went from the EXP lane all the way to the gold lane, so he's gonna be a little bit more, he will contribute a lot more in this game if he keeps up this level of rotation. But judging by how everything is going, I'm hoping for SUHAZ, once Jenny hits level 3, which he already has, I want to see they actually use this Julian power spike. If they become passive, not even contesting for the turtle, I kind of feel like they're wasting their potential.
Yeah, I agree with you there as well. RSGMY, their early game, while solid, does have cracks in it that SUHAZ could take advantage of, especially with the heavy spin, especially with the Julian having a lot of early game damage. If they're able to use the guiding winds as a way of initiating aggressively, it could be a very easy way to get the big heavy spin, the big enhanced chain on top of multiple members of RSG.
we've established they have a lot of ways to go in. Will they actually go in? Jenny is the one that's taking a lot of damage. And here, a fight around Turtle. I see a lot of SUHAZ eSports members here. Razin is pushing everyone away, but Hishwai, he secured it for himself. Give it to the EXP laner. My Abysm Strike is stronger than your mere Retribution.
That is a huge mistake from Razin there. You could see his Retribution is not on cooldown. He literally did not use it, and he should be able to retry down the turtle before it's in range of the Abysm Strike. He even used Heavy Spin to push Linkeza out of the way. So SUHAZ again losing out there just in terms of mechanics.
Unfortunately, I feel like he was just enough away from the turtle that is actually out of range of the Retribution, because he was pushing everyone away, but he has to remember doing that is good, but you have to be close enough to use the Retribution. So yeah, miscalculation. This is what I'm really worried about SUHAZ eSports, that they might not be aware of their own power spike, because right now they're just giving more and more towards RSGMY, because right now they have 500 gold lead, and because of their draft, this 500 gold lead feels like 1,200 gold lead.
Yeah, look
at that. It's
that's so much damage, and they're only level 4 each. They have to be so careful about giving away free damage like that. We can see that Razin now is making use of his Akai pick to try and invade in and take jungle camps, even using the Retribution to secure that. I have no issues with that. The more they can steal from Linkeza, the better it is. They just need to make sure that they try and get something.
Yeah, right now Razin has to use his Heavy Spin, but it is useless in the face of Diggy. They have to run away. Lolias has already used his Nibiru's Passion, and looks like he already completed his Blade of Despair in this team fight. RSGMY, a good disengage, but Jenny is there and unable to catch Izanami.
Oh, a good use of the black shoes there. Better not to take the risk of getting knocked up. Just use the ultimate reset back to say, oh my goodness, Lolias flickering forward, nearly taking out Abumon.
You can hear my surprise. I hope that you guys heard the audience reaction. Even they're like, ooh, that was, oh, this game is not for the faint of heart. RSGMY, they're continuing their pressure. And it looks like Razin.
What?
Razin secured the jungle. He botched his first turtle, and now he got the second one when he was supposed to not get it. What is going on here, Safa?
I don't know. The Kung Fu Panda just waddled up to the turtle, said like, thanks, I'm gonna go now. That's just it. Linkeza literally missing the timing. This I have no words. This is so strange.
This is this is a very entertaining match for sure. Now let's move back into the game. Lolias again is being very comfortable in his lane. Level 7 as opposed to Abumon that is just about to hit level 7. Lolias is on his way to get level 8, so it's pretty clear that he wins this lane hard. So as eSport, you have a lot of ways to engage, but I see no level of engagement. Pick one lane. I kind of feel like if they go for the Dire-Off, they could potentially win that lane, and then giving an easier time for City Norsana for him to roam if he so needs to.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Focusing on Leel's lane is going to be very difficult since Time Journey is just always going to be there to prevent the heavy spin. Better to try and focus on the other side of the map instead. But SUHAZ, they've made their choice and they're going to die on that hill. Jenny nearly getting taken out, but City Norsana going to be the first blood of the game.
Oh my god, I just noticed it's 5 minutes in the game and only then we got our first blood.
I know, right?
I didn't thought it was 5 minutes. It felt a little bit shorter than that, but right now RSGMY, they're just taking advantage one by one, almost without contest. And I feel like this is one of the problems. So as eSport, they're not being proactive enough in the map.
Yeah, SUHAZ eSports, unfortunately, due to their inexperience, has this sort of issue with confidence. They're not willing to make moves unless they're sure. And that means Ikimon gets taken out walking into a bush with a shotgun in his face.
It's one of the most annoying thing when you go up into a bush and then there's a Beatrix waiting. City Norsana taking a lot of damage. Lolia's beautiful snipe. RSGMY focusing on mid. Razin taking a lot of damage, but look at Muddles. Muddles trying to actually do enough, but Hawk with the Time Journey cancels out everything. The crowd control is not there, and any damage that you have is just going to be shielded away.
Unfortunately, right now, you can just see from the way that they're moving, SUHAZ eSports are too afraid to make any attempt to engage. There was a good chance for Razin to jump in with a heavy spin, maybe catch someone out, but he knew the time journey was still available and wasn't willing to even try, which is understandable, but right now, you have to, at the very least, make an attempt.
Here's the thing, right? SUHAZ eSports, they already have an answer because they have a lot of ways to engage the fight. Have someone waste their ultimate just to actually force Hawk to use his time journey, and once it's used, then you fight back. HY fighting against Siti Norsana, able to actually escape just because having that little bit of shield really helps. But moving back to my point, someone has to be the black sheep, right? Someone has to be the sacrificial lamb, throwing out their ultimate in expense for Hawk to use his ultimate.
Yeah, the problem with the draft here is that they know that the only time Hawk is probably gonna use that time journey is when they see the heavy spin. And if they use Razin's heavy spin just to bait out the ultimate, they lose out on a lot of setup. Yes, they still have enhanced chain, but they don't think it is going to be enough. And that is making it so that they can't really engage aggressively.
Right now, Team RGMY, they're focusing on the top lane. Lilia's shooting from outside range. Ling Eza goes in. Razin has to use his heavy spin, but look at that time journey. Absolutely destruction. RGMY, I did not see the HPs of SUHAZ, man. It was gone.
Siti Norsana jumped in with the falling star moon and then instantly disintegrated because of the shotgun from Lolil. RSG now breaking through the first.
Where'd he go? He just flickered in and then the HP was gone. Oh my god.
Oh.
He's just a magician, man. It's like, now I'm here, now I'm not.
What a way to go.
What a way to go.
Imagine not even knowing you're a volunteer for a disappearing magic trick.
Imagine you go in and then you think, oh, I can at least deal a little bit of damage, and then you just exploded out of existence. This is why Beatrix is not fair.
So spontaneous combustion is not a myth.
It's not a myth. Yeah, no.
Except in this case, it's called Lolil's.
Yeah, we need a Mythbusters ML version, you know, just to actually prove certain things to be true. What are one of the things that can be true? A shotgun on the face can actually make you not alive.
Yeah, I don't think we really need to prove that first.
Oh, really? Is that like common knowledge?
Yeah, I think it's common knowledge, right?
Oh, interesting.
Do tell us in the comments if a shotgun in the face will usually make you unalive. But either way, as the game is now progressing, we are 10 minutes in, 6k net worth lead for RSGMY. SUHAZ unable to put up a fight at all. They are literally just walking back and donating towers to RSG.
This is quite an unfortunate situation. Jenny, he was able to catch a few members of RG in the chain, but it was not an enhanced chain. And RGMY, they're just brute forcing it in. Right now, the score is 5-0 in 10 minutes. And I want everyone to actually look at the damage coming out from Melissa. It's pretty much non-existent. Everyone was attached to Muddles, but it was not doing much. Team SUHAZ eSports, they don't have a lot of wave clear here, Stafa.
They really don't. Right now, they are in a dire situation. RSG breaking in the mid inhibitor. The pulse will clear up most of the minion wave, so they may be able to keep this alive. Not before Razin takes half his HP in damage. They do eventually take it down and instantly rotate to the bottom inhibitor. RSG going to completely strip SUHAZ's base bare without any contested.
This is the most dangerous situation. Lolias has his flicker, and then he goes in, goes free for Ling Eza. Razin tries to push everyone away, but look at the damage from Hawk actually secures the kill. Lolias shooting from outside the range of the crystal. What can SUHAZ eSports do? They're going back in, and RGMY, perfect and clean game. 7-0, they win game 1.
That's just a really unfortunate showing there for SUHAZ eSports. This is an example of complete and total outclassing by RSGMY. They took control of that game from the very beginning, no contestation at all, and simply waltzed into the base and ended it in their favor.
We gotta review back in terms of the pick and bans. I know we're gonna look at a recap, but I feel like moving forward, give precedence towards the D key. Either pick it up or ban it away. And Loliels on that Beatrix, even though Melissa is a good matchup against the Beatrix, but I guess Loliels is just built different. And this is why he has the highest damage per minute in the league. Flickering in front and just putting shotgun bullets into the faces of SUHAZ, that will do it. That will cause you to have the highest damage in the league.
Indeed, unfortunately, SUHAZ eSports just became unwilling pincushions today against Loliels, and that's not gotta feel good. Like, right now, looking at this game overall, you want to be able to say things like, okay, this is what they need to do. They need to buckle up. They gotta focus. They gotta change their draft. But right now, we're seeing a very big difference in terms of experience, in terms of gameplay, mechanics overall. And SUHAZ, this is just quite rough for them.
I kind of want to see the stats of every single MPL. How many games have we seen that had 0 kills, right? It's like, I think in this season alone, we have like, what, 3 games? But again, looking at the itemization over here, focusing on to Abumon, it looks like the Melissa is focusing on those crits, having the Windtalker as well as the Berserker Fury. But here is the big problem. Usually the Berserker Fury is a very big power spike. Doesn't matter what kind of marksman you are, even on the Ling. But on the Melissa, even though she was able to shoot like 3 to 4 members of RSGMY, I hardly saw any of their HP actually fall down a considerable amount.
Yeah, there's just so little damage on the side of SUHAZ eSports because they were so behind in terms of farm. Yes, Abumon had a lot of damage. He actually did have 3 items, basically the same as Loliels, slightly ahead because he does have components for the next one, but he just couldn't really do anything because there were so many defensive options on the side of RSG. You can already see the tanky builds from Hawk as well as HY, which rendered a lot of damage coming out of the Melissa, basically useless anyway. And when you have the rest of the team not doing enough DPS themselves, you end up with a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, unfortunately, SUHAZ eSports, they have a lot of options to start any kind of team fight, but just the Diggy alone. This is why the Diggy is so meta in the MPL right now. It's just because, like, imagine you have one hero that shut down 5 heroes. That's a little bit too much of an advantage on just one hero. So that's why I want to see some level of respect. Either pick it or just ban it away. Because, again, like you said, same amount of items. Melissa as well as Beatrix, but not items, are built the same. And right now, we got to look at the MVP of this game presented by Make Delivery, and it's going over to Loliel. 71% kill participation, 2-0-3 game KDA, 3,561 damage per minute. And look at him. He's so happy giving shotguns to the face.
Yep, absolutely. This is what the enemy players see when they walk into the bush. This exact image of Loliel.
He's even doing the gun.
Yeah, this is literally what they see, and then a moment later, they are dead. That's just all they can really think about in that moment. That smiling face from Loliel's in their final few seconds.
Smiling face and then air pistols. It's just like, oh hey, what's up?
You came to the wrong neighborhood.
That's right. And then, pom pom, and then it's just all over. We gotta look at the highlight that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series to really see what happened in the game. And since it is a 7-kill match, it's not gonna be a lot, but every single time, look at Loliels. He's just doing the most amount of damage, and every single time SUHAZ eSports, they want to retreat, they can't, just because the time journey does not give them any options to peel themselves away. And Jenny, quite a magic trick, all of a sudden just disappeared.
The disappearing tricks were happening quite a lot this game as well. And unfortunately, a lot of it just come down to the fact that RSGMY recognized their power spikes. They recognized how strong they were at a certain point of the game. And then they just instantly ran with it. They knew, okay, we're strong right now. Let's fight. Let's group as 5. Let's push all the towers. Let's pressure them. And because SUHAZ eSports, they didn't know how to respond to it. They knew they couldn't take a 5v5 team fight because they had to think about the time journey. So they're trying to split up across the map. You could see there were often only 2 members defending a tower. The others were trying to farm, split, push. But RSG was moving so quickly. Okay, we take out these 2 people. We push into the base. The other people come home. We take out these people too. It's just a complete waterfall effect.
Yeah, and for SUHAZ, I feel like the thing that they can improve is their shot calling, because I don't see a lot of leadership in the game. Because looking at the damage over here, Abumon 19,000 damage, just about to hit that 20k. But look at the damage coming in from RSG. The lowest damage dealt is actually Izanami, 18,000, but that's the lowest damage dealt by RSG. And only Abumon was more damage than him, so we can definitely see the difference in terms of how many damage was actually being dished out by both teams.
What surprises me yet again is the fact that Hawk did more damage to Izanami or HYHY.
At this point, I refuse to be surprised. We've seen it too many times. This Diggy, he does everything. He does the damage. He cancels out any kind of engagement. He cancels out any kind of heal that the enemy wants. There's just too many things that is so good about the Diggy. Let's just add one more. Even if he dies, he doesn't go back to base.
Yeah, somehow it is starting to feel like Diggy is a little bit overloaded. A very big package in a very small body.
He's a Big Mac. Okay,
I see.
What other good packages that McDonald's have right now? The GCB, okay, I don't know. I need the entire menu right now.
Okay.
I like the Big Mac, so that's the first thing that
I gotta be honest, that really did catch me off guard for a moment
I'm
there.
so sorry,
I did
man.
not expect for
Shout out to
Diggy to be
McDonald's.
likened to a Big Mac, you know. Maybe after this, we're gonna get the introduction of the McDiggy.
I want to pitch that to Munton. Munton, let's actually do the McDiggy.
I actually want to see a McDiggy now.
Props to Safa. Put this in your TikTok, man. This is a TikTokable moment. Okay, going back into the game, yes, let's not see the McDiggy again. Other than that, I feel like SUHAZ eSports, they just gotta let RG pick whatever they want, as long as just don't give them the Diggy.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely need to give a lot of respect to the Diggy pick simply because it caused so many problems for SUHAZ eSports. Every single time they want to engage, they're so afraid because they know that the time journey can counteract them instantly. Better to just not have to consider it at all.
I'm gonna actually use this information for my own ranked games. I mean, I've been using Diggy myself, but at this point, I kind of feel bad for the enemy team, you know? So I'm like, I'm gonna ban out the Diggy, not for me, but for you.
You know, much respect for that, honestly.
Yeah, thank you very much. Going into this game right now, RG, they're in a very, very comfortable spot because they did not die the entire first game, so they must be feeling very, very confident, right? SUHAZ, what do you think about the Melissa pick right now? Should they try it again, or should they just go back to an Irithel? And looking at Link Iza right now, speaking of being very, very confident, his most picked hero is the Karina. And this is crazy. He's only used the Balman once, but I feel like the Balman has been banned out from him quite a few times.
Yeah, because people do understand that giving Link Eza access to a hero that so easily secures objectives is very dangerous. He is a snowball jungler for a reason. He will farm the jungle or he will farm enemy heroes. You cannot give him heroes that can easily achieve these things without too much contest. But when the pool is so big, it does make it quite difficult. And so, I expect this to be quite an uphill climb, but it is a climb that SUHAZ have to make regardless as we enter the next drafting phase.
Yeah, SUHAZ eSports, termanja tadi. They banned out the Masha, again, a very safe ban. I feel like in terms of the bans, we're not going to see anything too surprising now. So let's actually talk about the draft once again, because SUHAZ is the first pick once again. They first picked the Akai. I don't even feel like... I heard that Razin, one of his better heroes, is the Akai, but in that game, it didn't really seem to be that kind of situation. Does he have to change his Akai? Or does the other members of the team, they have to change their lineup? Because what's the best first pick for SUHAZ, really?
Honestly, it's a difficult question right now. I think I don't really have many issues with them going for the Akai first pick because the hero is still very strong. They just need to make sure if they want the Akai first pick, don't give the Diggy over. That is the easiest solution to the problem. Otherwise, they can still prioritize other heroes, but I don't really agree with it personally, just in terms of safety.
Nursana, oh, that's so cute. The girlfriend is here to support. Or the sister, I don't know, right? Because I don't want, because that would be kind of awkward. It's like, oh, the girlfriend is like, oh no, that's the sister. Yeah, let's hope that's not the situation. Now, this is the problem. SUHAZ, they ban out the Valentina, probably because they don't want to use it themselves. And RGMY, if they catch wind of this, they don't ban the Valentina. And if SUHAZ, they don't first pick it, then RGMY, they can pick it up themselves. And RG is one of those teams that has actually let go of the Valentina time and time again. And on record, they're like, we really don't care what kind of ults they take from us because we know how to use those ults a little bit better.
Well, does look like SUHAZ will still ban it out here. And personally, for RSG right now, I still think no need to ban the 1-1. Just let the 1-1 through. It is perfectly fine to let this hero through here because we already know everyone doesn't usually play it. And if I'm to be a little bit harsh, even if he does play it, I don't think they have to worry about anything.
They banned out the 1-1 because I was actually about to give a situation. Imagine they don't ban the 1-1. And then SUHAZ, they're like, this is a strong hero. Everyone has been training it. Let's pick up the 1-1. And then you see RGMY, they pick up the Digi as well as the Akai. Imagine how dangerous that would be. And look at Razin's average goal per minute is 575. And finally, this is what I've been asking for. A Digi first pick. Thank you very much. This is the first step to success. Now I want to see if they can continue this trend.
Yep, let's see what RSGMY will do to deal with this. Obviously, we know that Hawk is very comfortable on this hero, and typically, when these players are comfortable with a hero, they know exactly what counters that hero as well. But they're actually just going to dive headfirst into it. They're straight up saying, okay, you can have Diggy, let us show you how to use an Akai versus the time journey.
I want to see a Franco, just because Franco is really good going up against the Diggy, just because you can't handle the suppress. Or just overload the crowd control, because like I said, someone has to bait out the Digi ult, right? So someone goes in, bait it out, and then everyone else is like, I have crowd control, I have crowd control, you want to see what I can do? And then they just go in headstrong. RGMY, now they're having the Eve. I feel like the Eve is just a very, very good pick for Izanami because it's just one of those things that work really, really well with everything else. He has 50% win rate on 4 games, so
I actually think them picking the Eve here is doing exactly what you mentioned, just overload the time journey. Because the problem that SUHAZ had last game was that the only ability that could bait out the time journey was the heavy spin. So in this case, what RG can do is they can actually kind of waste, in quotes, the real world manipulation to bait out the time journey and then go in with the heavy spin. Wouldn't be surprised if they just added more big ultimates to this list regardless.
I like this kind of argument, you know? It's like an anime argument where you go up against the big bad and then you didn't succeed the first time. And then without any kind of training, just with the power of friendship, you go in again. And your argument is like, I'm going to punch him, but I'm going to punch him harder. So the logic here is Digi is strong against a crowd control hero, so we put more crowd control to fight against a anti-crowd control hero. It's weird logic, but it makes sense.
If you're gonna use anime as a comparison, you know, there's always those types of villains where they have the ability to absorb energy from other people, right? So the hero just gives them so much energy that they explode.
I like that Mobile Legends right now is having a lot more anime references, and it's one of those things where it doesn't make sense, but when you look at it, it makes sense. But you look at it too long and it goes back to not making sense. It's like, how can the villain have a limit of how many energy they can absorb? Right?
You can only
it's
get
like a
so
cop
fat.
out. Yeah, you can only get so fat. Yeah.
And then you explode.
I need a Mythbuster to see what is the limit, right? What is the limit? But looking at the limit here in terms of the heroes that is presented in the game, the Esmeralda has been banned out by RSGMY. Why? They have the Benedetta. They're thinking the Benedetta might be a jungler, I assume. That's why they're banning out the Esmeralda.
Banning out the Esmeralda.
Because City Sana, his Esmeralda was, you know, fightable with the Dyrov, right?
It's an interesting question. Yeah, when you bring it up, why ban the Esme?
This is good. Probably SUHAZ eSports is thinking of Obvious. That is actually very clever. That's very clever.
Okay,
I take it back. I take it back. Our IQ went down a bit just because trying to explain the logic of fighting a Digi, you just need more crowd control.
We lost some brain cells because of talking about anime, basically.
I love anime,
I think it's kind of understandable. Yeah, I think we all love anime, but we understand that we lose a few brain cells when we are enjoying it. You know, and part of enjoying like good things. You know, too much of a good thing is a bad thing sometimes.
Yeah, but the good thing is, Ikemon has 83% average skill participation. That is very good. And that is a good segue for us to talk about the game again. Makito has been banned out. I feel like it's just a respectable ban because he can be used in the jungle, he can be used in the EXP, so it's an overall good ban, especially with RSGMY. Looking at the heroes that they already have, they have a lot of key targets that can actually impact the game. So it's one of the situations like, we can use anything. It really doesn't matter. So just ban whatever.
Yeah, and they do already have the Benedetta as well, so giving SUHAZ both Paquito and Benedetta would give them a lot of mobility, which is difficult to deal with now that the Phoveus is no longer on the table. So I definitely agree with this. Balmond, again, going to be banned out by SUHAZ as well, so just a lot of respect to Linkeza here. Even though he has only actually played it one time, feels like that did make quite an impact. Right now, I am kind of curious where this Akai is actually going to go because it really doesn't feel like a Link as a hero.
Yeah, because you can use it on the XP lane, you can even use it in the roam position. And again, I want to see more crowd control because looking at the Claude, if the Claude goes in with the Blazing Duet alongside with the Time Journey, then you can survive just because he can only be cancelled with the knockup, right? So in the Time Journey, he should be pretty safe. Angela picked up.
Angela.
How do you feel about this? Because usually we see Angela again with a hyper aggressive jungler. Akai can be that, right? Akai can be that. But if Akai is the EXP laner, what is going to be the jungler?
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure that they picked up the Angela right now to make people think that the Akai is going into jungle because that just removes the chance of the Akai being the roam. But I actually think this is still going to be EXP Akai. This is leading up to Ling Eza going for something like the classic Ling Angela combo, but it could also be an enabler for things like the Karina, like the Alucard.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Alucard as well. Xavier has been picked up, only 25% win rate, and the Karina is gonna get picked up. One of Link Eza's most performing hero here in the league. Looking at the audience, they're excited with it as well. SUHAZ eSport, it looks like... No.
Wait.
No, Jungle Joe. No, come on. Say it isn't so. I've seen this in MPL Indonesia. Are SUHAZ really going for a Jungle Joe?
Well, firstly, Cho is a pretty good counter to the Angela because if you kick the person with hard guard, then you're effectively CCing two people at the same time. But there is a reason why we don't see a lot of Jungle Cho. Yes, SUHAZ could still flex it into a different lane, but we haven't seen that from their players just yet, so I guess we will find out. SUHAZ, they have a pretty strong lineup. However, they're going to be lacking a lot of frontline bulk, once again relying on that Time Journey, whereas RSG is going to have a lot of opportunities to engage, a lot of survivability with the heavy spin, with the hard guard, and all of that to allow Link Eza to jump in and secure the kills that he is known for. Let's find out how this will turn out as we enter game number 2.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Show us the reveal. And yes, it's going to be a Cho jungle. I want to see how he actually uses this because Cho is one of those heroes that everyone has agreed that the flicker is the best spell for him just because you want to engage. Sometimes you want to do those cheeky wave the dragon and then flicker on a different direction so that you can influence where you actually kick the person. So without the flicker, how can Razin really perform? How can he really set up for the team fights here on RGMY? Especially they have quite a lot of disengagement from their side. Well, honestly, it's just the Akai, so I take back what I said.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big question for all of us as well. How well does the Cho jungle work? Because we have not seen this yet in MPL MY. Down here in the bottom lane, we can see that Hawk and Ikemon are basically going to be locked in eternal combat, but Lolios is taking a lot of poke damage from those auto alarm bombs, allowing Abumon a much safer time farming.
Yeah, I like it when toxic couples fight against each other, but right now HY is taking quite a lot of damage. He has to use his flicker to run away. Link Eza is there. Razin kicks him away. A very good wave to Dragon just to deny him of the first blood.
Yep, that's a good idea right there. Obviously, for most Cho players, having to waste the way of the dragon like that without actually securing a kill is not ideal, but definitely the best choice that he could go for in that situation. Again, you cannot allow Link Eza to snowball no matter what. We can see down here in the bottom lane, surprisingly enough, Ikimon's actually higher in level compared to Hawk. I wonder why that is the case. I do...
That is a good
He did have roam boots, right?
If he did not, then Abumon would be a different level than Lolias, right? They're
true.
They're in the exact same level.
Why does he have more EXP?
Yo, my...
Huh.
The only thing that I can think of is he was able to get like a few farm with... Okay, let's actually look at this.
Yeah.
HY is actually going to push them away. Link Eza still secures the turtle for himself. Jenny is in a position that he's still far away from everyone else. A very good Weird Dragon. First blood goes over to Razin, the Joe jungler. HY has to run away. Hawk as well. Very, very low on HP. So RJMY secures the turtle, but SUHAZ eSports, they secured the kill. And Lolia's down here. Only now he hit his level 4. And he actually gets the return kill onto Ikimon. That was amazing.
Super well played by Lolios there, being able to secure a kill in return, making sure that he didn't lose out. I'm wondering how exactly Abumon and Ikimon hit level 4 before Lolios on his own. The EXP down here in the gold lane is really confusing me right now, but we're just gonna have to discover that at a later time, unfortunately.
This is gonna be good content for us to discuss later on. It's like, can we even ask Munton to get the clip of the entire game? But either way, looking at how the lanes are matching up, SUHAZ eSports, they have a very small lead here, and very interesting enough. Let's actually look at Razin. Being a Cho jungler, looks like he is going to prioritize on the attack speed as well as the damage onto monsters. So it looks like he just wants to farm a little bit faster. He has a little bit more extra attack speed. I think it's purely just on farm. Razin, he does not have the flicker, so I don't know how he's going to engage onto RGMY right now.
Yeah, that does make it a lot more difficult for him. He has to make use of the chaos of a battlefield in order to actually take advantage of that. But it is effective when you have time journey, whereas on the opposite side, the EXP laners...
Look at that.
Oh, Razin actually gets the catch onto Hawk, kicks him away, and gets another kill.
Yeah, it was good positioning, but right now Link Eza, he wants a little bit more. He's gonna go for Razin, but Siti Norsana, he petrifies Lolias. Lolias still able to actually go out of the fray. He's able to survive that engagement for Siti Norsana. HY. He's gonna pin down Jenny. There's absolutely nowhere he can go. The kill is going over to Link Eza, and right now RGMY, they have better positioning to actually secure this turtle for themselves.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate for Jenny right now. That is one of those situations where there is literally zero counterplay. He is dead for sure, and that means RSG secure another turtle. But if we look right now, the kills are actually 2-2. RSG only has about a 500 gold lead, so all things considered, still pretty even.
Yeah, but a big power spike for Lolias. Lolias actually taking a lot of damage from Abumon, and Abumon still loses! 1 HP! 1 HP, Lolias! Oh, look at the DG cancel! No! Why did you go? You should have canceled his recall. But yeah, I was about to say Lolias actually had a huge power spike because just before the fight started, he was able to get his Blade of Despair. And I feel like that was the difference maker in that 1 HP left on the Beatrix.
I'm just incredibly disappointed by the fact that that is literally probably the only chance we could have seen a Diggy egg form get a kill, and he didn't go for it. Like, I'm just kind of personally disappointed there, but overall, RSG instantly biting back thanks to that power spike. As you mentioned, Lolios surviving there is massive.
Okay, let's look at it in his perspective, right? He was about to revive, so he was like, all right, I don't want to kill and then die myself. Let's look at the instant replay. That was a deserving instant replay. Look at Abumon as well as Lolias in the back line. Again, Lolias still using the Nibiru. He actually flickered into the bush to actually avoid any type of damage from the Blazing Duet, because for those of you that don't know, going into the bush will actually reset your targeting, so you can actually miss damage from the Blazing Duet if the Clot actually loses targeting.
Really well played there, making use of that knowledge to enable himself to survive there. Right now, we are seeing RSG still has the lead, but all things considered, still not very much. SUHAZ is actually keeping up pretty well in terms of farm right now, and they need to be able to maintain that. They have pretty good late game scaling. With the Claude, they need to make sure they can reach that point in the game to put up a fight against RSG.
Lolias is being targeted here in the bottom lane. Abumon doing the most amount of damage, and he secures the kill for himself. 3 people to secure 1, but it's on Lolias. Almost worth it. It's kind of good. It's kind of good.
I think it's alright for SUHAZ. They will sacrifice the turtle for it, but the longer they can delay Lolios while enabling Abumon, that is going to be the win condition for SUHAZ eSports overall.
By the way, Razin is doing so well. 2-0-0. He's being able to actually put pressure on the map, and Abumon doing very well on this Claude. SUHAZ, they're fighting back because look at the turrets, right? At the EXP as well as the gold lane, SUHAZ has secured those turrets from themselves, and RJMY only managed to get the gold lane turret.
Yeah, right now, SUHAZ looking to be in probably the best shape they could have hoped for against RSG at this stage of the game. Yes, they are missing out in gold, but if we look at the top of the gold chart, it is actually Abumon. He's ahead of well, not for too long, but yeah, it's pretty even on the gold laners for now. They need to maintain that, while Linkeza secures a killing spree onto Ikimon.
This is what's unfortunate about Diggy. No matter how many tanky items you build, you're still gonna die pretty fast, especially towards a burst hero like the Karina. Razin goes into 4 people. What can he do? Nothing. That is what he can do. And in terms of that, Linkeza just destroyed Abumon, and Ikimon is gonna follow suit. 3 kills for nothing for RGMY.
The worst time for Ikimon to return from his egg form. And unfortunately, Razin just overestimated himself there. He didn't know how many members of RSG were in that bush, and so threw himself in a little bit too deep, costing him, I think Jenny
he got it.
Get that purple buff.
Yeah, he did get the purple buff. Small win, but a win is a win, right? You don't want to complain about that.
Yeah, anything they can get right now is going to be pretty big. They want to get farm on Jenny, they want to get farm on Abumon, because both the Xavier and the Claude will scale very well into the late game. Linkeza now, though, having that Holy Crystal, 3 items completed. This is where the Karina is really going to start taking names.
In comparison, look at Razin. He only has 1 completed item, which is the Radiant Armor. However, being a tank Joe, it's honestly fine having just the Molten Essence to help you farm, as well as the Dreadnought Armor to potentially fight against I would say Akai, because honestly going up against Lolias, the burst damage, I don't think it's going to be enough with just a Dreadnought Armor. And looking at the AI winning prediction, it's still favoring RSGMY, but not by much.
Yeah, RSG now want to try and snowball this lead, whereas SUHAZ eSports wants to maintain this small difference for as long as possible. The Lord not going to be challenged right now. We can see Razin not even in the area because they know they won't be able to take that 5v5.
See, SUHAZ eSports, I would say their wave clear is respectable, but they need an understanding of when they should go, because I feel like that is what we saw in game number 1, where they're not really sure how they're gonna engage in this team fight, because maybe in their head, like you said, not enough confidence makes it so that even if they can make plays, they don't make plays. So just to make my point very, very clear, I want SUHAZ to make plays, because right now it looks like they're not sure what kind of play they can do.
Yeah, unfortunately, if we were to use some reference right now, SUHAZ eSports is playing in very classic SMG style of being overly safe, but without the micro and macro play that Team SMG has to back it up, and as a result of that, they are losing out so much map pressure constantly.
And we gotta talk about the comebackable situation of having a Xavier as well as a Claude. The Claude, I can see him doing a lot, but Jenny on the Xavier, I kind of feel like you can already do a lot right now. You can do, you know, like just create a big AoE stun and then work off of that. RGMY right now in SUHAZ eSports base, the Lord has been taken down. Razin is just staring in the face of HY, and he's really thinking about it. Can he engage? Can he not? And look at the Vendetta. City Norsana, he's just focusing on actually clearing the waves on the side lane, but RGMY, they're responding.
We know that SUHAZ eSports has a very strong late game scaling comp, so as long as they don't completely lose out the game too early on, they will still have the opportunity to make a comeback. But right now they've been pushed so far that they can only safely farm within the confines of their base itself, and that's going to slow down their ability to actually scale up so much more, allowing RSG to just have complete control over all the farm on the map.
5,000 gold lead for RSGMY, 8 kills to 3, and Lolios, without breaking a sweat, got the second tier turret. So right now, SUHAZ eSports, they only have their inhibitor, and based on that lore, 18,000 tower damage, that is pretty good. Sana has to run away from RSGMY because again, even if you go in, there's a lot of crowd control and there's a lot of damage that he will not be able to survive. So SUHAZ eSports, again, I'm just worried about how they're going to go about a team fight.
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
I feel the same way here because while in the initial minutes we could see that there was actually a good opportunity from SUHAZ to perform better this game, they've now reverted to the same old problem of not being confident or aggressive enough to try and make advantages for themselves. In terms of damage dealt, Jenny actually not that far behind Link Eza at the top of the graph, but it is not enough. They cannot just hope for that Dawning Light to poke people down big enough for them to make an engagement.
In this game, RSGMY is holding so much in the game. They're really choking out SUHAZ eSports from the farm. The only one that is actually being able to do much is Siti Norsana. He's living basically at the bottom side of the map, and no one is able to come to contest for the Lord. RSGMY, 7,000 gold ahead. Siti Norsana has been found out. Ling Eza is chasing after him, but I think Siti Norsana should have no problem running away. But with the Lord actually going to push, it's going to be a Luminous Lord. Might spell trouble for SUHAZ.
RSG will definitely try to use this Lord to take all of the inhibitor towers at once, even potentially end the game with it if SUHAZ is not careful. We can see now that they're going to be focusing their efforts on syncing up the waves to try and take as much as possible. If we look at the items, a lot of RSG is starting to hit their 4th or 5th item at this point. SUHAZ obviously not really that far yet.
Yeah, I guess Jenny is just waiting for his Lightning Truncheon because he already has the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Clock of Destiny. I feel like at this point, the Clock of Destiny, if not hit max stacks, is pretty close to it. Once he has his Lightning Truncheon, he should deal a big burst of damage. So maybe that is what they're waiting for. I'm just worried if it's not going to give enough time because RSGMY, they're marching into SUHAZ eSports base.
The Lord threatening the top inhibitor should be able to take it down quite quickly. Sana is back now to provide some assistance with defending. Lord should fall before it hits the crystal, but RSG will now shift their sights to the mid inhibitor, instantly taking out. Dawning Light actually doing a lot of damage, but not enough. Real world manipulation comes out. Siti Norsana jumping in with the Petrify. Not on the right target though. Instantly falls to the shotgun from Lolios, ending his life very, very quickly. The final inhibitor will also fall to RSG, and now they just want to try and end the game with this.
Oh, look at Rising. Rising goes in, trying to get Lolios. He actually kicked Link Eza. Is that the right target? No, unstoppable. But in the backside of the game, Ikemon actually got Lolios. They're really low, and Jenny got a double kill. What a clutch double kill, but Abumon cannot run away. Got hit by Hawk, and right now RSGMY with just Hawk and Izanami. Are they actually trying to end the game right now? Because it's just Ikemon, it's just a Diggy. The minions are there, but the minions from SUHAZ eSports is there to provide enough help to make sure that the game is not over.
That was very, very close from SUHAZ eSports. The fact that they were actually able to take out all of the auto attackers on the side of RSG was the thing that allowed them to secure their lives in this game here, because RSG did actually end up coming out on top in that fight. They traded out 3-4-4, and it's just unfortunate that the only 2 remaining were the mages, so they had no damage to actually finish the game.
Yeah, the Lord pushed 20,000 damage onto the tower. That is very good, especially considering that was like, what, half HP on the crystal? If it weren't for the minions spawning, I kind of feel like RSGMY, they could have just ended the game right then and there. And Jenny is doing a lot of damage, right? We definitely saw that. Damage, crowd control, they got it. They just need to understand, yo, you got it. fight back. You guys can do it.
And that is the confidence issue that we have been talking about. But I like that Razin's trying to jump in here. Just unfortunate that it doesn't result in anything. In this case, confidence was not actually the answer.
Yes.
And that ends up with the Lord falling easily into the hands of RSG.
You don't want to see your Retribution user to get caught out in the early stages of the game, because that was a Luminous Lord. RGMY got another Luminous Lord, and they're gonna push in. By the time they push in, I feel like Razin will revive, but will that be enough of a difference maker for them to actually stop RSG this time?
Well, we do know that Jenny actually has a lot of damage now. That one Dawning Light is enough to chunk out half of Lolil's HP, so if they use that with Blazing Duet, they still have a chance, but the Lord is now pushing in. This is going to be the defense of their lives.
Abumwa using Blazing Duet to clear the minions, also to dish out a lot of damage. You see the Rasana goes in, tries to dish the damage. Izanami has been focused. He's gonna go down. RSGMY is still here. Lolia's full HP goes in, double kill, and he's gonna end the game. RSGMY wins game number 2.
Yep, RSG not taking any risk right there. The moment Lolils finds the opportunity, he jumps in, takes out the crystal, and does a quick drive-by. Just for good measure, a clean 2-0 victory for RSG, which sinks SUHAZ eSports' dreams of moving on to the playoffs even further.
It's really unfortunate, man, but SUHAZ, they're in a very rough group. This is the very definition of the group of death. A lot of champions in one group. Doesn't feel good, doesn't feel good. But what feels good is RSGMY and their fans. That was a very convincing win. That is something that the fans want to see, just to really understand that RSG, where are they really in terms of the strength, in terms of their groupings, because that kind of showing is what you want to see from your team. You want a convincing win, and you want really disciplined shot calling, because, you know, some teams, they get a lot of advantage and then they lose it. But right now, let's go to the stage to really hear what our host has to say to the winners.
Kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata yang sangat penting. Terima kasih penyokong-penyokong pasukan RSGMY. Rasa bangga sekejap kat sini, tapi terlebih dahulu kita akan berada dekat bahagian tengah. Okay, dan ini kita ada kat sini. So kita first, kita nak tanya Ashwell lah, sebab saya nampak dekat konten dia cakap SUHAZ popcorn, makan SUHAZ popcorn. Kita bagi kat dia mic lah, kita bagi kat dia mic. Alright, okay. Apa sebenarnya resepi pasukan RSGMY untuk lawan dengan pasukan SUHAZ?
Kena banyak makan popcorn dia lah.
Alright, so lepas ni kena hantar banyak lagi popcorn lah. Macam tu. Alright, okay, tak apa. Kita akan tanya seterusnya. Kita akan tanya siapa Kita tanya Hawk lah. Kita tanya Hawk boleh Alright, okay. Untuk awak kan, dekat group B nanti kita lawan kat group B, pasukan Orange paling konsisten. So nak jumpa antara 5 pemain yang main kat pasukan Orange tu, nak jumpa siapa? Nak lawan dengan siapa? Team Orange nak lawan dengan siapa antara 5 tu? Ada Aim, Neo, Valence, Subway, Stormy. Yang paling nak jumpa lah kalau boleh. Nak lawan dia.
Aim lah, Aim.
Aim, kenapa Aim?
Sebab dia Roma kan.
Oh, so nak lawan Roma kan? Nak tengok siapa better kan ni? Alright, itu jawapan daripada Hawk Okay, yang last kita akan bagi kat yelah, saya selaku ni macam ni. Kita bagi kat Lolias. Okay, kita bagi Lolias. Malu-malu pula. Okay, ucapan kepada peminat-peminat pasukan RSG yang datang kat Cool City Mall dan juga yang menonton kat rumah.
Kepada pasukan RSGMY, terima kasih kerana sudi support kami walaupun dalam online atau offline. Terima kasih.
Right, ini adalah jawapan yang baik daripada Lolias. Okay. Right, terima kasih pasukan RSG. Tahniah sebab menang bersih 2-0 Jadi 3 mata yang penting. Sampai di situ saja bersama interview dengan pemenang-pemenang kita. Jadi kita akan saksikan mic check apa yang dikatakan oleh mereka sebentar tadi ketika mereka bermain.
Hey guys. Nice. Alright, kita ambil bawah ni. Nice. Lepas kita ambil bawah kita ambil atas. Ada. Mantap. Nice. Ambil tiga. Balas sekejap. Hati-hati awak tengok dia. Nice. Okay, mantap. Nice. Tak boleh. Boleh. Tak boleh. Jangan. Dia naik dong. Ambil lot. Bantai je lagi. Nice. Bantai. Nice. Nice game. Boleh. Bunuh lu.
Mantap. Gol lagi Cil.
Mati kau. Nice, turun bawah. Sini kamu turun bawah. Ni bantai dia. Makan dia. Free gila ni. Ni kenapa ni? Abang. Tolong. Abang. Mati kau.
Mati lagi.
Kena. Boleh lagi. Boleh kasih tu.
Tak ada hitter. Boleh bunuh tu.
Boleh bunuh je.
Betul.
Dah bangsa. Back. Tak boleh.
Balik.
Macam mana aku mati tadi?
Aku rasa gol lagi. Aku dah masuk.
Masuk.
Even in the mic checks, we can see that RSG and MY, they were still very, very disciplined in how they were talking it out because they're like, yeah, we can, let's go. Where it's like, no, let's go back and actually focus on the Lord. So I like that even in the game that they have won convincingly, they still take the game very, very seriously.
Yes, much respect over to them for actually giving respect over to SUHAZ as well. In a lot of situations, you would see where a team is stomping their enemy like this, you can start seeing them slip up a little bit, make mistakes, play a little bit too aggressively because they know they've already won. But in this case, RSG, they weren't willing to take any risk. And in that way, you are also respecting the abilities of your opponent, knowing that if you make a big mistake here, they can still make that comeback. That is the sort of mental mindset you need to move on in MPL.
Looking at the itemization, looks like Razin is going for a tank Cho, and in terms of effectiveness, we saw that even though he got caught out, he's gonna get bursted down very, very fast. So it's a situation where I understand the build, but again, with a Retribution, the only way that you can cleanly engage if you can get a very good flank. He got a few, but it's not enough.
I personally, maybe this is just a little bit of personal bias. I kind of wish that we did see a damage show instead, just because I think that they could have made stuff happen here. When you go for a tank show, especially in the jungle, your job is really only to set up kills for the rest of your team. And they are relying very heavily on Jenny and Abumon to actually dish out the damage. Whereas if Razin, if he went full damage, yes, he would be squishy, he would be an easy target for people like Link Eza, but at the very least, he'd be able to more easily jump into the backline and take out Loliels or Izanami in sacrifice for his own life.
Looking at animation, Razin, Siti Norsana, and Ikimon, they're all building very, very tanky and Hawk, even though he is a roamer. But look at this, he has the glowing wand, and the glowing wand is very good against enemies that have a lot of HP. So looking at Ikimon, he has a lot of HP just on the Athena shield himself. Siti Norsana with the Guardian helmet, Razin having a lot of HP with the Curse helmet. So with just one item from Hawk, he was actually able to deal a lot of damage onto the side of SUHAZ eSport. 10,000 damage, not the most, but again, he is a roamer. He's not supposed to dish out that much damage. You know, the only roamer that can do a lot of damage is just Diggy.
Yeah, understandable there. But if we actually look at the damage done, Jenny actually did perform quite respectively there. He actually had more personal DPS than any member of RSGMY. It's just that the rest of his team wasn't quite able to keep up or follow up on that damage for the reasons that we've already mentioned before. And overall, RSG still ended up doing much more damage in comparison.
Yeah, Lolios really 58,000 damage. I really like when Lolios can play this aggressively, because there is a point in his career where he was playing a little bit more passive. I'm liking this style of flickering forward and try to basically just kill off the enemy before they can do anything for themselves. Sandbag, Razin, 107,000 damage taken. Rarely do we see a jungler being the sandbag over here. And the Forgotten One, Hawk, with 9 total assists. And right now we gotta look at the MVP for RSG that is presented by McDelivery. Is going over to Link Eza, 75% kill participation, 7-2 and 5 game KDA. Kind of low damage per minute, 2,841. But to be fair, in this game, it really doesn't look like he has to do much. He just goes in, get the kill, get out.
Link Eza, this was the game where, as you mentioned, he didn't really need to contribute because his team was already doing so well that he was just basically the cherry on top. His KDA is very respectable, and there were definitely situations where he dived in and got caught out a little bit too far ahead by himself, but otherwise, there is a reason why the Karina is still his most played hero. This is a very terrifying hero in the hands of Link Eza specifically, simply because of how easily he can snowball off of killing enemy team members. And again, much respect to him. It's not been very long since Link Eza returned to Season 10, and he's still looking as great as ever.
Yeah, and it's actually very difficult to pull off a full damage build Karina but he pulled it off like it was no problem. Let's look at the highlights that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series. And in this game, in the early stages of the game, SUHAZ eSports, they got a lot going on for them. This is a very big mistake. You don't want to go in a 1v2 and you yourself lose one member of your team. And then after that, HY just catches Jenny off guard, and it's just an RG show after that.
Man, but Lolil's definitely showed off a lot of his capabilities this game as well. Being able to survive many ganks, being able to outplay the opponents. Yes, he died once or twice, but it required so much investment from SUHAZ and allowed his team to retrieve objectives on the opposite side of the map. And we didn't even really see this hard guard yet utilized very much this game, simply because they didn't really need to rely heavily on it.
I'm guessing that is our word of the day. It's like they could do it, but they didn't have to.
Yeah,
right? Like
basically.
Ling is he got a kills. In terms of damage, he didn't really have to do it that much. You have the hard guard, but you really didn't have to. So RSGMY, I kind of feel like it's just they're putting their chess pieces directly where it should be. And SUHAZ eSport, they just need, I feel like they just need to rewatch the game and then really see it's like, oh, we could have done this way differently. But looking at the standings, as you have pointed out, is being more and more difficult for SUHAZ, because if they want any kind of chance to go to the playoffs, they only have 1 point right now. RSG and MY have 12. How many points do they need? They need like 12 points.
This is
3, 6, 9, 12.
This is some of the biggest disparity I have ever seen in MPL standings here. And well, there is a reason why people call Group A the group of death right now. It's just unfortunate that SUHAZ ended up being the victim here. These players are way too inexperienced to go up against the other members of this group. And it does come down to how well they can perform once the intergroup matches begin to truly determine whether or not they have the chances of moving on to playoffs.
And the thing is, SUHAZ, they've already played all 8 games. So they've played every team in Group A. So they're gonna have to get points onto Group B. Let's look at how they were supposed to win the game. And in terms of discipline, teamfight, objective controls, and staying in the lead, I feel like RSG, they nailed every one of them, because even in game number 2, they only lost the lead just for a little bit in the early stages of the game, and then after that, it's just all RSG.
Yeah, they were able to take very disciplined team fights. They didn't throw bodies at people and make use of their own mechanical micro skills to actually outplay their opponents. They obviously had full control over the objectives simply because the way they drafted didn't allow SUHAZ to ever contest, and they were too unconfident or too afraid to actually make the move happen because they weren't prepared or they didn't know from what angle they wanted to approach it. And because of all of these factors adding up, they were constantly in the lead throughout both games, allowing them to secure easy victories.
Yeah, 2-0-0. In the first game, 2 team fight wins. They didn't get any draw and they didn't lose any kind of team fight. In the second game, they only got 1 draw and they got 0 loss. And in terms of objective control, I kind of feel like this is just adding salt to the wound, because SUHAZ eSport, they could not even go in the area of the river, right? So it's really unfortunate. What can they really do?
This really does just need a complete reshuffle in terms of team composition, in terms of mentality, because these players just don't feel MPL ready. It's a bit harsh, but that is the truth of the matter. We are in Season 10 of MPL. A lot of these players have had experience, many veterans, many new players joining as well that have just as much mechanical skill. If you're not able to match up, then this is the unfortunate result, and something big needs to happen.
This is the unfortunate situation of being in a competition. Someone's going to be on top, but also someone is going to be on the bottom. Looking at the heat map for Izanami from minute 1 up until minute 6, this is what I want to see from a mid laner, being very active in the map. Looking at in the mid lane, even though it is quite how should I say, very concentrated in the coloring that shows he does stay there quite a lot, but I think it's mostly just to clear his own lane. And then after that, he doesn't go really to the EXP lane. He's just going to that general area to help secure the turtle, but mostly is on the gold lane. It's gold lane focused kind of rotation from Izanami.
And we're going to see very similar heat maps overall for most roam and mid lane players in this current meta, simply because maintaining control over the mid lane and then translating that into ganks on the gold lane is basically the name of the game for these positions in the current meta. EXP lane, we've already seen plenty of times, will generally not be receiving any help, and that's why it's so important that you are able to draft a winning matchup there, because if you do force the enemy team to rotate their mid lane or roam to assist, it allows you to apply more pressure on the other sides of the map.
It does seem like the EXP lane is like in a permanent yin ult.
Yep.
They're just going to be there alone. It's just going to be a 1v1. Every once in a while, the minions are going to be there, and then they're going to clear the minions. But other than that, it's like really close bros, right? But we saw the mid laner. I'm going to look at the jungler. Let's look at Ling Eza, and this is more spread out. Rarely do we see any part of the map being very, very concentrated, which just shows that Ling Eza at minute 7 up until minute 12, he rarely camps anywhere. Sure, we got like 1, 2, 3, 4 places that is just slightly more concentrated, but other than that, he's not staying in one place for a very long time.
Basically, from what we can see of this heat map, the ideal positioning for a jungle player will look like a child scrawled over it with a crayon.
Yes.
That's basically the idea.
I don't want to say the color because I don't want to be wrong again. Because again, looking at where it's concentrated, it's on his own purple buff and it's close to the enemy's purple buff, looking like he's waiting for someone to actually secure the objective for themselves, and he's gonna go in and he's gonna assassinate. Because the way that he moves, I want people to understand, looking at the drawings here, looking at the enemy's jungle, the way that he moves in their jungle, he's really using all of the rock structures to make sure that he is in a very tight spot every single time, so he has a linear way of going in and outside of the team fight.
Yeah, in addition to that, when you can see this many markings across the map, it indicates that the jungler is very confident and comfortable in being able to invade the enemy's jungle as well as farm in his own jungle. And that really shows you a lot in terms of how much map control they have overall, because you can see that the concentration is pretty equal on both sides of the map, meaning that they already had map control at that stage, and Ling Eza could roam around the entirety of both jungles with impunity.
Yeah, and this is a situation, especially when you have an overwhelming lead in the game. That is how it's supposed to look like. You should be everywhere, right? Not just your map. You got to be on the enemy side of the map, and it really shows. RSGMY, they were very, very productive, so I really like that. And what I really like is to see the comments from you guys, because you guys have showed continuous support to all the teams here in the MPL. So congratulations. If your name is on screen, if your comment is there, then you guys will get prizes.
Yep, and in addition to that as well, you guys will also notice a QR code at the bottom of the screen. So if you guys have not yet joined our official MPL MY group, then make sure to scan this QR code and join us, because as we've highlighted many times before, there's plenty of memes, plenty of fun discussions going on to share the experiences of MPL on this platform. And if you just want to join the community, then we are always welcoming more of you to participate.
I'm already looking at Munton over there, and he's looking at his laptop, and I think he's already looking at some of the memes, and I think he approves. This is one of those things, right? When you post a meme, you want the approval from the publishers themselves. So even Munton is like, very spicy. And now, Stafa, we're going for a segment. Let's guess who this is. It's gonna be a hero, so I have a 100% win rate on heroes, so I hope I don't mess up here.
Ooh, this is an I don't even know what image this is because it is so zoomed in, but our hint is that they are a male mage. They apparently like the smell of burning charcoal, so they probably enjoy a good old barbecue. And they have Terizla as their father, Alice as their enemy.
This is honestly a little bit more difficult than I thought.
I actually think I know.
I think it's Valir.
You think?
Is that the same person you're thinking of?
No.
You're thinking of Sicilian?
No, I'm thinking of Julian.
Really?
Because this may actually be an example of a character I actually kind of know the lore.
Oh. Then okay, then I'm gonna go with Julian then.
I do think it's Julian.
I know a little bit of the lore of Alice. I don't know much about Terizla.
Basically, what I know from the lore of Alice is that everyone doesn't like her.
Yeah.
Basically.
Like, she took Farsa's eyes, right?
I don't remember that.
Farsa's eyes was taken by someone, and I think it was Alice, because Alice was like a big conqueror. So, okay, let's go Julian. I'm gonna trust you on this one. If it's Valir, I'm gonna get angry. Okay, it's Julian. Yay, stop.
Okay, wait. I legitimately had no idea, because it's like thinking about his original skin, like which part of his original skin is this? Turns out it was not his original skin at all. So joke's on us here. But for those of you who did get it right, make sure you guys redeem this code at the link below, EHJISCBM3, to get yourself some rewards.
Nice. And honestly, when it was zoomed in, you know who I was thinking of? I was thinking of Gufra.
Yeah, kind of same actually.
Right?
It looked like his bandages.
Right?
And then you realize he's not part of the multiple choice.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you take an exam, you read the question, you think, this is the answer. Then you read the choices.
Especially math questions. Especially math questions. When you actually do the equation and then that's your answer, and then you see the multiple choice, it's not even close.
It's like after the exam, people say the answer was 4, but your answer was Malaysia. Not even the right test.
Not even the right test. But coming up next is going to be a match between Team LUNATIX going up against Red eSport, where I feel like for both these teams, they're really hungry for points.
Yes, absolutely. Right now, both Team LUNATIX and Red are sitting on a bit of a precipice. They've been having slightly inconsistent performances, so both of them want to be able to show off what they're truly capable of. And I can think of no better way to end the day than to see who truly is the king of the hill between these two teams.
I just want to see a bloodbath. I'm not asking for much. Team LUNATIX, now that they have Zev in the lineup, they should be a little bit more disciplined, because the reason why he is in is for the shot calling. But either ways, we've just finished watching an incredible match. After this, it is going to be LUNATIX going up against Team Red eSport. However, just to remind you guys, it's going to be on 6 p.m. So make sure you guys set a timer for 6 p.m. and then come back. This is Lofel. This is Stafa. We'll take a break. We'll see you guys right after this.
10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai pakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Legendary! Legendary! Double kill! Triple kill!
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online dan dengan penubuhan pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita. 10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Legendary! Legendary! Double kill! Triple kill!
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star?
Hey. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
The MPL stage has so far become a proving ground for these teams here in the second half of the regular season. Will Team LUNATIX be able to rise against the odds, or will they be seeing red? Welcome back to the English cast, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stafa, alongside with LaFell, once again to bring you our final series of Week 5, Day 2.
Thank you very much. That was actually a pretty good intro. Very nice. I was wondering, like, when are you gonna mention red? It's like, all right. Pretty good, you know, bumps up the point. But yeah, talking about both of these teams, as we talked about, both of them really need points because Red, last season, they were almost untouchable. This season, especially looking at Mal as well as Zaid Hakimi, I'm actually hoping for a little bit more. So looking at the players, before we even go into the game, before we even go to their key to victories, I'm actually looking at the junglers because Zaid Hakimi has not been performing well, whereas Amal from Team LUNATIX is topping the charts on his gold per minute, especially on that lane.
It is genuinely quite concerning for Red Esports, as many of these players are MPL veterans and we have grown to expect much more from them, while Team LUNATIX also has a lot to prove. But as we now prepare for the series to begin, both teams will be walking up on stage. Let us welcome them.
Red Esports.
Red Esports coming in, looking strong, looking very swaggerlicious. They have been performing on and off. However, we still have to see that apparently Miro is going to be playing today, so Mom is not going to be joining as their roamer. So Miro not as much experience as Mom, but his Franco is something that you have to be worried about. And before I give it to you, I didn't know that Zaid Hakimi and Miro are basically the same size.
Yep, they are both giants up on stage, so hopefully that presence will assist them against their opponents.
Team LUNATIX.
And of course, their opponents today are going to be Team LUNATIX, expected to be the dark horse of Season 10. Their recent performance has not been comparing to how it was when they debuted on the Season 10 stage. Hopefully, this will be their turning point.
Yeah, Team LUNATIX, especially with the addition of Seth. Even though Yamichi is an amazing playmaker as a roamer, having him in the lineup, just making sure that in terms of communication, they do a little bit better. And we can definitely see improvements in LUNATIX lineup and the way that they play the team fight. Still a bit messy, but an improvement is an improvement nonetheless.
We were hoping to be seeing many improvements from both these teams here, because only one will be able to walk away victorious here at the end of the day. And of course, the people that will be helping them achieve that point are none other than the coaches and analysts walking up on stage right now. From the side of Red Esports, we have none other than Dragon as the coach, and on the side of LUNATIX, we have Aiman as the coach, as well as Sunfrost as the analyst.
I like that Red Esports right now as a brand. They all are looking super good. Even Dragon just now, just standing, it looked like he was actually doing a pose. Like, I know I'm a coach, but I can do a little bit more. I can model as well.
Yeah, why not get a little bit of that merch promoted out there? But of course, we have to look at the team head-to-head. Again, both these teams have met up once before, with Team LUNATIX taking that first victory.
Interestingly enough, in terms of game win rate, 50% and 45%. So yeah, if we're talking about a team not being consistent, it really shows here in their win rate. But the total damage dealt by Red, 3.6 million. So even them, they are very close to hitting that 4 million mark. And going up against Team LUNATIX that does like to fight, I wonder if Red Esports is going to be the first team of MPL to actually hit that 4 million total damage dealt.
It is certainly a curious statistic when you look at it, because Red Esports always traditionally feels like the safer, slower team in comparison to LUNATIX's aggressive style. So when you look at the total damage dealt, it feels like it should be the other way around. But I think part of why this is the case is that Red Esports, their games tend to be longer, allowing them to do more damage over time. And Team LUNATIX, when they fight, it tends to end very quickly in one way or the other. So that might explain a little bit of why it's skewed in this way.
let's look at how they're supposed to play the game. They gotta get some goal lane domination, execute catch potential, and objective control. In terms of goal lane domination, Mal, I would say most MPL fans have really put him on a pedestal as one of the best goal laners. However, in this season, his positioning is not the best in my opinion. This is a little bit too in front for my taste.
It is a little bit weird because Mal has always been known to have great positioning. He was that gold laner that you could always rely on, and we just haven't been seeing it from him very much recently, so he needs to be able to regain that sort of momentum. Obviously, both these teams as well need to execute on their catch potential. LUNATIX, we already know, is very aggressive and they want to fight, but we also have to remember Mirul does a pretty good job on heroes like the Franco, and if Red can snowball off of those pickoffs, it would help their case quite a bit.
I kind of do want them to focus on the Franco, because if the Franco is banned out, then you're going to force Mirul to be on a different kind of hero. When he was not able to use the Franco, he was using the Natalia with not so great success. But in terms of objective control, I kind of want to push this to the side. I just want a lot of fights, you know, because out of all MPL regions, like, I could be wrong, but out of all MPL regions, I feel like MPL Malaysia has the most kills overall. And right now, let's look at the audience. And I would say it's kind of 50-50. Like, Red has more support on YouTube, LUNATIX has more support on Facebook. Red, in terms of Instagram, it's more or less the same. And on the QR code, it's dead center.
Yeah, it is actually really even just in terms of how much the audience favors either side, and that is understandable. We already knew coming into the season, Team LUNATIX had a lot of following. Red eSports has been around a long time as well, and it does look like we've also hit our 500 share milestone. Thank you very much for those of you watching who helped click on that share button to make sure that all your friends and family are not missing any bit of the action. Make sure you guys use the code at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, share even more, because more prizes can be given to you guys. And let them know, hey, it's 6 p.m. The game is about to start. The draft has not started. Yeah, you guys have 15 seconds. Share, remind everyone, because once we go in, the draft is going to be very, very interesting. Before we even move forward, I want to look at Goldie Look, because even the coach, Ayman, he went on TikTok, he did a live, and he was scolding Goldie Look because he was using Paquito. He was supposed to use the fighter emblem, but then he just went ahead and used the assassin emblem.
Goldie Luck always gives off the impression of being a very bloodthirsty player. He wants to be in front. He wants people to fight him. He wants to start the engagements and end the engagements in his own hands, but we haven't been seeing that work out very well when teams constantly ban out the Khalid. Let's see whether or not Red eSports will keep up that trend here. As we now are in the draft, we see Team LUNATIX there on the blue side, Red eSports on the red side. Several heroes already being removed from the pool.
Yeah, and as I said before, that if the Franco is not available, it does look like Mirul likes to use the Natalia, so it looks like Team LUNATIX, they probably have some information that perhaps Mirul has been training that Natalia extensively. So Natalia has been banned out. And Red eSports, I like the ban. I really do like the ban, because certain teams, I have no idea why they are willing to let go of the link, like just let Amal use it, and it's always a mistake because he always has the highest goal per minute. So Red eSports, very, very good bans here, focusing on to Amal because he is a very, very big game changer. But the Khalid, will this be the final ban, or will it ban out the Valentina?
Valentina is always a hero that you have to respect no matter who is playing on it, but teams have regularly been eliminating Khalid from the pool in the very first phase just to make sure that Goldilocks doesn't have a comfortable time. So either way, it's going to be a pretty difficult decision for Red regardless. I'm personally thinking that Khalid should still be banned because yeah, they might be able to deal with the Valentina just a little bit better.
Yeah, because Rain, he actually has quite a huge roster of hero pools that he can use. So far, especially when he can engage as well, like a Julian, he performs very, very well. Now the Valentina, because here's the tricky thing, right? Valentina is an amazing hero. There's no question about it. But because it is an amazing hero, you might not have a lot of time to practice on it, because even in scrims, it might be banned. But Team LUNATIX, they're going to pick it up for themselves. And this is quite weird for me to see, but 62% win rate. The Valentina has been losing quite a lot of games.
Yeah, teams have been figuring out how to deal with it. I'm very curious to see how well Rain will perform on this hero because, as you mentioned, this is not something we see Team LUNATIX get access to very often. As for Red Esports, locking in heroes like the Beatrix, like the Paquito, like the Franco is all options here, but they're just gonna throw all of that out the window, starting things off with the Faramis and the Julian.
Kind of like this, but this does look like comfort because the Faramis is good no matter what kind of game it's in. And the Julian, Zai Hakimi, out of all the jungle heroes that he's picked, he has done the absolute best with the Julian. So I kind of like this, and Team LUNATIX, they're gonna follow up with a Balman as well as a Beatrix. Beatrix is an amazing hero. Min, I would say his previous performance on the Beatrix is very, very respectable. So for now, I would say for both sides, kind of safe the way that they're drafting.
Yeah, looking at overall, we can see Rain as well has a pretty high average kill participation, 72%. And this is also noting the fact that Team LUNATIX has a lot of kills. But oh!
Yes, we get to see an Estes! This is what I want! Okay, no matter what, no, I'm siding towards red. Like, if Diggy is I have a love-hate relationship with it, Estes, I just have a love-love relationship with it.
Yeah, very evident bias instantly from Lafer here. You can definitely feel the excitement from this man. Estes, interesting choice, especially comboed with the Faramis, leads me to believe that this will be a mid-Faramis roam Estes. And that means Red Esports is going to be having a terrifying team fight lineup. That's just really scary. I'm personally also quite curious about this Balman that was picked up by LUNATIX earlier because Amal has never played this hero. I don't think I've seen him play this hero. Is it possible that this may not be jungle Balman?
I feel like it is a flex, right? Worst case scenario, go to look, get the Balman, use it on your lane. Worst case scenario, he's gonna use it for himself. And Ren QT over here, average damage taken per game, 101,000. He's a very big influence in all of the matchups. And look at our amazing cosplayers. We got a Claude, the Kagura, as well as the Mia. 552. I don't know, are you showing your phone number? I'm not entirely sure. But either way, Team LUNATIX good ban on the Esmeralda. Very, very good read just because the Dyrov has been banned out. But as you said, having the Faramis as well as the Estes, this is almost an unkillable comp. Which, looking at Red Esports, you know what would be really good if they have an Irithel. You go in, and then if you die once, you're gonna revive, and then you just get a lot of heals. That might be pretty good.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And it's understandable as well that they would ban out the Atlas because they're definitely 100% going to group up. So eliminate the threat of the Fatal Links. Paquito, the final ban from Team LUNATIX. That's also understandable. They already have so much survivability on the side of Red. They cannot give them more mobility as well. You already pointed out the Irithel earlier. Red Esports, they're still looking for a marksman. They are still looking for an EXP laner. I'm wondering what they would want to go for here. Preferably, Red right now do need a little bit of bulk because all of that healing is not going to be quite enough.
Two heroes that can be very annoying. Uranus and Ruby. I mean, Uranus, you already heal a lot and then you're going to heal a little bit more. Ruby, same thing. And as I said it, Uranus is picked up. I'm reading Red Esports draft. If they pick up an Irithel after this, I'm gonna buy myself a very juicy GCB. Double GCB.
Uranus with all of this. Oh my god.
Average damage taken just now 101,000. Make it 300,000 after this game.
And Ren QT is gonna double his damage taken just from this one game alone.
Farsa, let's go.
A Farsa for the first time in Season 10. I'm excited now. And wait.
Right?
That's an EXP Valentina.
Oh wow, okay. Yo,
can Goldie Luck play Valentina?
Why not, right? I mean, the game has not started, but the draft has been amazing. Please make your boy right. Just pick up the Irithel. Oh wait, no, carry Irithel. That would be a very good pick, you know. Mal has been using it a lot. I kind of don't want to say anything anymore. I'm just like, please, either of those two.
Well, I guess we'll find out what it is. Red definitely still looking for that marksman pick. What will Mal pick up to finish off the draft?
Let's go!
It is! Wow, okay. Newfound respect instantly. Like, you actually called that incredibly well. I'm very impressed. That is not EXP Valentina. That's Amal. Amal's playing Valentina.
Hey, you know what? I'm loving it. I like the way that the draft has really been showing up on itself. Like, the Valentina, I feel like it's fine because Valentina really doesn't rely on a flicker, doesn't really rely on a sprint or anything like that. So it's like, you can use the retribution. It might still really be really good.
And that means that we are actually seeing an EXP Ballman for the first time in who knows how many seasons. But looking at the lineups, Team LUNATIX bringing some brand new stuff to the land of Dawn. Red eSports, perhaps one of the scariest team fight combinations we have seen. The survivability on the side of Red is going to be off the charts. So we will find out whether or not the brand new recipe from Team LUNATIX will be enough to resolve this issue as we enter the land of Dawn.
Oh, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys can already tell, but I'm going to be very excited for this game. A lot of different reasons. I just want to see how Red eSports actually use their composition, because it's one thing to have a draft that is quite easily executable, but even if that you can't execute, then it's going to be very difficult. And the Farsa, we have not seen the Farsa for a very long time. Before this, it was highly contested. So I want to see this Farsa just keep bursting people everywhere, but it's going to be very difficult with the altar as well as the healing of the Moon Goddess. So it's, yeah, I don't know, man. It's going to be hard to burst down Red eSports.
Yeah, and on top of all of that, we are seeing Valentina in the jungle for the very first time. And Amal not even using Demon Slayer. Oh, Ash actually getting targeted here. That's a lot of damage from Rain and Zeph, dropping him quite low.
Yeah, he has to back off, and yeah, interesting point. He wants to get the items as soon as he can. Mal as well as Miro, they're winning heavily on the gold lane. Zeph and Raid, will they get targeted? Zeph actually taking a lot of damage, and look at that heal. There's no way for Zeph to go. He has to use his flicker, and Zai Hakimi secures first blood.
Really good read by Red eSports. They know Team LUNATIX's patterns really well. They recognize a lot of people are missing. They're probably coming up to the gold lane to contest Mal and instantly position themselves to prevent that push. That's going to be an instant win for Red to start things off. Already a 600 net worth lead.
Yeah, however, we do have to see Amal right now with this Valentina. How are you really gonna gank? I'm guessing he wants to use his Terrify mechanic, but who he's going to focus on, because you can't really do anything against the Uranus. So it's probably the gold lane, but having the Estes there is going to be very difficult for them to actually do anything in terms of getting kills on either side of the lanes.
Right now, Team LUNATIX are the ones in control of the turtle pit. Zeph gonna be providing information against the rest of Red eSports, who are now closing the gap. They want to be able to contest this if possible. Zayed jumps in. Nice Cult Altar to prevent it into the feathered airstrike. Still pelting them down, but Cult Altar from Red eSports to counter. Zayed gonna secure the turtle. Numenon Blast on 3, but it's not enough. It only gets them out, sacrificing Goldilocks.
Yeah, it almost looked a little bit too easy for Red just now. Team LUNATIX, I feel like they were a little bit pressured to secure the turtle just because Amal already has the altar. So it's like, it's now or never, guys. Like, if we want to get a team fight, this is a good time for us to take. And looking at the emblems here, quite interesting because Zayed Hakimi is taking the hybrid damage. So alright, that's good, and then damage to the minions. But Min, I'm guessing that's crit damage, or is it healing?
Definitely not common sub-emblems here, because I'm looking at them and I actually have no idea, because it's so rare to actually see some of these symbols. I don't know what they are. So hopefully you guys in the comments will be able to tell us that, but definitely a bit of a shift, which admittedly not very unusual. LUNATIX always comes up with some pretty strange sub-emblem combinations. What is rough right now is that Amal's definitely having a rough time in the jungle. Valentina does not clear very quickly, especially without Demon Slayer. Zayed already 2 levels ahead, was even able to steal the buff earlier.
Oh, looks like 4 members of Team LUNATIX only hitting Miral, so Miral's gonna go down. Min secures the kill, but because of the call alter, 3 members are still alive, and Team LUNATIX are able to get away with their own call alter, and Miles' HP was chunked out quite a lot by Min.
I feel like that cult altar from Amal was a little bit unnecessary. I think he did panic a little bit. They could have gotten out without it, and I thought they were going to re-engage if they were going to pop it anyway, but they decided not to do so. Either way, a good gank. They do secure the kill onto Miral, but the problem is still Mal. He is farming up quite comfortably here, and even RenQT is already at the stage where he can easily clear the wave against Goldilocks.
Yeah, Goldilocks taking quite a lot of damage. Ash is coming in from behind. However, he's not going to engage Zai. Hakimi is going to get terrified, and he's going to go down to Goldie. Look, RenQT tries to run, and he's a very tanky Uranus, avoiding all the damage from Rain, but he's going to get terrified, and he's going to go down. Ash, only now he came. Where was he when his team needed him the most?
Ash believed that they would actually be able to handle them 2v4 because it's understandable. They do have a good lineup to actually take those odds. It's just, in this case, Team LUNATIX were actually able to outplay. But in return for that, Red eSports have control over the turtle, and I think that LUNATIX are just going to have to give this up.
I was actually wondering why wasn't Team LUNATIX try to go a little bit more aggressive there, because they only saw Miral as well as Mal. Zai Hakimi was far away. That could have potentially been a very big mistake. But right now, looks like Team LUNATIX, they're not changing their plan so far. They still want to get this gold lane turret.
Yeah, we can see that both these teams will put a lot of priority on the gold lane overall. Rain in a lot of danger. It has to get out of wings by Wings, but Maul chases him down with Sprint. Gets stunned by Zeph in the backline. Cult Altar comes out to save his life. The same coming out from Amal, and both teams are going to disengage.
Yeah, Team Red eSports, I gotta say right now, they gotta follow Mal's lead. Zev on the side! 3-man Dominant Blast, but no one there to follow up. Zai Hakimi gets a very easy double kill. Zev, very good ult, wrong timing.
That feels bad for Zeph. He got such a good Numen on Blast, but Zayed completely dismantled the backline, getting a double kill for himself. Now he's under the feathered airstrike, but he will be able to get away with the enhanced sword, giving a free lane over to Red eSports. But here comes Goldilocks from the side lane. He will get the kill onto Zayed Hakimi, and looks like they're fine with that.
Yeah, it looks like both teams, they really want to fight whenever they can. It really doesn't matter what kind of situation it is. Min has already swapped his lane, going down, going up against RenQT. RenQT, I feel like if he has enough armor, looking at the itemization over here, he has no armor except for his boots. He has the Enchanted Talisman, and he's on the way to create his Oracle, making it sure so that even though the enemy has a Dominance Ice, he can continue healing. He still has to be careful of mid, because the damage from a Beatrix that already has a Fury Hammer as well as a Blade of Despair is going to be a lot. Even the Uranus can't tank all of that.
Yeah, and you can see that there's 2 Dominance Ices on Team LUNATIX too, on Goldilocks as well as Zeph. A curious choice I also saw was that Amal elected to go Enchanted Talisman, first item, skipping the Clock of Destiny.
Honestly, in terms of the items as well as the emblems, I have a lot to say after this for Team LUNATIX. Because, again, the build from Mint is very curious. But looking at the bottom side of the map, it looks like Team LUNATIX is going to secure a turret for themselves. Uranus can't do anything on that kind of situation, but Red eSports, they're going to trade by getting a turtle. Will they engage? Ash goes in. He managed to get 2, but it's not going to be enough. Cult Altar popped by Team LUNATIX. All alone is going to be Zev, and Zev is going to go down. The kill is going over to Miral. Right now, Team Red eSports, there's still a lot of HP on their hands. Will they use this advantage? It looks like RenQT goes in. Goldilocks tries to clear the wave, and Rain with the feather airstrike is going to stop the engagement from Red eSports.
All things considered, that was not a big loss for Team LUNATIX. Trading out Zeph for all those big ultimates and not even losing the tower mid lane is actually pretty good for them. But Red still has the gold lead. They are in full control because Team LUNATIX, they're roaming around the map way too much. You can see even Mint is not farming his own lane. He wants to fight, but Red aren't giving them these good initiations.
Even though they're moving around the map quite a lot, we do have to see that Red eSports, they have a 2,000 gold lead. So they're looking more healthy in terms of items compared to Team LUNATIX. And I don't know whether this is intentional or not, but everywhere Team LUNATIX goes, apparently Ren Cutie is there. So I don't know who has the better read, but it looks like an engagement onto Zayed Hakimi, and he survived because of the altar. But look at that Numinum Blast. I don't think it hit anyone. And look at Team Red Esports. They're able to run away except for Ash. He's going to go down. Miro taking a lot of damage. Zayed Hakimi tries to run away with the enhanced chain. But the double kill on Min. What a beautiful snipe. Red Cutie runs away. Mal, you're all alone. You're all alone, but he goes in onto 4. He deals a lot of damage, but he's going to go down by Raid. What was that decision from him? Killing spree onto Goldie. Look, Team LUNATIX, they're playing this team fight way better than Red. Red goes back in. Double kill for Ash. Is it worth it? I don't think so. Wipe out. Team LUNATIX has the huge advantage.
That was absolute chaos depicted in a long team fight. Team LUNATIX completely rushed straight in to take out as many members of Red Esports as possible. Zayed actually surviving a really long time thanks to the cult altar and the blessing of the moon goddess. But because both of these ultimates were down, LUNATIX knew it's go time. We can engage on this. They traded multiple lives, taking many in return. Mal coming in from the side actually did work out because he saw Mint was low and he got the kill, but then he stayed for too long, getting caught under Goldie Luck, and that was just absolutely massive for Team LUNATIX. Instantly, they have even the net worth difference.
I feel like that team fight deserves a extended analysis because there's a lot of situations where I feel like Red really should not try to fight that because one by one they go down. Miro's gonna get focused. He's taking quite a lot of damage, but he already used his ult. But look at that. His HP is already down. ML goes in. The damage Min secures another kill. Zayed Hakimi is there, but Goldie Look is onto him. He's taking a lot of damage, but it is fine because as the Bellman, you're really tanky. Ren QT comes here, but there's really not much that they can do. Red Esports, they gotta calm down a little bit and play as a team.
But that was a mistake from Team LUNATIX as well. They did not need to lose Mint in exchange for that kill. They should have been able to take Mal and get out of there. Either way, that means that both teams are without their marksmen now dancing around the Lord Pit. We're also seeing a little bit of an interaction with Numenon Blast, if timed correctly, can really take advantage of the moment of immobility when you lose the extra HP from Cult Altar, allowing them to get that Numenon Blast on Mal for free.
Yeah, I'm liking Zeph on this Lolita because the Numinum Blast has been very beautiful, even if it's not properly followed up on, but, you know, still, I feel like that is good practice in this stage of the game where when it really matters, like those Lord Pit fights, it's gonna make a lot of difference when it comes to the team fight, especially if he can catch out Miro, because he does not have a Purify. If he gets stunned, he can't heal anyone. If they burst him down, there's really not much the Team LUNATIX can do. Ash try to pull Zeph in. Zeph taking a lot of damage, but Goldie Look is there. Preemptively, they have popped the altar, so Team Red Esports, they gotta kite this out, but Min is on side. Look at Red Cutie, try to heal from this. Min has to use his flicker because the damage was there, but he was also about to die.
It's unfortunate that it was Ren QT that walked into the bush, because if it was anyone else, they would already be dead. So that's good for Red Esports. They now have control over the Lord Pit. The snipe gonna be blocked by Ash. Numenon Blast coming out from Altar as well. Ren QT is in the backline. Zayed secures the Lord as well as the kill onto Amal. Zeph falls to Mal. Mint picks up the kill onto Ash. Mal doing massive damage, getting the double kill onto the Beatrix as well as Ren QT not allowing Rain to escape. He picks up one more. Goldie Luck, the only survivor of the siege.
That was unlucky. The 6th member of Red Esports, the Lord, he knocked up Zeph, canceling his Numinum Blast. Red Esports, they are in the base of Team LUNATIX. Goldie Look secures a kill for himself. Right now, he is 1v3. Can he actually protect his own base? Zeph is up, and looks like the rest of Team LUNATIX is up. Red Esports will disengage. But again, the Lord, that was quite a betrayal.
Yeah, that was just really unfortunate. The Numenon Blast from Zev may have turned around the entire situation, and I think Team LUNATIX were banking a lot of their team fight on being able to hit that. The knockout from the Lord just had unfortunate timing. Looking at the items right now, Red eSports obviously has the 3k net worth lead, and things are looking quite comfortable for them right now. Even Zayed actually going for a pretty interesting build here, mostly damage with a cursed helmet.
Yeah, I feel like just so that he can clear the jungle creeps a little bit faster. The damage items from Mal, focusing on the crits. He has the Berserker Fury, he has the Scarlet Phantom, as well as the Wind Talker. So whenever he does go in front, it's going to dish out a lot of damage. But I feel like damage is not the problem. It's the survivability. Goldie Look going in, he's taking a little bit of damage, but not so much that Balman can't recover on his passive.
But speaking of damage right now, Mal is starting to become quite an issue. This is the point in the game where Irritel really starts hurting a lot, and Team LUNATIX don't have the access to things like the Blessing of the Moon Goddess as easily as they would like. Yes, Amal can steal an ultimate, but he can only choose one or the other, in comparison to Red eSports that can just rely on their healing to just push all the way into the backlines of LUNATIX.
Yeah, right now Amal is not looking the most, I would say, comfortable on this pick. Zep has to use his conceal. Ren Cutie is there, but so is Amal. Would they try to fight against this Uranus? Amal, wait, does he still have the ult? Because I'm not seeing the ult on his hero right now.
I believe he dropped it instantly. I don't think that's the one he was looking for. He picked it up to see if they wanted to go for the fight, but because he noticed instantly that, okay, Red, they're disengaging better, I drop this now and go for something else.
But I feel like it's still good enough, right? And Zev, again, is going to get targeted. The Numenon Blast has been used. Hits absolutely no one. Rancuti in the backside of Team LUNATIX. He has to disengage as well. For both teams, a very bad engage, so they're just gonna cool off, wait for the cooldowns before starting another fight.
One notable thing about Amal dropping the ultimate that he stole there is actually specifically not to allow Red eSports to know what he has for the next fight. That's one of the reasons why you don't see Valentina hold onto an ultimate for too long. They usually want to steal it during the fight itself to gain the element of surprise, because if you have the Cult Altar too quickly, instantly Red eSports knows we have to prepare for the Cult Altar, and preferably you want to be able to adapt to the situation.
Red eSports, they are starting the Lord, and Zai Hakimi is actually chunking it down quite a lot. It's only one bar left. Can Team LUNATIX try to steal? Ash goes in, tries to pull everyone in, and Zai Hakimi still secures it. But on the backline, we can see a lot of fight going on. Min actually manages to get Ash. Miro manages to get Min. Miro tries to run away, unable to. Killing spree still being able to receive by Mal, and Mal is full HP. Looking for Amal, looking for Goldie Look. Only two members here. Goldie Look goes for Mal, but Mal out damages him. Pops go the immortality. Zai Hakimi does not want to fight. He sees the crystal exposed, and Red eSports, they're gonna end this game right now. Game number 1 goes to Red.
An impressive way to finish off game 1 of the series. Red eSports will claim a convincing victory, taking advantage of the desperation of Team LUNATIX to contest the Lord and going for a very telegraphed play that they were able to completely steamroll over.
And after this, I really can't wait to talk about the itemizations, because again, looking at the emblem setup, so I was correct, because I was really thinking about it. Is this really mint using a crit damage build on his marksman, right? On his marksman emblem? And why I was questioning that is because Beatrix is one of those marksmen that does not crit. She converts crit damage into physical attack. So I don't know whether that was intentional, trying to convert the crit from the emblem straight to physical attack just to like get more advantage from his weapon master. Like that could be legit a very good way to build up more damage. Or perhaps it's a mistake. Maybe he forgot how the crits actually work with Beatrix.
I personally feel like the way Team LUNATIX tends to set their emblems is a little bit greedy. They know they're a team that wants to fight, and they want to be able to dominate team fights, start as many as possible, and drag the enemy team into their own tempo where they will be stronger. That's why they put all of their emblems into crit, into damage, Usually you don't see them go for utility like movement speed, and I do feel like that overall mindset tends to cost them a little bit, because we saw in that last fight, they were so desperate to fight that they all grouped up, they did the conceal right in front of Red Esports. It's so obvious. Red instantly collapses onto them and they had no chance.
I feel like that was almost a desperate situation where he was trying to run away no matter what. Looking at the itemization, Ash actually has a very interesting build on the Faramis, because the Enchanted Talisman is pretty normal because you want a lot of cooldown to make sure that you can use the Shadow Stampede as well as the Co-Altar. But focusing on the damage with the Lightning Truncheon makes sense because of how Ghostbuster works, but having the Glowing Wand as well, I feel like this is specifically just to fight against the Balman as well as the Lolita. In case he doesn't have enough damage to actually take them down, then at least the burn damage will make it more susceptible for Zaya Hakimi or Mal to finish them off.
It is understandable that Ash would go for more damage-based items, because in the end he is playing as the mid laner. Despite being on the Faramis, he has to make up for the fact that Myrtle is not going to be doing any damage this game, and they cannot simply rely on Mal as well as Zayed. And I do think that ended up working for their favor here, because they were able to output more damage in these team fights in comparison, because Team LUNATIX, they actually don't have a lot of consistent damage besides the Beatrix. But let's see who the MVP for this game is, and it is gonna be Mal on the Iritel.
65% kill participation, 5, 2, and 6 game KDA, but the most important thing, 4,000 game damage per minute. In terms of damage per minute, or damage overall, right? Mal is definitely up there, and this is why an Iritel is super, super scary if you have a team composition that can actually protect the Iritel. And I feel like this really should be a draft that Red Esports perfect, because Mal can dish out the damage, no questions about it, but he always positions himself really dangerously. So just draft around him, making sure that there's multiple ways to protect your carry. And in this game, 4,000 damage per minute, he really showed up.
Absolutely. Mal has always been the reliable hard carry for Red Esports, and that's why they like to play these sort of snowball composition, death ball. They'll just go 5v5, and it just works out so much better for them when they have ultimates to support that, like the Cult Altar as well as the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and that's why Team LUNATIX couldn't actually take these big team fights against them.
Either way, for both these teams, not perfect gameplay for either side, because there are a lot of mistakes that we can even see in the highlight over here. Zaf is actually playing so good on this Lolita, but maybe even Team LUNATIX, they're not prepared for all of those multiple catches on the Numinum Blast. And this team fight, multiple times where I'm like, should you really go in? I mean, like, Mal, he likes to dish out the damage, so it really does make sense that he wants to go in with his heavy crossbow, but that was a 1v4, and it wasn't like the majority was like below half HP. I would say most of them were above, if not full HP, so I don't know whether that call was the right call to make for Red.
Yeah, a little bit of a lapse in judgment there, but in the end, it still works out for Red because they just had more damage. They were able to contest the Lord, they had already more farm, already out-itemized Team LUNATIX, and they were able to take very simple victories due to how survivable their team fight was. At the end of the game, when Team LUNATIX got super desperate and tried to go in to contest the Lord, they completely grouped up, they funneled into a small area, which is exactly what Red Esports wants them to do, pelt them with all the AoE damage from the heavy crossbow.
Yeah, and Zaya Hakimi, props to you, my friend, because he was still able to use his retribution to secure the Lord, even though Goldie Luke tried to steal it with his little counter. The players are already back up on stage. I feel like whatever they have discussed backstage, they really have to translate it into the game, because mistakes are there, they can be fixed. In terms of the draft, I think it was commendable for both teams. I wouldn't really say one hero was like really bad, because even the Valentina on the jungle, I can see a little bit of hope, because when he engage, he terrifies the enemy, and then you can see the potential there. A lot of crowd control. You could probably win, but I don't know. If you were the coach, what would you have changed?
Personally, I'm a little bit worried that when they picked up the Valentina and then gave it to Amal, I'm not sure if that's what they were intending to do. It feels like They gave it to Amal because no one else would be able to play it, and he was forced to be more of a utility position to steal the cult altar instead of going in and dishing out damage. If we look at the damage dealt from both these teams here, it's not as if Team LUNATIX didn't put up a good fight. They actually did a lot of DPS, mostly out DPSing Red eSports themselves.
I like that, you know, if you just take every role, the damage is really not far off. Miles, 66, Min, 60, 65, Rain, 43, Ash, 52. Again, not too far, you know. Zayakimi, 42, Amal, 58, 47 for Goldie Look, Rank 50, 43. So it really is not that big of a difference. So everyone really contributed into the fight. It's just that this is one of those situations, right, where I kind of feel like God is on Red Esports side, because that Lord knockup, I think that was because realistically, right, LUNATIX should have won that team fight. They should have gotten the Lord, and the game would have looked so different. So this is one of those games where everyone played their best, but even you guys, I hope you guys have to agree that that Lord knockup, it was lucky and unlucky depending on which team you're on.
But even that as well could have been resolved with a slightly more balanced draft from Team LUNATIX, because when they have this kind of lineup, they are 100% depending on the Numenon Blast to set up for the kills. So hopefully something changes there, but what has changed is the increase in our share milestone. We have hit 800 shares. So thank you very much everyone for watching at home, for clicking on that share button. And if you haven't clicked on it yet, make sure you guys do so. There are still 2 more share milestones to be hit.
I like that a lot of shares have been distributed on this game itself, because it's so bloodthirsty, because even in terms of the damage, it's very, very close. Now, going into the draft after this, we see one of our casters there, Fariza as well, the Malay female caster is enjoying herself on the red side of the fans. A minute 24 going into the game. Going back into draft, because we were talking about it, I would say maybe the worst thing that happened for Team LUNATIX was that they were forced to take the Valentina. And now Miral, with 5 games on the Franco, 2 on the Digi, 2 on the Lolita, he's been performing very, very well, and he keeps increasing his unique hero pick, because now he's sitting at 8 hero picks in the season.
I think we have to remember as well, this is Miral's debut in the MPL. Having 8 unique picks on your first ever season is very impressive, and having a 100% win rate on 2 heroes is also quite something to commend. Right now, although I think a lot of people don't really keep Miral on their radar in terms of the best roamers in the league, but he's definitely very consistent for someone who has just arrived on the MPL stage.
And I'm looking forward for Miral to actually face against more roamers, just to really see how they face against each other. And here we even have Nana stream for Red Esports, their ambassador there. Looking very, very lovely, but 10 seconds going into the game. It's gonna be an interesting. I want to see Red Esports to continue to surprise us with the draft, because that was, you know, slight biasness, but I really liked it.
I definitely like the creativity that was shown on both sides, so yeah, I do hope we get to see more of that as we now go into the draft for game number 2. Red Esports will now be drafting on the blue side, Team LUNATIX on the red side. Ling going to be the first hero banned out by Red Esports, followed by the all-too-common Valentina ban on the red side.
I wonder if Team LUNATIX, they will feel more comfortable being in the second pick, because now they can see what Red Esports is trying to do first, and then they can counter a little bit later. Red Esports, they're really looking at the stats for Team LUNATIX, and these 2 heroes are the biggest comfort for Team LUNATIX, both the Ling for Amal and the Khalid for Goldie Look. So this is the problem with a new team, right? You don't have a lot of experience, so you have your best heroes, but when you display in the first 2 weeks of MPL, people can read it, and then it's about how you adjust after that. And for now, and I hope it will change, but for now, it looks like they haven't really recovered when they don't have their best heroes in the draft.
It's very important to actually have access to a larger and more flexible hero pool. We're already seeing the importance of having that in the draft itself from our previous games. I think TODAK being one of the best examples of that. So difficult to draft against them because their hero pools are so varied. And things like that make a big difference when you want to be able to win out just through the team composition. Now, as we approach the final bans of the first phase, Julian will actually be the final choice for Red.
Very interesting. Even listening to your voice, even you might be a little bit curious because Zai Hakimi performed quite well on the Julian. Maybe they just want a different first pick and they're probably looking at Team LUNATIX because Rain used Julian pretty well.
Sir,
maybe
wait,
that's the only reason.
Your team is picking.
Did they just let 1-1 through against Mal? They just let 1-1 through.
Hey.
And they didn't pick it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, because Mal actually for this season, right? Maybe because 1-1 is strong, that's why he doesn't pick it. This is a meme that we talked about in the Malay
That's true.
right? Because it's meta, Mal doesn't want to use it, right? He's one of those like hipsters where it's like, this is too mainstream. I'll use something like a carry over 1-1. Beatrix is super strong. Nah. Give me the Irrital. And then once it becomes meta, then he's not going to use it again. And this is what I don't like. You pick up the Akai, and then Team LUNATIX, they're picking up the Diggy and Irrital. The Irrital by herself can win the lane. Adding on the Diggy, Team LUNATIX, they're already starting off very strong on the draft.
Yeah, I like this right now. Diggy is the very obvious counter to the Akai being locked in this early in the draft. And typically you would think locking in Irrital this early on may not be the best choice, but Mint has a pretty respectable win rate, 60% win rate on the Irrital in the 5 games that he has played it, and it also denies it away from Mal on Red eSports.
Who's going to use the Akai? Because I kind of don't want Zai Hakimi to use the Akai. Like,
I agree.
Akai traditionally is a very good jungler, right? Well, I should not say traditionally because it's only ever since Akai has been revamped that a lot of people has been picking him up in the jungle, but it really doesn't feel like a Zai Hakimi hero. He can make it work, but he can't really put that big of an impact. And again, the SS is gonna get picked up. 100% win rate. With Team LUNATIX picks, I'm a little bit 50-50 whether the trend will continue on this pick rate. And Zai Hakimi, so far, 18 lords that he has been able to secure, quite high as well. And apparently number 3 in the entire standings.
Ooh, that's quite impressive, but we do know Red eSports overall is a very objective-oriented team. Zayed especially wants to get many turtles, many lords, so it's understandable why that score would be so high. The final pick of the first phase, LUNATIX, is going to be locking in the Eve, a hero we actually haven't gotten to see played for a little bit because it's quite regularly ignored or banned out quite early. That will be a lot of AoE damage to deal with the group up under the blessing of the Moon Goddess, but also... Oh, actually, wait, no. The heavy spin doesn't counter it because they have Time Journey.
Yeah. Right now, Team LUNATIX, honestly, they have a lot of control on their side and anti-control because, like you said, the Akai can try, but Akai can fail if the Diggy is there. So if the Diggy is not around to help out, you know, the Eve, then yeah, the Eve can be countered. But I kind of feel like if you're able to cancel out the real world manipulation, still kind of fine. Well, we have to see how the draft goes, but I kind of feel like Team LUNATIX, they're in a little bit more safer pick state because SS people want to group up, Eve is totally fine with that.
Yeah, I think I definitely like the way that they're going about this draft right now. This is very, as you mentioned, quite safe for LUNATIX. Good answers to what Red eSports are putting on the table, but we need to see how they continue on with it. They're gonna be finishing off their bans by getting rid of the Benedetta, which I think is quite understandable here. LUNATIX, they're a team that wants to fight together, so they're constantly roaming around S5. They cannot give Red opportunities to split push across the map.
I'm looking at Amal and I'm wondering what kind of jungler does he want because he really excels on these assassins and Red eSports really focusing on those assassin picks. They already banned out the Ling, the Lancelot, and right now they're looking at the Phoveus just because Esmeralda is not in the game. So even if the Phoveus is not the very best thing for Team LUNATIX to have, but just because the absence of the Esmeralda can make you into a situation where there's really no good answer to go up against the Phoveus. So that kind of felt like it was forced, and because Phoveus is not in the game, it's a pretty safe pickup for the Paquito.
Yep, I was thinking that that would probably be the next choice for Team LUNATIX. Not sure if they would go for it because Paquito, other than the knockout strike, doesn't have a lot of AoE, but still a very solid hero and flexible as well. Could still go into the jungle or the EXP lane, so probably the best choice LUNATIX has right now to keep Red eSports guessing. And as for guessing as well, we will now confirm whether or not this is an EXP or a jungle Akai.
And because Vendetta is not there, it's not a situation where Zai Hakimi can just be like, yeah, just give me a Vendetta and then you can use the Akai and the EXP. Because if you're a jungle Akai, you're going to be very proactive in the map, right? But it's going to be very difficult to be proactive when there's a Diggy. If you're in the EXP, then it's kind of fine because you're just going to do a lot of 1v1s. But no, it is going to be a jungle Akai because the Yuzong is most probably going to go in the EXP lane.
Okay, I like this here. I like the Yu Zong choice. Unfortunately, this does mean that Zaid is going to be playing on the Akai, which means puts him more in a utility situation, but I guess we'll find out. The Black Dragon form combined with the heavy spin creates two opportunities for Red Esports to bait out the time journey. And we already know Yu Zong counteracts the Eve because of how easily he can jump into the back line. What I'm personally worried about though is that him diving in under the time journey makes it kind of difficult for him.
Right, so I want to see who's going to be the jungler. Is it going to be the Balman or the Paquito? I kind of prefer the Paquito. And yeah, it looks like they're not going to be swapping it around. Goldie Look is still going to be on the Balman, which to be fair, he performed quite well in the first game just now. However, looking at the draft, I would say between both these teams, Team LUNATIX, they have an easier team composition to pull off compared to Red Esports, especially with an Estes, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. You want to hit your ult basically onto everyone. But it's difficult for you to focus on your own team if the Kagura is jumping all around the place, and the same thing can be said on Yu Zong. So at maximum, maybe he's just focusing on healing himself as well as the Beatrix, because everyone else, they might be a little bit too far ahead for you to heal.
Yeah, now that we're looking at the team lineups once again, we can see that there's going to be very big ultimates on either side, but which will provide more survivability for the respective teams? Will it be the Blessing of the Moon Goddess on Red Esports or the Time Journey to provide protection on Team LUNATIX? We shall find out as we once again enter the Land of Dawn for another clash between these two MPL teams.
Ash as well as Rain, they're both in the mid side of the map, and looks like both roamers, this is going to be a 2-1-1 kind of situation where it's going to be a solo mid Rain going up against Ash, and both roamers, they're just going to make sure that either they win the lane or don't lose as much. Speaking of which, Ash right now is kind of slowly winning the trade here against Rain.
Yeah, understandable here that mid lane is going to be actually quite even. Both heroes have a fair amount of wave clear, and gaining control over that mid lane is going to be quite important. You can see as well, both teams again prioritizing the gold lane, both supports just hanging around to ensure that their marksman will secure enough farm to scale up.
Yeah, Amal is being super aggressive here, but again, he has an Estes, so he really should be fine. But this is the only thing that I'm worried about Mal, is he gets very overzealous with his positioning. And once Min hits level 4, it's something that Mal has to be careful on. And Amal, level 3, going around in the gold lane, and Zai Hakimi, he's level 4, so it's like, nah, I'm getting out of here. How did you get more levels than me? Oh yeah, because of the Little Wanderer, yeah.
I feel like that was literally a Daniel, the cooler Daniel situation. Amal
Yeah.
walking into that bush and seeing that the enemy jungle is higher level than him. He's still sticking around. He really wants this kill on Mal. That's going to delay his farm a little bit, but if he gets the kill, it's going to be worth it. First blood going to Team LUNATIX.
We just talked about it. Is this a form of caster curse where we're talking about something bad and it actually did happen, where Mal, lately, his positioning, it's like a fighter. It's like an EXP laner, not really a gold laner. And the thing is, he already saw Amal there, probably assumed that he was going to go away as well, but even Amal is just like, I'm just going to wait. What else is he going to do? And then it was a pretty easy first blood. Zai Hakimi, he should be able to secure this, no problem.
Yeah, he does indeed, with the Black Dragon form zoning out the rest of Team LUNATIX as well. They will give that away, and not much choice to be said there.
That was a Nibiru, and the Nibiru miss. It's quite interesting. But Min is going to engage onto Mal. Mal being too close. This is not a good situation. Mal Rain is there with the real one manipulation. He did not notice it, but the damage was there. Team LUNATIX, they're capitalizing on the mistakes from this Beatrix.
Yeah, this is exactly the sort of early game aggression we expect from Team LUNATIX, and it's all being focused on Mal right now. In that situation, it's understandable that he would continue to try and fight because he knows he's not going to be able to escape the real world manipulation anyway. try to take someone with him. He just doesn't have quite enough damage yet at this point. So that's going to be a great start for Mint, already 1 level up on his opponent.
Mal has to change his weapons because he was using a Nibiru, and I know, okay, Mal was using the Nibiru as well as the Renner, right? But if you do want to go for the fight, you might as well change your Renner into a Wesker, or you change your Nibiru into a Wesker, because you're already in position for a Wesker shot. You might as well just commit to it. Even if you die, then at least you get a kill, because right now his KDA is 0-2 and 0. I kind of feel like if he changed weapons before the start, before the fight started, maybe he could have gotten the kill. Just my 2 cents.
I wonder whether or not that was a lapse in judgment or simply because Mal much prefers Nibiru and Renner. Sometimes the choice of guns players have when they're using Beatrix is up to their personal preference, because nowadays there's no really obvious best gun choice, allowing for a much more varied style of gameplay. Right now though, even though Team LUNATIX actually did manage to get those early kills against Red, they are still even in terms of farm, so preferably they should try and create more space right now, especially since Amal has a nice lead.
I feel like they've got that just because of the turtle advantage. Right now, Goldie Look already wasted his little counter on Ren and QT. It looks like they're just gonna let him go home because they're gonna be focusing on the turtle.
But you can see Red eSports, they know that Team LUNATIX are contesting the turtle, so Ash is walking up to try and get a kill onto Mint. Here comes Zayed with the heavy spin. Will he secure it? Nope, the time journey ensures he can't push anyone away. Turtle going over to LUNATIX. Ren QT actually jumping in here to get the duel, as Mint is in a 1v3 situation. Still alive for now. Mal flickering forward, still not quite able to finish him off. Ash will get the last hit.
Thank goodness for that. I was actually looking at the turret. I don't want him to take any more turret shots. Zai Hakimi in the mid lane. What? What was that jab? He was... What? That was almost... It almost looked like a Wesker shot. Himo just pop! Disappeared!
That's the power of the enhanced jab combo. And we
high and dry.
Remember, he has high and dry. Yup, that's what you mentioned. Oh!
What the... Oh my god, look at that damage. I gotta be careful with my words. You guys know what I was about to say. Come on.
My mouth is agape right now. He died so quickly, but here Mint gonna get caught out by the Yin Yang overturn. Ash gonna pick up a kill in return. Mint instantly punished for all the help he received in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Thankfully, I've done this job long enough to know when I should stop myself. But Amal, the damage is looking very, very good. And Ash is doing so well on this Kagura, doing a lot. Not only did he control Rain in the early stages of the game, making sure that he does not roam as much, but the damage is looking really, really good. And this is a Kagura with a Clock of Destiny, so he should actually skill a lot more later, not doing this much damage right now. I was actually thinking he might have just finished his Genius 1, that's why he's doing quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, but Ash on this Kagura, this is one of his best picks, one of his oldest, most reliable picks. Goldie Luck now gonna be outspun by the heavy spin, forcing out the flicker. He's gonna get away actually from 4 members of Red.
Yeah, and he is securing his own lane by trying to end the life of the minions, but looks like his life is coming to an end as well. How unfortunate.
But they do get the trade onto the top tier 1, and Red eSports actually don't quite finish off the tower just yet. That means they're going to be slow compared to Mint, who's taking the top tier 2. The rest of LUNATIX taking the mid tier 2. They're going for objective gameplay right now.
Hey, they gotta have to, man, because they need to actually further their gold lead, which is actually not a lot. It's only 700 gold difference, and it's in favor of Team LUNATIX. Red eSports, they're just gonna focus on the turtle because they know it's gonna be pretty free compared to try to defend their own turrets. 1,000 gold difference now for Team LUNATIX against Red eSports. But Red eSports, they have a lot of wave clear with the Beatrix, and the damage from the Kagura is still going to be very, very good. So there are ways for them to fight back. It's just that Team LUNATIX, I want to see them use this Digi pick a little bit more aggressively in engaging those team fights.
I'm actually of the opposite mind here. I actually like that Team LUNATIX is playing a little bit more safely, going for more objective styles. It has actually been able to gain them the goal lead here in game number 2 compared to their performance previously. Yes, they could be a little bit more aggressive, but making better choices and being more disciplined in their initiation right now could actually be the missing ingredient they're looking for.
Amon right now, 3-0 and 0. Like, again, I'm just remembering that he actually went toe-to-toe with a Yuzong, and there's not much that the Yuzong can do under his own turret. So Team LUNATIX, Rain already completed his Ice Queen 1, so in terms of team fight, he's going to be doing very, very well. And look at the gold ranking over here. Even though Mal is 0-2-2, he's still topping the gold ranking. Not by much, but still, he's up there.
Yeah, leave it to Maul to always get farm regardless of the situation, but Amal and Mint are very nearby as well, which is where you see the gold difference being concentrated mostly. We can see now, Team LUNATIX, they're actually playing really heavily towards contesting objectives. They're not taking the risk of going for full-out team fight, even though they have the time journey. We'll see how this develops for them.
Looks like both teams are playing a little bit slowly, trying to get their farm. They're probably trying to get just that one more item that they really need to be really confident. Zayed Hakimi is taking a lot of damage from Amal, but he is going to heal up quite nicely. Now Team LUNATIX, they're really pushing their advantage, trying to get this bottom lane turret. Real world manipulation has been used. Ran QT already using his Black Dragon form just to escape. Looks like none of these teams are going to heavily commit on any kind of team fight.
Okay, very disciplined from Team LUNATIX. That's a pretty classic disengagement Red Esports. They definitely don't want to take that fight, but I like that Team LUNATIX are holding themselves back. I'm pretty sure based on their historical gameplay, they want to engage on that so bad after wasting so many ultimates, but they have their eyes set on this Lord, and they are in control over the river right now.
Yeah, Zayed Hakimi is going to go in. He already used his heavy spin, but look at the Diggy time journey canceling it out. But Goldie looks taking a lot of damage, and Team Razeborn, they're going to go back in, but not before Amal secures the Lord. Now Team LUNATIX is going to disengage. Overall, I would say that's a pretty good trade for Team LUNATIX. The real world manipulation has been used, but not going to secure any kills.
They do manage to zone out Red Esports.
Oh! Did I say no kills? Never mind. Mal is going to get one more for himself. What was that snipe?
Mal just decided to stop playing ML and go bird hunting for a moment there. Finding the kill onto Zeph in the mid lane. Ren QT now trying to catch out Rain, but they don't want to engage too aggressively on this. They don't know where the rest of Team LUNATIX is, and they do have a Lord to have to defend in the top lane.
Ren QT already using his Black Dragon form quite early on. Probably just wants the hybrid form to clear this Lord a little bit more safely. But again, looking at the cooldowns, Rain has his real world manipulation. He could use it here to really force a team fight. But Zeph is taking a lot of damage from Ashe, and preemptively he has to use his ult. And Zayed Hakimi manages to get Goldie. Look, Goldie looks gonna get focused on double kill for Mal. How did he snipe him? I have no idea. Zeph just went down a little bit too fast.
I literally did not see Mal snipe down the Diggy. I only saw the death message, so you can imagine that Team LUNATIX are just...
Oh! Mal is jumping in! He wants the kill! He's gonna die for himself. Mid is taking a lot of damage. Zayed Hakimi is taking the brunt from Rain. He's gonna go down! And Ren QT as well as Miro. He tries to secure another kill onto Amal, but Amal is managing to run away. Zap is up from the Diggy form. Was that good? Was that bad? Team Red Esports? What was that?
That was a massive mistake. Mal thought he would be able to flicker forward with Nibiru's passion to pick off the low health members of LUNATIX, but bit off more than he can chew. He should have been in Wesker mode. He could have actually picked off a couple if he did that, but that's going to cost Red Esports. They had just won a fight and instantly throwing bodies back in return, putting them back in the confines of their base.
So now you agree as well. He really should just change the Nibiru to like if he wants to make those kind of plays, right? Might as well just use the Wesker. You're gonna be in damage position, right? Might as well.
Yeah, it is a little bit confusing here, considering if you want to flicker that close, just use the shotgun. But I do feel like Mal is a bit of a traditional player. He's still used to the old style of Beatrix, which relied on Nibiru to output most of his damage, and because of that, Rain is going to be shooting up way past him on the damage dealt ranking.
I want to say Zeph just now, he was like 34,000, and I feel like someone actually hit his alarm bomb and it jumped to 35,000. So is his alarm bomb dealing 1,000 damage per hit?
I would not be surprised. Look, he just shot past Mal after that one.
1,000 damage alarm clock. That's not fair. That's not good. I mean, Mundan, revise this hero for a little bit. He's doing a little bit too much on every end. And speaking of which, Team LUNATIX with a 4,000 gold advantage, they're starting up the Lord. Min can deal a lot of damage. Amal can deal a lot of damage. Zaid Hakimi is here. But Zeph is ready to use his time journey. And looks like the time journey is going to be used. Amal secures the Lord. Zaid Hakimi taking a lot of damage. Red Cutie comes up in front. And I feel that was a Renner shot or a Wesker shot. But Red eSports, they're jumping on everyone. Amal has to run away. If he does not survive this, it's going to be a complete wipeout. Red eSports, they're going to use this team, almost team wipeout. And they might want to end the game right now.
Instantly, the moment we say he should switch from Nibiru, he uses the Nibiru's passion perfectly. All of Team LUNATIX funneled into the damage cone, and he took out so many members at once, instantly pushing in, taking out the Lord. The mid inhibitor will fall, and knowing that the rest of LUNATIX is coming back, Red eSports will retreat.
Was it a Nibiru's passion? I don't know, man. I'm convinced that might have been a Wesker shot.
It was a long-range Wesker shot. No, it was actually Nibiru's passion. It
really was?
He was in the bush. He pointed it towards the Lord, and LUNATIX all rushed in. I believe we should be able to see it in the instant replay here. Amal secures the Lord. Mal, Nibiru's passion, all of them funnel in and instantly get wrecked.
Not only the Nibiru's passion, but the Kagura ult as well, the Yin Yang overturn. The burst damage was so big. Like, the combination of skills, I legit thought that was a Wesker shot. Because everyone just disappeared.
No, Wesker would stop at one person. That's the thing about the shotgun. The first person hit will block the shots from going behind them. And that's why Nibiru works out in those sort of AoE situations. But it's not quite over just yet. Red eSports, they've successfully narrowed down the net worth difference to only 1k in favor of Team LUNATIX, and they actually do still have all of the inhibitors standing, so things are starting to get quite tense.
Looking at the itemization, I'm just looking at the gold winners, right? Right now, Mal has a lot of damage with the Blade of Despair, the Malefic Roar, as well as the Demon Hunter Sword, and Min still focusing on the crits, Berserker Fury, Windtalker, as well as the Scarlet Phantom. Min is there alone. Dude, you gotta be careful, man. If you get caught out, it's GG. Like Team LUNATIX, they will not have enough damage to actually take any other team fights.
Yeah, they gotta keep him alive there, but I think they're quite safe. Red eSports isn't going to engage in that situation because it's very obvious from his positioning that his team is going to be behind it. Both these teams now want to actually wait for the Lex Lord timing because that is the safest way for them to push in and end the game. And considering the state of the structures right now, it could be the last Lord as well. So we're gonna be seeing very fervent contention over this objective.
Well, nothing is going on. I just want people to actually notice the KDA Miro has not died just yet. 0-0 and 11.
Wow.
Same thing with Amal, 4-0-2. And we got Goldie Look, 0-4-0. It's a little bit unfortunate, but trust me, guys, he's doing his job, all right? He's the frontline tank.
I was kind of wondering where you were going with that, and I gotta admit, that is not the direction I was expecting.
I'm just saying, man, this is the thing, right? You have a Diki. The Diki is not going to be a frontline for your team, so someone has to take the bullet. And apparently it's Goldie. Look, Team Red eSports right now, they are continuing on the Lord. And looks like they're going to secure this. Ash actually secured it. That was very... Ooh, Zaid Hakimi. The retribution was a little bit too fast. It's a good thing Ash was there. And he even used his Yin Yang overturn.
That was kind of weird. Team LUNATIX almost seemed slow to respawn, like they didn't know what they wanted to do. And now the Lord pushing in favor of Red eSports. You can see now they're trying to sync all the waves together. They want to do as much damage as possible. The path of the Lord is wide open, so he's going to crash first, giving LUNATIX more chances to clear it up before the other lanes are pushed in.
Oh, but look at the damage from Team LUNATIX. It looks like they're going to deal with this Lord, no problem. Oh, Mal hitting Amal. Even Amal is like, oh no, why'd you know I was there? He has to run away. The damage from this Matrix is doing quite a lot. And Goldie Look is taking quite a lot of damage from the sniper shot. Zeph got shot! He got destroyed! And Team Red eSports, they managed to actually secure the inhibitor turret. And right now, Mal, he's being a monster on this Beatrix, the Malaysian sniper. But look at that engage from Red Cutie. Team Red eSports, they're winning the team fights. Team LUNATIX, they are in their own base. Can they actually survive this next initiation? Because Mal, he's top in HP. Mirol is still there. He's waiting. And look at Team LUNATIX. They are going to re-engage Goldie Look. Goldie Look's going in. And Ren QT, he has to back off. Mal still in the same position to dish out the damage. Killing spree for Mal. Misses Raid. It's not gonna miss Zeph. You're staying there, buddy. Red eSports is flexing right now.
I'm sorry, Zeph, I'm pretty sure that was a mistake. He didn't realize he was coming back. Maul nearly dying. Amal wants to chase him down, but RenQT is delaying his... he is actually still going. He wants to go for it.
Look at Diggy. Diggy is not letting them recall.
Yeah,
Diggy is not letting them recall. This is bad, but it's a good thing Amal cannot continue the pursuit.
I feel like I'm just starting to make exclusive monkey noises on this stream right now, because I have no idea what I'm watching. I feel like both these teams right now are in absolute chaos. Red eSports are instantly back in the driver's seat, but they still have to be very careful. They were trying to end the game there because they knew that LUNATIX needed more time to respawn, but they got caught out, resulting in Mirror's actual first death of the game. So things are still very even.
Mal is not the highest damage here. Rain is actually having the highest damage, but in terms of the wow factor, Mal snipes is just something different. It's just something different now. Looking at the weapons, he is using the Renner as well as the Wesker. And it looks like they're going to focusing on Goldie Look. Goldie Look is able to run away, and Red eSports, they use a lot of spells for that non-kill.
This is going to be an important Lord, especially for LUNATIX. Their base is empty. It is naked. They have no structures for the Lord to be distracted by. They cannot give this away to Red eSports, and you can be sure that Red wants it. They're starting the fight.
Oh, it looks like Amal, he is gonna go down first. Zeph already used his ultimate, but it's gonna be in vain. RenQT pushes everyone away. Even if he dies, it's totally fine. Min goes in. He has immortality, but is this a good situation for him to force a fight? He's doing a lot of damage onto Zaid Hakimi, but in the backside, Red eSports, they're still healing. They're healing quite a lot, and Red eSports, they have to concede. Min, that was very dangerous. That was very ballsy of the guy.
This is terrifying. Honestly, Mid was doing a lot of damage there. That's why you saw Red eSports making the quick retreat. They knew that if they actually tried to fight him, they would have lost way too many members. They're now working on the Lord. Snipes coming out from Maul. The Blessing of the Moon God has popped down. Heavy spin as well. They want to secure this, but this might be a bit early. Oh, yes! Jumping in, get picked off by Mid. The Lord is a 50-50. Oh, gets it! He has to flicker away. He's low on HP. They lose Zayed. A double kill going to Mid.
That was a clutch still. That was so dangerous. Like, Ash tried to kill them all because I can't even blame the guy. They were all grouped up together. That's going to be a beautiful yin-yang overturn. But it was not enough. But because Ma was able to secure the Lord, that was a safe. If LUNATIX got that Lord, that might have been game.
Yeah, honestly though, this Lord could still be game for Red eSports if LUNATIX is not careful. The consolation here is that it'll take another 20 seconds before Ash and Zayed respawn, but because of that, Red are going to push this Lord as slowly as possible to try and make full use of the objective.
Yeah, and I gotta say, man, RenQT doesn't have a lot of, in terms of KDA, but he's doing quite a lot. He's zoning out a lot of members of Team LUNATIX, and looks like this Lord is gonna be a non-factor. The damage from Iritel, even the Lord, is just like, no.
We may be in for the long haul here, folks.
Yeah.
I don't know how this is going to end. And that uncertainty is making this quite nail-biting. Another 100 seconds before the next Lord comes out. And unless a big fight skews in one favor, we're not going to see the game end before then.
This is unfortunate, man. Like, Ash did so good in the early to mid stages of the game, but now being in the late game, it looks like he's having trouble, he's having difficulty to actually burst anyone out. And right now, a lot of immortalities are being bought for both teams. They're all just focusing on defensive items now. Even Rain already finished his Winter Truncheon. Zev getting the immortality. Right now, we're just looking at all of the item swaps. Let's count the immortalities. Mal has one, Mirul has one, Zai Hakimi has one, RenQT has one, Ash is still on the way. But on the side of Team LUNATIX, Mid, Zeph, Amal doesn't have it, but Goldie Look has it. So almost everyone here already has an immortality. Extended team fight, let's go.
How often do you see an immortality on a Diggy?
that
just somehow feels so unnatural.
Right? It's kind of like, it's like, I get it, but at the same time, you kind of like, it's hard to say, you know? You have to play the hero, then you'll be like, I kind of know that having an immortality now is important, but
Yeah, it's quite strange. I imagine you die with an immortality on Diggy, you expect yourself to be able to move, but you can't for a moment because you're respawning, you're not becoming an egg.
Yeah, right now, looking at Team LUNATIX, Goldilocks was about to face check against 3 members of Red Esports. Looking at Amal's position, he's waiting for anyone, absolutely anyone, to go through the tri-bush. But looks like RenQT is well aware of his positioning, so he's not going anywhere near it. And this is just going to be a dance between Team LUNATIX as well as Red Esports. But Red Esports, they have a more favorable position to actually start the Lord for themselves.
You can see that Goldilocks was forced to respond to the push in the bottom lane, meaning that Red Esports will be able to start on the Lord first, and with all the waves shoving up in their favor as well, very difficult for Team LUNATIX to come up and contest, but they have to. Again, there is no structures in their base. Immortality finally on Amal, going for the more defensive option. Red actually gonna reset the Lord. They know what is at stake here with this final objective.
I'm just worried about Min, man. His positioning is so far ahead and Zeph is so far away. If Red Esports can look at the map as we casters are looking at it, they'll be like, let's go on Min, let's go on Min. Zeph is far away. They gotta be careful. Speaking of which, right now, Goldilocks, he knows the position of Red Esports. What can Team LUNATIX use this information for? Can they actually capitalize on anything? Because right now, Red Esports, looking at the Lord, is going down to almost half HP. The Renner, oh, look at this, look at this. The conceal play, the conceal play. Zeph is going to get targeted by Zaya Hakimi. And look at RenQT. RenQT is going for Amal. He's taking a lot of damage from Min, Miral, Ash, as well as everyone else from Red. They're going in, but Red, a beautiful real world manipulation. Monster secures the kill onto Min. And Team LUNATIX, as well as Red Esports, it's a 4v4. The gold laner is not there. The jungler is not there, but the minions are marching towards LUNATIX base. They got no more options. How can they really deal with this kind of push and pull with the Lord and their own base?
Despite the fact that Red Esports lost their jungler, they're still in a more favorable spot to contest the Lord simply because of how much the waves are pushing in their favor. This is wave management at its finest. Zeph out of position, forced to use the time journey. He doesn't have it now. Ash actually nearly dying to the minefield in the bush in front of the Lord pit, able to heal up thanks to Miral, but this delicate dance is going to continue a little bit longer.
This is an interesting situation where actually the alarm bomb forces Miral to actually use the blessing of the moon goddess just to make sure that Ash does not die, and that is not wasted at all, because if he does die, it's going to be 1 minute until he responds. This is 25 minutes, folks, because at this point, one death means so much in the game. It's going to be in a point where everyone is going to have like 100 seconds left to revive. So now, honestly, it really doesn't matter who secures the Lord, who wins the team fight. That is the point of victory. Who wins the team fight, that is going to be the real winner of the game.
The Lord now dropping to 60% HP. All 5 members on both teams are back alive. They want to contest this. They have vision over where every member of the other team is. LUNATIX, they're trying to contest on RenQT. They want to zone him out, not allow him to engage. Zayed keeping aggro on the Lord, but he probably wants to reset it pretty soon as their positioning is being threatened by LUNATIX.
Yeah, but look at this. They know that Amal is far away. No, never mind. Amal is already in position to actually use a double jab on the Lord. And Blessing of the Moon Goddess has been used. RenQT with the Black Dragon form. Goldilocks taking a lot of damage, but the Diggy has already popped the ultimate, so all of the crowd control is not going to be there. Mal secures the kill, but Zaya Hakimi secures the Lord. And Team Red Esports, they're still going to go at it. Min is doing a lot of damage onto Zaya Hakimi. Zaya Hakimi is going to go down, but Min, using the Wind of Nature, still survives the engagement coming in from Mal. So looking at in terms of the fight, both teams only have 3 members on the map, but Red Esports, they have the advantage of a Lord. And Miral died to the alarm bomb.
My goodness, that is the most annoying way to lose your immortality, but at the very least, he is not dead. This is going to be a 3v3 push. Neither team has their jungler or EXP lane, so this is all about the squishies right now, ladies and gentlemen. And Red Esports, they have accessed the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Will they try to end with this?
Oh, I feel like this is prime position. Amal as well as Goldilocks is going to take quite a while for them to actually revive and help secure the win. But look at Team LUNATIX, they're not going to go down. And looks like Ash is taking a lot of damage from Rain. Rain secures the kill. Mal is focusing on the Crystal. And Team Red Esports ends the game like a flash. That was fast!
That was a great split-second decision from Maul right there, and if he did not flicker forward to get those hits onto the crystal, there was a very good chance of a turnaround there. With Ash already being taken out by the real-world manipulation, things got really tense, things got really close. I'm sure all of us are on the edge of our seats right now, but we're gonna end the day with another 2-0 victory, this time for Red Esports.
That ending's... I'm sorry, but I honestly forgot this is a best of 3. I just looking at the games like, what's going on? So let's go on to stage with our host, with our winners, Red Esports.
Red is my blood. Kemenangan bersih 2 berbalas kosong dan 3 mata yang penting untuk mereka dapatkan kembali kuat di grup B. Jadi saya akan dekat tengah terlebih dahulu. Okay, sebab tolong teman saya kiri dan kanan sebab kalau tak nampak je sunyi pula. Seorang kanan. Okay, baik. Kita akan tanya saya coach dia dulu. Okay. Dragon, kita nak bagi mic, alright. So, kita jadi satu room boleh tak? Kita macam tu. Macam nice sikit kan? Mirul depan. Okay. Kita nak tanyalah, apa perbezaan Mam dan juga Mirul kalau bermain dalam team?
Oh, macam Mam dia ada experience kan as a pro player. Macam Mirul ni memang fresh. So memang solid, memang bagi dia arahan, dia buat lah.
Oh, so dia dengar cakap lah? Okay, so...
dengar cakap sikit lah.
So, specialnya Mirul kat situ lah?
Special.
Alright. So, kita tahu yang lepas ni, kita akan cross group, kita akan lawan dengan group A. So, kita nak tanya player lah. Saya nak tanya player pula boleh? Okay, kita akan pass kat Ash lah. Ash selalu tak dapat mic tau. Kita bagi kat Ash. Alright, okay Ash. Kita nak tanya dekat group A, sebab banyak mid lane yang power-power, so nak jumpa siapa? Dari team mana? Maksud kenapa?
Tak nak jumpa siapa-siapa.
Apa sekali?
Tak nak jumpa siapa-siapa. Sebab rasanya mid laner paling power sekarang Stormy je. Yang kat team A tu tak ada pun mid laner.
Okay, satu jawapan yang berani. Saya percaya yang tu dah ramai klip. Right? Jadi okay, kita akan satu lagi soalan di mana kita nak awak semua ucaplah kepada penonton-penonton yang datang dekat Cool City Mall dan juga yang menonton, yang bagi support dekat Red ni daripada dulu sampai sekarang.
Terima kasih kepada semua penyokong Red yang datang support kita orang dari yang online, yang sanggup datang walaupun kita orang tak berapa perform sangat. Terima kasih lah selalu setia kita orang sampai ke hari ini.
Saya nampak family Mal kat situ, betul family kat situ. Ya, okay. Terima kasih family Mal sebab datang support. Right. Dan pada situ saja sesi interview bersama saya Syamilo dan juga pemenang dekat sekarang. Right. Jadi kita akan saksikan mic check apa yang dibincangkan oleh mereka. Saya nak dengar suara Mirul dekat mic check.
Boleh empat.
Boleh tak? Teman-teman. Mantap.
Bunuh. Duduk.
Dapat tu.
Mantap. Dapat tak? Tak ada float. Santai.
Mati.
Tolak mid tu.
Tahu, aku dekat Amir. Kejar.
Bantai Lolita ni. Nice.
Stop.
Itu dah cancel.
Mantap Abi.
Dapat.
Perang. Bateri.
Mantap Fitri.
Dapat mati.
Dapat. Mantap.
Dan.
Dah.
Mal sinilah Mal.
Mantap. Kena montek lagi bro. Kena montek lagi. Tak dapat.
Okay, belah.
Low.
Macam
boleh.
Mantap Ren.
Kau tengok.
Boleh.
Dah.
Go. Always got it.
Dekat.
Panik. Boom.
Bantai depan je.
Ganti. Dapat.
Ganti Mal.
Tak Man.
Nice.
We always memed about how the players, at one point, even their shot call is just gonna but Ray Esports, you go. I mean, and they even sang. I don't know what they sang, but they look like they were in high spirits. And in that kind of game, a long game, second game, I feel like that is the secret to make sure that they actually stay focused in the game itself.
Yeah, being able to maintain that mental in the game as long and as tense as that really does make a big difference. I'm honestly surprised that we got to hear a team singing on the mic.
Yeah.
That's new. I like that. I want to see more of that because it really does show that they're having fun.
hey, if you want to see more of that, Red Esports got to keep on winning. And looking at the performance today, is actually looking very good. But Team LUNATIX, they put up a very good fight, honestly, especially game number 2. It was insane. So I want to look at the itemization for this game. And I have to say, this is very interesting for Mirol himself on this Estes. I checked out his sneaky, like, this is in display because look at his boots, right? It's not upgraded. And the reason why is because he keeps swapping around between conceal and favor, because every once in a while we can see him buying the conceal, him buying the favor. So this is actually a high level of skill for a roamer, that once you've used your conceal, you quickly sell your boots and then switch it for something else. In this situation, he can use a favor, but if he can't use a favor, he can use either encourage or dire hit to have more presence in the team fight.
Oh, I actually legitimately was not aware that was a possibility. You learn new things every day. Very impressive choice to go for that. Obviously, looking at the items in this game, it's going to be max items on everyone. It was a 27-minute game, and I do like the timing there. 27 minutes, 27 seconds. I feel like there has to be some fate going on at work there for us to land on such a perfect number. But yeah, this was an incredible game. Really valiant efforts from both sides. And we have to remember, this is actually somewhat of a comeback victory for Red Esports as well.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I would use the comeback, but I would definitely say it could have gone any way. Team LUNATIX could have definitely won that game. Red could have won that game. Looking at the stats here, the damage from Mal, 122,000. If we're going to talk about damage per minute, this guy does the most, because the second highest is Ash. 66, around double. Like, my calculations might be slightly off, but I think it's around, okay, not as double, almost double. But for Team LUNATIX, I was hoping for Min to do a lot more, but by comparison, 112, 122, not that much different. But Rain, almost 150,000 damage on this Eve.
Yeah, that's insane. Also, the fact that the Diggy is doing over 100,000 damage himself. Zeph, as the roam Diggy, doing 100,000 damage. Don't see that every day. I feel like we definitely need to address this at some point. Diggy does so much DPS.
I feel like there's absolutely no reason, Staffa, for us to go and play rank and abuse this Diggy. There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't do it. Because trust me, I went on ranked games, people still have not banned out the Diggy. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game presented by Mega Delivery. It's going over to Mal. 95, my friends, percent kill participation. And the thing is, we rarely see a marksman having this high of a kill participation, but just because of how Red Esports play around Mal, this is entirely possible.
Yeah, we have already been mentioning throughout this game that Mal recently has been playing a little bit more aggressive, out of position, being caught out here and there. But you cannot deny that he was the factor that allowed Red Esports to remain in this game when things were looking dire. When Team LUNATIX had control over that mid-game, it was the big Nibiru's passions, the amount of DPS. He finally was able to position himself properly alongside with Mirol to survive all these fights and output the DPS needed to come out on top. And this is just a really solid return to form.
Yeah, looking at a highlight that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, it didn't start off the smoothest for Red Esports. They made a lot of mistakes, especially Mal dying twice in the early stages of the game. But being a marksman is a late game presence that you really want to look at, and he really showed up, especially with all those Renner shots. Like, I want to see, like, if it's actually on the highlights that we can see the snipe on the Diggy. Is it here? Was that the snipe? No, it was a snipe before, right?
No, I actually think that was the snipe that we missed. We just didn't pay attention to it because all the action was happening on the other side of the screen. So props to Mal for going bird hunting. Once again, doing a very good job of catching out Zeph for just constantly sniping people out. This funnel into the Nibiru's passion was such a big turning point for Red Esports as well, completely separating the fight in their favor.
And listening to their mic checks, that was not planned. That was entirely not planned. Even they're like, oh, wait, they're low. We can go for this. Like, even they did not thought that Mal would do that much damage. But Mal, he really shines in the late game. And Zeph, that was kind of unlucky because what else could he do? He was going to respawn anyways.
Yeah, he was not paying attention to how long it would take for him to come back, and he just put himself out of position there. But you can see as well, all of these Lord contestants, Zayed was always the one to take the Lord, except for that last one where Ash actually secured the last hit. Otherwise, Amal couldn't steal it away at all.
Yeah, props to Ash as well as Mal. Both of them actually helped secure the Lord for their team. And now Red Esports, based on that win, they have gone up in the rankings. They're number 3 in Group B, and they are tied with Homeboys with 12 points to their name. And that means Team LUNATIX, having no points today, is going to go down 9 points for them, even though they're number 4. Caracal, 4 points away, not really that far.
I think now that we are at this stage of the regular season as well, we're definitely seeing teams shift more towards avoiding relegation from the playoffs and trying to secure the best spot they can in the playoffs as well. Those coveted upper bracket positions that will be reserved exclusively for the top 2 teams in each respective group. Red, they're in third right now, but they want to be able to take that second spot away from Homeboys as well.
Well, Red has already played all games. Homeboys has one more game, at least in terms of the fighting inside the group. If Homeboys wins, then it's going to be more and more difficult for Red Esports to do anything. But we're going back into this game, talking about Team LUNATIX going up against Team Red Esports and gold lane domination. In the early stages of the game, Mal didn't do much, but in late game, he showed up.
Yep, absolutely. Doing a lot better here. But actually, if we look at the overall GPM, he did actually farm better in Game 1. Though I think most of that is because Game 2 just lasted that much longer. So it averaged out. But he did so much more damage in Game 2 as well. Yes, the early game did not necessarily go in his favor every single time because LUNATIX put a lot of pressure to ensure Mint would win out. But Maul always comes back.
Yeah, Mal always comes back. And speaking of coming back, we got to look at the executing and the cash potential. 5 important catch for the game number 1 and 9 important catch for game number 2. And I feel like game number 2 has a lot more important catches just because, again, it's such a long game. And anyone that is caught out of position, there's absolutely no way they're not going to do anything about it, right? Zayed Hakimi actually did a lot of good heavy spins to actually lock down, especially Goldie Luke in the entire game.
Yeah, really good job by Red Esports there. But we have to recall, the late game is their playground. Red Esports are traditionally a late game team. They're very strong once they have all their items and they're able to roam around the map as 5. And the reason they were able to get to that point is through their objective control, securing turtles, securing lords, securing turrets. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of lords taken these games because these are 2 teams that rely very heavily on the Lord objective to actually push in and end the game.
Yeah, especially, again, at 80 minutes, it's going to be an evolved Lord. Any Lord after that is going to be super, super important. So props to Team Red Esports, which now I'm actually looking back into the game. They win a lot around the Lord pit. Either the Lord helps them out, or just because the way that the map is structured, they are being in a position that they can actually win the team fight. So that's very interesting. They fight well when it's at the Lord pit.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that it's not that Red Esports fight well in the Lord pit. It is Team LUNATIX that don't fight well around the Lord pit. But
let's agree to disagree.
Yes. But let's have a look here. This is going to be the heat map for Zayed Hakimi during the last moments of the game, the 19th to 25th minute.
Yeah, this is obviously the moment where the Lord has spawned. So he's going to be hovering around the riverside quite heavily. But we do see a heavy concentration on the bottom bush. He tries to make sure, he tries to get an opportunity to actually use his heavy spin to potentially, maybe, I don't know, catch out Mint or catch out Rain. Because again, they're both doing a lot of damage. So, I don't know. It's pretty straightforward at this stage of the game. He's just hovering around riverside.
Yeah, but other than that, he's going to be mainly focusing on the Lord pit. As the jungler for his team, he needs to make sure that he is there to be able to secure that objective, to be able to use that retribution at the perfect timing, which is why you see most of the heat map being concentrated around that area.
Interestingly enough, right, because we're going to look at Mal right now, I just have to say, this heat map, they're even showing the turrets that was available in the game. because looking, yeah, right. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I don't know if this was intentional, but you know, this is quite interesting to see. But looking at Miles' heat map, I like the position because look at the narrow position inside the jungle. So it really does look like Mal is trying to bait out Team LUNATIX. It's like, if we're gonna fight, we're gonna fight here. I'm not gonna fight in an open space where there's a lot of different ways that Min can actually move across the map, because the difference between the Beatrix as well as the Irritel wants to move a lot, right? And if you can move left to right freely, there's a lot of hits that you can avoid. But with the Beatrix, you really want to funnel everyone in a very close proximity. So it's really nice that he's focusing on this side of the map to try to get any kind of team fight.
Yeah, it's very understandable that he would play around that area because, yeah, as you highlighted, it is going to be the point of the jungle which provides the most opportunities for him to be able to escape while having the best positioning behind Zayed that he can. Honestly, if we look at the heat map for Miral, I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty much the same because he's going to be locked onto Mal the entire time. But Red eSports, their positioning is always going to be quite solid during those final moments of the game because they're quite used to being in these sort of situations.
And we have hit 1,000 shares. Thank you, everyone, for your support. You guys are amazing. Like, every single time we're on the desk, I feel like we've hit every single tier. And this just shows, no matter what week it is, you guys will always show up. And you guys are the reason why the MPL is still continuing for 10 season this strong. Yeah. I don't know how to end that sentence just now.
I think that works. Either way, though, we are very glad that you guys are enjoying all of this. We still have one more share milestone to hit, so if you haven't clicked on that share button, make sure to do so. Because, of course, all of these teams always need your support, and we will be rewarding some rewards to the people who are up on screen right now. Your comments are the winners for our They Need You segment.
Looking at the comments, a lot of love for LUNATIX. Honestly, saying good luck, LUNATIX. You guys are the best. But Red eSports, they came on top. But again, if we rewind and look at the audience prediction, it was 50-50. And I would say that's the best way to describe this entire series. If it was 50-50, LUNATIX could have won Game 1 as well as Game 2. Same can be said about Red. This is good Mobile Legends.
Yeah, these are both teams which are in slightly awkward positions in their overall rankings in the standings here. And we have just been updated that we got that final share milestone. We have hit the S tier, 1.2 thousand shares. So make sure you guys redeem this code because this is the one that could reward you guys with some skins.
I like the synchronization of us fans, you know, because they're like, okay, we hit 1,000. It's like, everyone ready? On go. 1, 2, 3, go. 200 people shared, and then we hit 1,200. Once again, we've hit the maximum amount of the share milestones. Whatever you guys get, you guys totally deserve it. Like, this is amazing. And your favorite segment is on.
Yep, we're gonna be moving on into the Guess Who segment to find out who is this young man in the helmet in the image right here.
My question is, who's Tomtify?
I believe he is a player from LUNATIX, if I'm not wrong. Yes. I got confirmation. Yes.
All right. Now, his hobby is playing rank, which is very good if you're an MPL player. Layla Brody Beatrix, gold laner. But his birthplace, Batubringgi Penang.
So our options are Mint, Tomtify, as well as Maul. We do have 2 gold laners here.
Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm kind of looking at the Brody because Brody is Mint's favorite hero.
True.
And I know that Mal can use it, but...
Also, which of these players would most likely put Layla as their first hero?
I honestly want to see Mal.
Oh?
He doesn't like those meta heroes, man.
I know he doesn't like those meta heroes, but this feels more like a bit of a trolly thing, you know? It's like something someone's having fun with. So I personally think it's Mint.
I think it's Mint. So let's see. Me and Stapa, are we correct for this one? And it is Mint! Nah, I'm always more happier when we got the players right. And this is the code that you guys can redeem at m.mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange QX2QK6B53.
Yep, indeed. Make sure you guys redeem this code at the link below. And honestly, it is quite a glow up again when we see like these childhood photos into the grown-up, the players right now. You can see that they're definitely much better looking as well. And I feel like there's a little bit of fake going on, you know. He was wearing a helmet. Now he has a nice helmet of hair as well, you know, looking real nice, flowing locks, you know. You're quite done with me, aren't you?
It's just a good thing that the camera is not on my face right now. I'm just going to put it that way. Anyways, looking at tomorrow's matches, it's going to be continuing with the level of hype, especially the third game. But we're going to start it off with 12 p.m. Homeboys will be going up against Team Caracal. And then Team LUNATIX having a good game today, but going up against Orange eSports. It's going to be tough at 3 p.m. And then we're going to end the day. TODAK going up against RSG.
Some really spicy games to end off week number 5. So make sure you guys are there to catch every moment of it. If the games today are any sign to go by, there's still much more that these teams have to bring to the surface. So much potential left untapped. And I am excited to witness all of it with all of you guys as well.
Yeah, I'm excited because I'm going to be hosting for tomorrow, so yeah, I'm not so sure what kind of questions that I'm gonna be asking them, but overall today the game has been amazing. The fans here at Queen City Mall is energetic, and you guys at home, you guys actually got us to 1,200 shares again. You guys are great. But we're gonna continue with all the MPL action tomorrow. That is it from Staffa as well as Milo Fel for tonight. We're gonna take a good rest, but we will see you guys again tomorrow morning.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for